Like you've rightly heard, my name is John Waimiri, and I'm the Executive Director of the Family Bank Foundation, private sector corporate foundation based in Nairobi, Kenya. And so just I'll share with you some of the thoughts of what we are doing as a Family Group Foundation. Chairperson, Inter-University Council, the Secretary General, East Africa Community, Vice Chancellors present, development partners, industry leaders, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'm obviously deeply honored to join you this morning, and thank you to the Ministry of Education Kenya and Inter-University Council for inviting Family Bank and the Foundation to contribute to this important conversation. Obviously, the theme is timely because higher education in Kenya stands at a defining moment. We are aware of the statistics that Africa has millions, actually projected at 400 million young men who will join the labor market in the next several years. And so we are reminded that this demographic represents a great opportunity for our generation. For institutions like us, we believe that if we invest in the right education systems, skills and partnerships, this youthful population will become the engine for our economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development. And the converse is that if we don't equip them with the relevant knowledge and market-driven skills, this demographic risks becoming a major missed opportunity. And so for us, as an institution, we believe that these young people remain an asset, but they face barriers of accessing quality higher education, technical skills, as well as dignified employment opportunities. And so in a forum like this, where universities are preparing graduates for the labor market, we are looking at the emerging trends. We're looking at labor market being reshaped by artificial intelligence, digital technologies, automation, as well as green economy. And so employers, and because I work in a private sector, we look at graduates who possess not only academic qualifications, but also practical key competencies, digital capabilities, entrepreneurial thinking, and ability to adapt to rapidly changing environments. So the challenge that our education systems is that they must keep pace with these evolving needs, labor market needs. And so the opportunity we see as we work in these institutions is that the opportunity lies in building stronger and more intentional partnerships. And these partnerships cut across between government, academia, industry, as well as development partners, because all of us prepare these young people for the future of work. And so we encourage that this workshop recognizes the importance of co-designed curriculum, work-integrated learning, innovation ecosystems, and sustainable financing models to strengthen the link between higher education and industry. For the longest, corporate social responsibility has played an important role in supporting access to quality education. But increasingly, and a case in point is the organization that I represent, we are transitioning from philanthropy to strategic partnerships. We are moving from sponsorship to shared value initiatives. We are moving away from isolated projects to more sustainable ecosystems that create opportunities for the generations that we currently live in. And so for the education sector in East Africa, it means that our future competitiveness will not be determined solely by the number of graduates we produce, but how effectively we connect the education, skills, innovation, and industry. Fortunately or unfortunately, no single institution can transform higher education alone. And that's why strategic partnerships between government, academia, development partners, and private sector must work together to build a future-ready education ecosystem. The real question private sector asks is, how do we become an active co-creator of education systems? One of the advantages or assets that are very valuable for financial institutions like Family Bank and others is that beyond the financial resources, we also bring market intelligence. We understand emerging workforce needs. We provide coaching and mentorship. We create opportunities for on-job training as well as internships. We support innovation and diffusion of emerging technologies. We finance entrepreneurs. But more importantly, we help young people transition from classrooms into productive employment. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is the shift, the paradigm shift from corporate social responsibility to strategic industry investment that we are talking today about. So at Family Group Foundation, with funding from Family Bank, we consistently champion access to quality education. And so, and we consider these are the most powerful catalysts for breaking the cycle of abject poverty while expanding opportunity and transforming local communities. And so since 2012, over the last 14 years, we have deliberately invested in the entire education value chain, from expanding access to quality education in Kenya, where the bank is domiciled, to developing market-relevant technical skills to youth, and ultimately accelerating economic empowerment in Kenya. Through our flagship project called Tufuzu na Elimu, Tufuzu is a Swahili word, we give scholarships to more than 3,000 learners from vulnerable households across Kenya to pursue high school education. And so to date, more than 1,000 of these children or young men and women have successfully completed secondary education through the program, with a transition rate of 90% to tertiary institutions year on year. And for us, beyond the financial support that we give them through scholarships, we provide coaching, mentorship, emerging leadership development, psychosocial support to ensure that our scholars are not only equipped to excel academically, but also thrive as responsible and resilient leaders. On developing future-ready skills, we obviously recognize that access to education alone is not enough, that these young men and women must acquire practical and technical skills required for today's economy. And that's why we have incorporated technical and vocational skills education and training as a strategic pillar in our investment portfolio. In Kenya, working alongside strategic partners such as Kenya Defense Forces and the Military Wives Association of Kenya, we've also been able to identify and train more than 1,000 young men and women in market-driven technical and vocational skills to enhance employability and entrepreneurship. So these programs are important because they extend beyond technical training. So we are connecting these young men and women through the TVET program to coaching and mentorship, life skills, internships, and employment pathways through enterprise development and access to finance within the broader family group ecosystem. So, ladies and gentlemen, our measure of success is not simply the number of scholarships awarded and graduates trained. I think more importantly to us is the number of young men and women who transition into meaningful employment, create businesses, uplift their families, and contribute to national development. Because we believe that it should not only be, that education should not only end up with a university degree, but it should be culminating to opportunity, dignity, and sustainable livelihood. So as we look into the future, we kind of, in line with the thematic approach of this conference, we look at 4 key areas that will deepen our collaboration and partnership with academia and build a more resilient and competitive higher education ecosystem. First and foremost is to look at strengthening work-integrated learning, because every student, we believe, should graduate with practical experience gained through an internship, opportunity, apprenticeship, industry placement, as well as experiential learning. And so classroom learning must be complemented by a real-world exposure that prepares the graduates for the realities of the workforce. Second, we also look at the opportunity to co-create market-responsive curricula that with the current pace of a technological change, it means that curricula can no longer be developed in isolation. And that's where industry, as diverse as it is, must work hand in hand with the institutions of higher learning to ensure that graduates possess the technical, digital, as well as the entrepreneurial skills demanded by today and tomorrow's economy. Third is to invest jointly in innovation and entrepreneurship. We appreciate universities as centers, actually the epitome of knowledge, research, and innovation. Private sector, on the other hand, plays a catalytic role by commercializing the research and innovation, by supporting innovation hubs, mentoring young entrepreneurs, and providing access to both capital as well as markets. And so together, we can transform ideas developed by universities into enterprises that create jobs, solve societal challenges, and drive economic growth. Fourth is to build sustainable financing partnerships. And I think here we're talking about expanding access to quality higher education that requires innovative and sustainable financing models. And so this calls for blended partnerships involving government, financial institutions, development partners, philanthropy agents, as well as private sector. Because we believe that we can pool our resources, our expertise, and networks and build stronger institutions that are more resilient, for a more resilient education system capable of preparing East and Central Africa for a knowledge-driven economy. So the clarion call today, and I'm finishing the 18th minute now, is to let us move forward beyond seeing education as our social obligation, but embrace it as a strategic investment in our shared prosperity. And so for us, as an institution, investing in education is ultimately an investment in economic resilience, national competitiveness, and inclusive prosperity. So Family Group Foundation and Family Bank believe that every scholarship opportunity opens the door to a new world of limitless opportunities. Every technical skill equips young men and women to strengthen their productivity and livelihood. And every graduate equipped for the future of work contributes to innovation and economic transformation to create jobs and expand opportunities for others. And so, in closing, the future of university education, where we sit, will not be shaped by only one institution alone. And probably this represents what we are speaking about today, a conglomerate of top brains in East and Central Africa looking at the education ecosystem beyond. But it will also be shaped by our strategic partnerships, the boldness of our investments, and our collective commitment to preparing the next generation for success. So at Family Group Foundation and Family Bank, we remain committed to being a long-term partner with the Ministry of Education in Kenya, working alongside government, universities, development partners to ensure that every young person has an opportunity to not only learn, but also to thrive. Because together, we will power the future of higher education through these strategic partnerships to create opportunity, to drive innovation, and ultimately, as inscribed in our vision, to transform lives for Africa's renaissance. So thank you very, very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waimiri, for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let me recognize our leaders, the chairperson of the executive committee, the PS, and the executive secretary, acting executive secretary. Now we are going to the panel presentation. I don't know the one who has just entered. I guess is Professor Muchiri. So you are the first to start with the panel. And we have 10 minutes. Professor Peter Muchiri is Vice Chancellor from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology is going to talk of university industry partnership as a catalyst for entrepreneurs and innovation-driven universities. Professor, you are welcome. You may go to the podium. The presentation, who is uploading the presentation? You don't have the presentation. Okay, this is digital era. And I think with the digital in the future, maybe there will be no need of projecting. You will just get it from your brain. I don't know how, but I know this ICT people, Professor Rai and the others, they know how to maneuver. So you're welcome, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. Good. So thank you, and sorry, I thought it was a panel discussion seated, so I would have done a very good presentation. My name is Professor Engineer Peter Muchiri, Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. So I didn't realize that there's no need of presenting a write-up. So innovation, my topic is on industrial collaboration as a very important driver for innovation and also commercialization of technology. I was prepared to share some experiences from my university. My university, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, is a purely university of technology. 92% of our programs are in tech. And we realized that what is very important for technology is what you do with it in terms of turning the knowledge into products and also into commercialization. We have good examples of different centers that are existing in our university, and we realize that very important academics is very well organized because education is organized around departments and faculties, and there's a very clear program on how it goes about teaching. But in research, it is not well structured within the universities. We created centers of excellences where departments are organized around areas where, for example, if you come to the School of Engineering, myself, I'm a professor in mechanical engineering. There is a center in mechanical engineering design. And what can you do with the industry? For example, we work with the KEFRI, Kenya Forest Research Institute, and we realize that the kind of machineries they require for the value addition in the whole wood value chain are not available locally in the market. You require an opportunity for co-design, you require an opportunity for co-creation, and we were able to come together with the industry to see which kind of machineries they do require. And we have now managed to co-design a good number of machineries. We have already deployed them in the various industries, and they are already working, and they are doing a good job. So in total, we have 28 centers. And just to give an example, in my university, we are developing through the support of the government Science and Technology Park. And one of the key industries that is there is Semiconductor Technologies Limited. And this is a very specialized kind of a factory where design of microchip is very, very important. It's a key driver for many of the electronic gadgets and the electronic industry. So we created a center which is purely designing on the microchip and especially looking at the local use cases for microchip. And the design center, we are able to create a good number of products. And one of the products we have developed, for example, is the tagging, the animal tag, a microchip for tagging the movement of the animals. You can take the biodata of the animal, and you can also track its movement. So we have tested that, and it's already a commercial product. So we have other areas where we are collaborating with industry. I'm just mentioning quite a number. But what is very important is the local use cases for design and development. Because when you identify an industry which have a particular need, they are willing also to place in some money for core development and core design. And with that, you can now have provide the required human resource, which is very important, because what we have in our universities is the human capital. We have the brains, we have the PhDs. So putting them into the use using a local, a real problem, industrial problem, developing and co-designing with the industry becomes a very important driver. So we have a good number of cases and where real solutions have been developed. They have been commercialized with the user already at hand, and we have made it possible also for our students and also our researchers to participate in this ecosystem of problem solving. So very important, you can do either general research, which is good, but if you work with the industry, you identify real problems, you co-design, you co-develop, and the final product that you produce is a product we can call a commercial product. So we have two concepts or two approaches. We are working on that as a university, as a contributor of knowledge for commercialization, for innovation and commercialization. But very important, university can also become a key creator of industry. And the industry through developing real products and creating startups from that ecosystem. Right now, we are mentoring 16 startups from innovations that have been developed in the university. And our target is to develop around 45 startups every year for the next 10 years, because in our science park, we have capacity to hold at least 450 startups. So we believe that we can become a creator of industry through that ecosystem. And we have, what we have now is a proof of concept that it is possible. The key thing now we require is injection of capital. And again, working with industry, we look at possible people who can invest in this ecosystem so that we can now take from ideas to commercialization, because now the only thing that is lacking is injection, huge. With that, now we can take our startups into the next level of full commercialization in terms of industry, so that we can have an ecosystem that is creating jobs, and it is also creating employment and also wealth for the country. So that is my quick comments, and I'll be very glad later on to answer some questions. Thank you.
Present on to talk on a partnership for incubation systems to enterprise creation. You have, okay, it is already there, Prof. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's already clear. Yes, I'm Alex Saliho, the CEO of AIN. AIN is the network of incubators and accelerators and enterprise support organizations in Africa. We are headquartered in Ghana, and we support the 55 member states of the African Union. And our job is basically to strengthen the capacity of incubators and accelerators across the continent, focusing on jobs and employment opportunities. What do we do? The number of products and services that we do, but I'm going to focus on one or two. First of all, we are aware that a number of very good emerging startups and SMEs from universities, particularly the students that graduate, but they lack funding. So one of the components is to support access to inclusive finance for the startups. But we also support the incubators, particularly in human and institutional capacity development as one of the functions. and being one of ships across the continent, and I'm happy to note that we entered into a collaboration with Inter-University Council of East Africa, again, to bridge the gap between universities and the private sector. And how do we do that? Making sure that the universities connect with industry, and currently you can see that you can tap into the ecosystem of about 8,000 incubators and accelerators and enterprise support organizations in Africa. They go deep to the level of working with also technical colleges, institutions, but also some institutions that can also bring transformation in terms of innovations. I'm happy that we are meeting today and discussing about strategic partnerships for higher education. You note in the recent discussions by Bill Gates, he noted and called upon the African leaders to invest in human capital development. Why? Resources are decreasing in terms of foreign aid. We are facing changes in terms of the market, the labor market. ICT and artificial intelligence is becoming a key driver for economic transformation, and therefore we must develop skills and competencies that match the market. And that's something we need to do as leaders. So that takes us to the reason why strategic partnerships are very, very, very important, because the markets are changing. Innovations are emerging. So for us to move forward, we must create sustainable partnerships that will leverage the resources that are available, but at the same time, create a win-win situation that will bring the synergy among partners and different actors. ICT, okay, good. Two things. Sharing from the experience, the creation or the working relationship between private sector and universities. You can come up with different innovative models. This is one of the models that we developed 2010, 2011, collaborating with universities, research institutions in Africa. And we're able to come up with a model that bridges the gap between the academia and the private sector. Today, this model is being implemented in 38 African countries and 15 countries beyond Africa. And that was the result of the collaboration between universities and the private sector. Now, yesterday, Professor, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University talked about the impact of reform. How are we tapping into this? We are working with reform in Africa again to connect universities with incubators, the accelerators, and enterprise support organizations. You can see already the impact of about 560,000 jobs created as a result of the creation of the bridge between the industry and academia. We are not only doing this, but also informing the research agenda. We are talking about the economy that will be focusing on what we call market-driven skilling and transformative education. How do you do that? You need to bring the universities together. And that's why I'm picking an example of MOOBs in Makerere, in Uganda, Uganda Matters University here and the rest. Establishing business clinics, we must be relevant to the private sector. So when we are talking about the partnership, we must be aware of the incentives that will drive the private sector to invest in research. It's an example of Uganda. We have been able to deepen the relationship between the universities and the private sector by understanding the needs of the private sector and how the universities across the country can be relevant. But you cannot do this unless you understand where the private sector is, what they do, and what they want. But at times we keep talking about engaging the private sector. But where are they? So this is just an example of an atlas, understanding just one country. But we also bridge universities, the university relationships in Africa, Europe, and the industry. If Europe is looking at trading with Africa, we must understand the products that they demand, the products that they want to bring in Africa. And the universities must also be prepared to develop the skill sets and competencies that will respond to the same market. So you can't talk about Europe and Africa relationship without understanding the ecosystem between the two continents. So this is just an example of bridging the universities, and this is the visit to Ireland, and again looking at what Ireland is looking at to export in Africa and what we can do to prepare our population. We do linkages with different countries. This is an example of Germany. What is it that we can do with the Germans? And that's why I'm talking about the market-driven skilling and transformative education. These are gone where we're talking about general education. It's education that speaks to the market. That's when the governments are going to invest and put in resources in education. In our collaboration with the Inter-University Council of East Africa, we're able to bridge the Inter-University Council of East Africa with China. We are working with the broader picture of the incubators of China and linking China to Africa through universities. And I think Professor Mishak is here. He can share with you. He spent 1.5 weeks in China trying to look at how China incubators and universities and the private sector, how they are working together. In China, it's a must. Every university must work with an incubator and they must have a private sector forum. You can see the kind of ecosystem I'm talking about. So we are now tapping into this kind of ecosystem, and the universities that are members to Inter-University Council of East Africa Forum are ready to tap into this. When you talk about financing, it's important to know where money is. And nobody is going to give you money unless you understand the interest. There must be incentives, benefits, and gains that are structured. Now, that means we need to be prepared to produce and develop strategic partnerships that speak to the demands. And that definitely requires the critical thinking. Exchange learning. I'm happy a number of you talked about this. We need to get out of our comfort zone. We need to understand what the private sector is doing. This is a collaboration between AIN and the University of Gulf, and looking at the ecosystem in Canada and what we can do in Africa. So we need to benchmark. We need to understand. It's hard to do what you don't know and what we have never seen. But we must also document successful models that have worked out. Let's not continue piloting. We need to document and pull out some of the models that have worked. I want to pick one, learn as you earn model. We're able to collaborate with Hammarby University in Finland, and the students from the university are able to graduate with both a certificate, academic certificate, but at the same time with a product. If you visit the university, there is a design factory. Students graduate every day because for them it's about the product. It's not about the processes you go through. You graduate when you're already an investor. So innovation starts with curiosity, but it is important to know that when it comes to incubation, you need some critical thinking. You need to think about the challenges and how you're going to manage them. There is a lot to do, but most importantly, we must start thinking beyond, looking at teaching beyond. We need to move an extra mile We need to look at what is demanded. We need to come up with tailor-made courses, the curriculum that respond to what is demanded today. The 18th century thinking cannot solve the problems of the 21st century. And the time is now, and good enough. In this room, they're all decision makers. But there are some lessons, and I will pick just one. You are able to read. It's a PowerPoint I will share. One important thing is that partnership must be structured and intentional. Let's not talk about partnership generally. It must be structured and must fit your expectations. And therefore, the expectations management strategy is very important for every university. It is important. You can start new partnerships, but you cannot sustain them. Sustaining partnerships is very important. Mutual respect, accountability. So let's not talk about partnerships without setting benchmarks of how we are going to evaluate the performance of these partnerships beyond signing MOUs and a few others. What do we do across the continent is create a mechanism, an opportunity of building a strong ecosystem between the universities, the private sector, and the incubators across Africa and the rest of the world. And this is an example, just looking at the recent seminar or summit that we had in Canada, Australia, and now next week we are moving to Burundi, connecting the entire world. You'll find Chinese, you'll find Japan, you'll find Korea, you'll find them interacting with universities. Let's also start investing in attending these seminars where you are not only meeting academicians, you talk among yourselves, and then you go home. We need to start now investing to go outside and understand what is it that is happening, and what is it that they're going to demand, and what is it that they're going to invest in Africa. And therefore, you prepare the skill sets that match the emerging opportunities and demands. There's a lot we can do together, and I've pulled out about 3 areas where I think we can collaborate. We are ready. AIN is a membership institution. You are ready to come. We can work together, especially around human institutional capacity development that speak to the demands of the market, applied research that is going to drive what I've called market-driven skilling and education. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa is in our hands. Nobody is going to change our continent. We must do it together. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rio. Yeah, you have talked a number of things, but I also captured several, including the 19th century cannot solve the 21st century problems. Yeah, but some of us, we still like the previous way of living, which we used to do those years. We will talk this much more. Thank you very much. And I suggest that we move to Mr. John Matogo, and then we will switch to those online. Mr. John Matogo is a corporate social responsibility leader for Middle East and Africa IBM. He's going to talk of creating shared value through university industry collaboration, the IBM skills building model. Mr. Matogo, you're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. PSS present, Ministry of Education officials, vice chancellors, faculty members, and guests, good morning. Well, we are living through, one of the most significant transformations in the history of work and learning. The question that's facing us is simple. Are we preparing students for jobs of yesterday and for the opportunities that are coming up tomorrow? Thank you to IUCEA for inviting me, Professor Rai, Dr. Kosam, and the team from IUCEA. It's always a pleasure to join the academic community to be here. By way of introduction, as has been mentioned, I lead our corporate social responsibility initiatives in the region for IBM. IBM is a global technology company. Thank you. that has helped many organizations innovate for over a century. Leading advancements. Right now, we're focused on leading advancements in the space of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, quantum computing, and workforce development, which is one of the key focus areas that we have within our corporate social responsibility initiatives. This is primarily driven through the IBM Skills Build program, which is our flagship program for skilling. And I'll be referencing this because this is what we've been collaborating with many of your institutions to support this workforce enablement. And we do this by way of making available learning content, making available software, technology, computing facilities for your innovation and research purposes. I think on the point of shared responsibility, my good friend John, in his keynote, really emphasized this idea of the win-win, fostering a win-win relationship between industry and academia. I've been fortunate to promote Skills Build and this skilling program, within Africa, in the Middle East, in Turkey, and in Pakistan. So, my reflection here is really a collection of these best practices in this work that I've been doing. As higher education leaders, we share a common challenge, preparing students for this rapidly evolving world, which leads us to this question that, I'd posed at the beginning. How do we ensure that the graduates are not only academically qualified, but are also industry ready, innovation ready, and also are able to, make an impact when they join the society? I believe the solution lies in reimagining the relationship between academia and industry as a partnership for mutual success. Through our IBM Skills Build program, I think we now have a model that provides a powerful example of how such a relationship that provides mutual value can exist. Today, artificial intelligence, data science, all these technologies are reshaping every profession. Universities are excellent at developing knowledge, critical thinking, research capabilities, while we in industry understand the emerging technologies, the market needs, and real-world applications. However, too often, these two worlds coexist almost in parallel. And the result is what is familiar to all of us. Employers are struggling to find talent that is ready for the job. Graduates are struggling to find opportunities and demonstrate their practical experience. Universities are seeking stronger industry relevance. And then communities need innovative solutions to social and environmental challenges that they face. Creating this shared value means designing a partnership where everyone benefits simultaneously. And this is exactly, I believe, what we have been able to do through our program at Skills Build. What is particularly interesting about our Skills Build approach is that it is not just a single training program. It is a structured journey that takes learners from awareness of and foundational skills through innovation, mentorship, and then ultimately industry engagement. The model describes stages of engagement that progressively unlock deeper opportunities as students build capabilities and earn credentials and certificates, which are important for recognition of the skills that they have gained. The journey, in my mind, falls under three broad phases. One is the learning, second is building social impact, and then the third is innovation, industry integration, showcasing these skills, and then eventually career readiness and exposure. The students move from acquiring foundational skills, digital skills, such as AI, data science, and the rest that we've been discussing here, applying these in real-world projects or in real-world settings, and then also in acquiring the professional opportunities, while reinforcing human and professional skills, or soft skills as many of us refer to them, which, by the way, very recent studies are actually highlighting this as increasingly becoming more important in the job market. So the first stage focuses on activation and foundational learning. Students gain access to our skills build program, where they get access to learning pathways, such as artificial intelligence, design thinking, all the rest. And they are able to then acquire innovation certificates and participate in guest lectures and innovation challenges. What this does is that it makes these learning opportunities accessible to students from multiple disciplines. This creates value for the universities by strengthening curriculum relevance. It creates value for students through industry recognized skills, and it creates value for employers by building a future talent pipeline equipped with both technical and human-centered capabilities. Students from different departments access learning opportunities across multiple disciplines. It encourages cross-functional thinking and collaboration. The second stage is where win-win partnerships become visible. Students complete the learning milestones. They gain access to mentorship opportunities that are made available by experts, in this case from our IBM program, through subject matter experts across the IBM organization. Students are encouraged to participate and tackle real-world and social challenges. This gives them an opportunity to innovate and also innovate in a way that is no longer solely profitable, but also impacting the society that they are in. Organizations increasingly seek solutions that deliver business outcomes while contributing to broader societal goals, as John was talking about earlier. The university gains stronger community engagement in the process. The students get practical experience, and the industry contributes expertise. This is a win-win model that is in action and provides value to all the stakeholders that are involved. The final stage, and I think this is where we now begin to see the industry engagement. The students transition into live industry relevant projects, receive dedicated mentorship, and work on real business challenges sourced from industry partners. This is where you can say theory meets practice. The students are no longer solving hypothetical case studies, but are involved in real-world projects. They're developing solutions, prototypes, and deliverables that have genuine business relevance. For employers, this creates access to emerging talent. For students, it creates professional experience even before graduation. For universities, it strengthens employability outcomes while also giving faculty members access to industry trends. For IBM, it allows engagement with future innovators while contributing to the workforce development. Allow me to share, one, real example, and I think this is very recent, of how this has all come together. In Kenya, last year we ran a challenge, a global challenge, and we had students from 3 of our universities participate, and this basically provided an opportunity for these students to apply the skill that they have acquired over the years to solve local challenges that now get recognition at a global scale. I'm happy to note that, out of this, 25,000 plus participants that joined this particular challenge, this team of 3 innovators, who are still students, by the way, emerged top globally. In addition to, the prize money that they did get, they had access to mentorship. They are actually right now in the process of launching their startup program. And, they have a solution that is solving a local challenge, but now actually has been validated and has potential to not only just go regionally, but even globally. I think this is an example of how such a model can eventually result in solutions that have got an impact, not just for the students, but across all the different parties that were involved here. The students received their prize. The university, I think, now have a good model and are supporting these students in their innovation journey. And for different employers, this shows the skills that these students possess, and they can tap into this talent for their business. Why does this matter for Africa and for emerging markets? For our regions, models like this are of great significance. Why? Because the connectivity between this often. Excuse me. From my experience working across these regions, the young people possess immense talent and entrepreneurial energy. What is often needed is stronger connectivity between education systems and industry ecosystems. The university-industry partnerships can help bridge that gap by providing industry-relevant skills, exposure to emerging technologies, mentorship networks, innovation opportunities, and employability pathways. The skills build model, I believe, demonstrates this, not only achieving, bringing all these different parties together, but doing it at scale. And I think this is what we need because, as was mentioned, we have a big demographic that requires access to these opportunities. The key lessons, I think, for this from this experience is one, the collaboration must be continuous rather than transactional. The strongest partnerships are not one-off guest lectures. We need to have relationships that have long-term journeys that will, as I've mentioned before, take the learners and also the universities and work together with the industry for the long term. It's not just about credentials or certificates. The students need opportunities to apply the knowledge, build prototypes, showcase their talent, solve problems, and eventually show this impact in the society. And then the final one is that this mutual value must be intentional. I believe one of my colleagues has mentioned that. The best industry-university partnerships create benefits for all stakeholders, students, institutions, employers, and the society in general. In conclusion, I believe this IBM Skills Build model shows that the university industry collaboration can be more than just a workforce preparation. It can become an engine for innovation, social impact, talent development, and economic growth. The future of education will not be built by universities alone. The future workforce will not be prepared by industries alone. Success will belong to those institutions and organizations that work together to equip young people with skills, experiences, and opportunities needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. Let us move beyond collaboration as a concept and embrace it as a commitment. At IBM, through our Skills Build program and our broad ecosystem partnerships, we stand ready to work with all of you in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matogo. So we are moving to those online. Secretariat, we start with the, I don't know whether we'll be able to pronounce this name. Yeah? Gia. So I'm trying to pronounce, so we start with the Gia from Solutions Architect Tencent, and this is she will be talking on how AI empowers learning, teaching, and scientific research. So Gia, now you have the floor. I hope you can hear us, and now the floor is yours now.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, greeting from China. Thank you for having me at 17th IUCEA annual conference. So, my name is Jia Gu. I'm a solution architect at Tencent. So today I will share what Tencent Education has done so far by using AI to empower scientific research, learning, and teaching in universities. And how we can partner to bring these capabilities to East African universities and institutions. I will cover 3 topics today. So first, I'll take a quick overview of Tencent education, then moving on to AI for science, how we help researchers accelerate discovery, and finally, AI for learning and teaching. Tencent has a tool that can help both teachers and students to work smarter. In Tencent education, we focus on 3 major pillars. The first one is AI education, in which we focus on training the next generation of AI talent, and AI for education, in which we embed intelligence into teaching and campus management. And the third one is AI for science, in which we provide researchers with computing power and AI tools. And we majorly serve K-12, higher education, and education enterprises. Let me expand a little bit more on this. So in AI for education, we empower the entire teaching process before, during, and after class, and plus smart campus services and data-driven governance. In AI for education, we provide research infrastructures for language model training environments and HPC clusters that can boost interdisciplinary research. And AI education, in which we create hands-on learning through project-based sandboxes, where students can master AI by working on real cases. So together, they empower the whole education life cycle. So all of the services that I provided, that I mentioned before, are running on our cloud infrastructures. We have over 1 million global servers with EB-level storage and over 3,000 acceleration nodes. But even infrastructures alone isn't enough. So we have also built a full stack product ecosystem on top from AI native tools we have Work Buddy and Code Buddies, so which are way down to our self-developed large language model and AI computing infrastructures. So this means universities can get both the raw computing power and the ready-to-use applications. Tencent Cloud has operated in 26 regions and 70 availability zones worldwide, from East Asia to Europe, North America, South America, and Middle East, with cache nodes distributed globally and with 24/7 technical supports. So universities anywhere, including East Africa, can access our services with very low latency. So let's dive into AI for science. One of our product is called Token Hub. So Token Hub is our one-stop large language model platform for higher education. So you can think of it as a single gateway to the world's leading AI models. So Token Hub can have 3 highlights. One is diverse models selections. So with one API gateway, you can access to DeepSeek, Kimi, GLM, Qianwen, Minimax, and also multimodal models. And the second highlight is the open accessibility of it. So with one unified API, then you can work with world well-known AI agent products like Cursors, VS Code. And the third pillar is trusted governance. So in this pillars, you can have a unified budget with granular API key permissions. So Token Hub provides the model foundation for AI agent products and can empower research, innovations, and campus-wide AI applications. So universities can deploy AI immediately without building their own infrastructures. And furthermore, for heavy research computing, we also offer the scientific computing eco cloud. So it covers the full stack from Tencent Cloud's underlying compute resources like GPU, CPU, and high performance networking. up to through research SaaS platforms for genomics, new materials discovery, physics, chemistry, chip design, and AI, and so on. So on top of that, like we also have collaborative tools like Tencent documents for research teams and Tencent knowledge-based products, Lexiang, for research communities. So it is designed so that university research teams, national labs, and industry partners can all compute from day one with no prerequisite heavy setup. So let me share an AI for Science client case that's totally backed up by Tencent. It's called SciencePal. So SciencePal is an AI for Science platform created by City University of Hong Kong, and it's actually free to use and it's open for the world. So it includes specialized science agent teams, and that's pre-built for molecular biologies, material science, and protein design, and each equipped with professional tools like BLAST, AlphaFold, and AutoDoc. So Tencent Cloud provides the backbone with high-performance GPU clusters and networking for training the models. And also we have our Singapore region for global inference. So researchers can access it through a browser, actually. So this is exactly the partnership model that we would love to bring to East Africa with world-class AI research tools and powered by scalable cloud infrastructures, and make the products accessible and be commercialized from all over the world. So next, let's look at how Tencent AI products have helped teachers to teach and students to learn. So we believe education is entering a new paradigm. The teacher-students AI try it model. So traditionally, the instruction flows from one way from teachers to students, and it's really hard to scale and it's really hard to personalize. But in the new model, AI becomes a third participant, so the teachers can provide a higher order guidance and mentoring. AI can deliver 24/7 personalized supports as a learning companion, and students can drive self-directed exploration. The tool that makes this real is called WorkBuddy. So WorkBuddy is Tencent's self-developed AI agent products. It has 4 core capabilities. So with natural language understandings, WorkBuddy can assign tasks with a single sentence. And with autonomous planning and executions, it can break down the complex text and plan steps and execute them automatically. And with multimodal text processing, so for the documents, spreadsheets, presentations, data analysis, they can be all handled through WorkBuddy. And for local file operations, it can read authorized folders on your computer for batch processing. So this isn't a chatbot, it's an agent that can actually do the work. And also there have like 6 practical scenarios with WorkBuddy. For example, for document generations, I can generate reports, technical documents, meeting minutes, and also I can also do data analysis. I can upload files for automatic insights and visualizations. And for presentation and report generations, WorkBuddy can describe your topic and then generate a PowerPoint for you. And for email and weekly reports, it can draft routine communications, and batch file processing can auto-organize and rename, convert file. So that's like a AI companions for everyone and can empower students and teachers in the campus. Now, so here's the bigger pictures how AI can fit into a campus-wide education architectures. So on one side, faculty and administrators can create and govern educational assets. For example, planning lessons, managing knowledge, supporting research. And on the other side, students can consume these assets. For example, providing a personal tutors and with adaptive practice. So in the middle, WorkBuddy can orchestrate everything through AI agents and a knowledge base. So what's underneath? The platform service provides AI compute, data processing, and security. So this isn't a standalone tool. It's a full architecture for making an entire campus AI powered. So let me zoom in a little bit about WorkBuddy's learning capabilities. So this enables 10 core capabilities that's specifically for educations. So for example, for automated plannings, multimodal content generations, and expert avatars that can replicate teaching expertise, and a skill library for teaching and research, and also a MCP integrations for connecting to external tools like knowledge access across documents and cloud drives. And also can provide a learning space for self-directed and expert-supported study, and teacher can co-pilot for growth and enablement. So whether you are a student doing self-directed research, or a professor building course content, or an administrator managing knowledge assets, so WorkBuddy can serve all these three roles. And finally, so WorkBuddy is available globally at this link. WorkBuddy.ai, and free to try. And I encourage every educators and researchers here can experience it. And for partnership discussion, this is my emails, and I'm more than happy to connect with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Next is Professor John. The second name is a bit difficult for me to pronounce. This is Secretary General, the African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA, and he's going to talk on the power of university alliances, how strategic partnerships advance research, innovation, and society impact. Prof, when I saw your second name, I thought it's somebody from Asia.
Hi, good morning. And
Prof, do you hear me?
Hello?
Yes. Do you hear?
Yes, I can hear you, but I didn't hear your last statement.
You had the last statement.
I said I didn't hear your last statement.
I said when I saw your second name, I thought it's somebody from Asia. Then when I saw your face, then I realized it's our own. Prof, you are welcome.
Well,
the floor is yours.
Thank you so
10
much.
minutes. You have 10 minutes, Prof.
I have 10 minutes for my presentation.
Yes.
I see. It looks like the rules of engagement keep changing, but it's okay. I'll rush through what it is that I can say. First of all, it's a pleasure to share, to have this opportunity to engage you within the East African community. I wish I could have been there personally, but unfortunately, there are many reasons why I'm unable to be present. So ARUA is the African Research Universities Alliance. I hope you can see my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. We have a mission of making sure that African researchers and institutions are able to compete globally. And then we try to do this through effective capacity building by working together with our institutions to increase their research outputs. ARUA was established 11 years ago at a meeting in Dakar of some 15 vice chancellors, and it is governed by the board.
Recording in progress.
Which is made up of the vice chancellors, 5 of whom form the executive committee to make decisions in between, and then we operate through the secretariat, through our centers of excellence and our clusters of research excellence. Currently, there are 23 members, 21 full-time and 2 associate members. The goal was primarily to impact the SDGs, particularly in Africa, whilst looking at what we call the 5 Ps of the SDGs, how we can impact the people, how we can impact prosperity, the planet, partnerships, and peace. And to be able to help track the SDGs within Africa. Because as you know, if you don't measure something, you can't manage it. And clearly, even with the AU Agenda 2063, the issues are almost the same. So we are now transitioning in seeing how we can impact the African continent with the AU 2063 document, the Africa we want. These are the members of ARUA. And for those of you in East Africa, we have University of Addis Ababa, we have University of Rwanda, we have University of Dar es Salaam, we have University of Nairobi and Makerere as members of ARUA. We try to impact and deliver through certain key programs which are here. But the key highlights are our early career researcher program, where we provide opportunity for new PhDs, that is those who have graduated within the last 5 or so years, to undertake postdoctoral training for 6 months in our member universities, work with our centers of excellence, and try and hone in on their research skills. We have just developed something similar for our mid-career researchers. You find associate professors who are just maybe ended up a tenure of being head of department, and they want to hone in again on certain skills and define the next phase of their career. We're also providing a 6-month fellowship for them. We have our biennial conference. The last one was in Makerere. The next one will be at Rhodes University in South Africa. Then we have our annual lectures. The last one was at University of Dar es Salaam, which was on intellectual property. The next one will be in the University of Rwanda coming October. We disseminate our information through our quarterly newsletters, which are very widely read and received all over the continent. And we publish every 2 years how our universities are performing, looking at certain indicators, our PhD graduation rates, female to male ratio in all aspects, from students to faculty, and all the things that we desire to improve upon. Our centers of excellence, 13 of them, are located in these places as are shown here. We operate on what we call the hub and spoke model. So we have our hub being the place where most of the activities take place, and then provide leadership for the center, and then some of our universities become the spokes. So for instance, if you take sustainable food systems, our hub is University of Pretoria, and we have hubs, so we have spokes at University of Nairobi and University of Ghana. Our hub on good governance is at University of Addis Ababa, and we have spokes in University of Pretoria and University of Nairobi, and the list goes on. Having done this, we went into an arrangement with the Guild of European Research Intensive Universities, which is another 23 universities in Europe, because we thought that we could work together to address common issues. The universities we are working with are in Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Estonia, France, Romania, Spain, and the list goes on and on. Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Poland. So we have networked very well with Europe. And here what we're trying to do is something similar to our centers of excellence, but we call them clusters of research excellence, where we have 2 hubs and several spokes. So just like the center of excellence, You may have a hub which is led by what we call an academic lead, with several, one Africa, one in Europe, and then several schools in Africa and Europe. And through that, we are addressing some of the issues that have been raised in the collaboration on the AU-EU innovation agenda, which are looking at public health issues, green transition issues, innovation in technology, and capacities in science. So far we have developed 22 clusters of research excellence, and our faculty and academics are working very closely together to address many of these issues. And through this, we are addressing the SDGs, we are addressing scientific excellence, equity, inclusion, building brain circulation more than brain drain. And most of our collaborations look at the long-term effect rather than the short-term effects. We also have another goal of addressing the need for the 10,000 PhDs per year. And we are in the process of putting together a collaborative research, a PhD program where 23 IUCEA universities will be working together to produce at least 1,000 PhDs a year. So here in your conference, you are looking at the power of University of Alliance, how strategic partnerships advance research, innovation, and societal impact. I believe what I have said so far is very much in tandem with the goal of this particular conference. And what we are seeing here is that we are building a collective African research capacity where we have 23 research-intensive universities spread across Africa, with 13 centers of excellence and 22 clusters of research excellence with our European partners, building a critical mass of intellectuals. We focus on interdisciplinarity, and we enable mobility across the continent. We share our resources in order to reach the entire globe, the entire continent, and all the nooks and crannies that we cannot do it on our own. So basically what we have come to realize is that even though we are among some of the big and best resourced universities on the continent, working together has actually enabled us to be able to go a further mile than what our individual resources would have been able to do. So we are in an environment where we think that we need to move from institutional strength to collective power. Individually, we are very strong, but working together through IUCEA, we are able to move from competition to collaboration. We are able to ensure that we move from fragmented expertise to a critical mass that is ready to impact the continent, and to move from individual projects to sustainable research ecosystems, and of course move from research outputs to societal impact. And this is what IUCEA is about. So we are aggregating expertise, and we are building the next generation of networks to become platforms for mobility, career development, doctoral, postdoctoral training, and all the things that I've talked about. And we are creating the scale for partnerships and investment. We believe that if we did this, we will create a good environment for funders and industry partnership to be able to reach the goals that on our own we may not be able to reach. So from research excellence to societal impact, we believe that the Africa we want requires the knowledge that Africa needs. And we are able to do that through many of the things that I have listed there. We have centers that are working on our food systems. We have centers that are working on climate and development. We have centers that are working on health and NCDs, water, urbanization, energy, inequalities, and unemployment. And these are the things that the AU Agenda 2063 and the SDGs are trying to collectively achieve. So our call to action with your conference is that we need to move from bilateral partnerships to networked alliances. We need to move from project partnerships to long-term research ecosystems. And we need to move from donor-defined priorities to Africa-led agenda setting.
Prof, you have at least 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
2 minutes.
I'm just ending. This is my last slide.
Okay. Proceed.
And we need to move from CSR to strategic co-investment. Governments, industry, and development partners should invest alongside universities in research, talent, infrastructure, and innovation ecosystems. We believe this is the way that our universities can grow. Yes, we are not alone. We believe there are many other people who are doing excellent work, including your community of East African universities. And we commend you for all the good things that you are doing. But we believe that there is the need for us to try and move to the next step of networked alliances that will give us the goals that we desire. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, I think now is the time, and the Secretariat, you can give us at least 10 minutes. We started late, and there is a number of issues that have been discussed here. And maybe before we proceed now, we give applause to our presenters. And we start with it now. This will be formal. The one which you have been doing, it was not formal. So we start with the 3 claps for the keynote address. Okay. So now we start 1, 2, 3. And because we had 5 panelists, now this is going to be 5 factorial. So we start. I know some of you, like Dr. Gutu, I think, I don't know whether you know the factorial, but so we are going to have maybe to receive some 3 or 4 comments and questions, but there are a number of issues. And being a regulator, you always learning. There are issues which have been discussed here on issues of curricula, for example. That this cannot be developed in isolation. There is a need of co-designing. So I don't know how this has been possible, but regulators, we are always looking at these issues, but also taking note on issues of this collaboration. Maybe the keynote address and the others also maybe chip in, particularly Professor Peter, you said a lot of things concerning this kind of collaboration. And I was thinking, who is it to initiate? Is it the university or is it the industry? So we will take this series, and I'm going to allow only 4 comments and the questions from the floor. If any, not necessarily. Thank you. So we start from that far hand, and then we took the 2 from this part here. And the Korea, you'll be the last one because you are my colleague, the regulator. I don't know what question you are going to ask, or you are going to put some standards and guidelines.
Hello, my name is Patrick Dunn, the founder of IUCEA. The work that IUCEA has done with IUCEA suggests that many countries in Africa only have 50% of the faculty they currently need now. I think the estimate we saw in the chart of 10,000 PhDs required is way too small, because in many countries you need to have a PhD to become a faculty member. Do you think the urgency of the faculty shortage is really being taken seriously enough? So any of the panel members can ask that, because that seems to me to be one of the major strategic challenges. And how many of those faculty can teach using AI effectively to take advantage of some of the great opportunities that we see?
Maybe to save time, it is important if you say you address this to who?
The man on the far left.
Okay.
Professor Mushiri. Sorry.
Professor Mushiri. This side here, the lady over there.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Penina Lobudo. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University in Narok. Thank you for this partnership discussion. Mine is addressed to all the panelists because it touches across. We have been talking about partnerships, collaborations, and we have agreed that individual universities cannot do it. I'm just wondering, how can IUCEA and all of us in front there take this as an agenda and make it happen? Because there was a time that quality assurance was the big thing. And now that IUCEA has brought us together here, and most universities are struggling with university industry linkage. Can IUCEA take this as an agenda and help us to drive this home? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Mashala, at least I know you by name.
Then you have already introduced me. Thank you very much. My name is Johan Mashala, Vice Chancellor, Kairuki University. Partnerships. Then several words have been added to it. Partnership, strategic partnership, productive partnerships. I'm sure there are challenges. Now, I'm addressing my question to Arua.
Arua.
Yes, because I did not hear you mentioning about Sarua, for example. And also you mentioned that now you have only about 21 or 23 institutions in Africa. Now I'm wondering, what really would you say are the key challenges that we must address in order to achieve, successful, productive partnerships? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Professor Kuria. And this will be the last one at the moment.
Thank you very much, Professor Kihampa. I have one question for John and one question for Alex. John, I think you raised a very significant question. You asked, are we preparing students for jobs of today or for tomorrow? Are we producing graduates who are innovation ready?
But there are three Johns here.
I'm coming, don't worry.
Eh?
Yeah?
There are three Johns. Which one are you referring?
I am referring to John's question that he raised. He said, are we preparing students for jobs of today or for tomorrow? And yeah? John Matogo. Sorry.
Oh, John Matogo.
You meant, sorry, I was hearing jobs.
Three.
John Matogo. He asked that question. And I want to reverse this question a little bit and ask, John, who should we trust to predict the future? Should we trust the industry, or should we trust universities, or should that be done as maybe Professor Mushiri was suggesting, co-designed? Or should we reverse that question and ask ourselves, given the unpredictability of the future, what kind of graduates should we produce? And I ask that question because if we had asked Nakumat or Kodak or Nokia that question a few years ago, I wonder what kind of graduate they would have told us to produce. And Alex, I want to ask you a question because I think the field you're in is really critical to Africa, food security, agribusiness. And you told us about many things that you have tried, but I would have liked to hear whether there are some one or two incubations that you have helped to midwife those startups and how successful they have been and what are the critical factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we start with Mr. Waimiri, and I think if we can use 1 minute. There is no question which was addressed to you. Okay. So we will finish with you later. So, Professor Muchiri, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you. There was a very important question on partnerships and especially how we can link very closely to the industry. I would say briefly that collaboration and partnership always starts with mutual interests. There must be an area of mutual interest, and I would take this responsibility to individual universities because we know our interests. We seek industries that have mutual interest with us. And the second point is creating avenues for mutual benefit. So when the interest and the benefit matches, there is areas of linkages and collaboration. But at the end of it all, there must be a development. And that's where we said, let's work with the industry. Let us co-design, let us co-create, and let us co-innovate for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Alex? Use the other one.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think there are about 3 or 4. I will start with my sister, I think, Penina. She raised the question in relation to how do we take forward the partnership and the role of Inter-University Council of East Africa. I think I need to respond on this. 2 important things. One, it's important to profile or understand the kind of partnerships that we're looking for. At times we talk about partnerships, but generally. And as I said, to develop a relationship, you need to understand your partner very well, and the partner needs to understand you. And therefore, it is important to carry out ecosystem mapping at the regional level, but also at institutional level. That's number 1. 2, in the same vein, like I mentioned, already there are strategic partnerships that has been developed by Inter-University Council of East Africa. Like I mentioned, the collaboration with AIM. And now through that, the universities, we can work with you through that collaboration. And we can link you to the private sector. So please reach us, and we should be able to do the same. And that's very, very important. And that's one way. Now, my other colleague talked about that I didn't talk about the challenges. I think my brother there, he talked, yes, there is a lot. One of the challenges is trust. We feel the private sector is coming in for the profit, and there is nothing much. And when you talk about money, it's like a problem. No. One of the challenges universities has not been able to define the incentives and benefits that drive the private sector partnership. We need to make that clear. 2, our policies at the institutional level, for example, what we call the intellectual property rights. The PIs feel like, okay, if I share this technology with the private sector, what are the incentives? How am I protected? The private sector is also like, why should I share the trade secrets? Because you are doing research and you think the private sector should give you free information. No. We need to make sure these challenges are addressed. Number 2 is also looking at what I may call...
I hope, Prof, that's the last one, yeah?
Yes. Again, on the challenges, it's about also the institutions putting in place mechanisms of engaging the community, because the community should be part. I want to give an example of Columbia University in the US. Every Saturday, Columbia University has got what we call open market for the community to go and access and buy products at a cheaper price. And that's how they developed what we call the food basket model, or the food banks. And the community are able to get the products, but the university also gets 70% of the gains are shared by the students and the lecturers. And therefore, there is a defined incentive, but at times it's a challenge because it's not defined in some of our ecosystems. Lastly, about food systems. Let me pick an example, my brother, about Kenya. We have worked with Nairobi University here to develop what you call the food systems incubation programs. And one of it for Nairobi University, we focused on seed. And we were able to work with AGRA and Nairobi University to establish a seed business incubation center, which has been able to start about 50 companies supervised by Professor Agnes Mangombe. If you go there, you see the seed systems. And now the storage common user facilities. The University of Nairobi is hosting a big storage system that is able to clean seed by the seed that comes from the private sector. And I think Professor Noang talked about that yesterday. How do we establish facilities? But if facilities are there, how can they be accessed by the private sector and other users? So the common user facility model is very, very important. And that will connect the university with the public and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and colleagues, we will continue engaging. The last question was addressed to Arua. Professor, yeah?
Thank you. I think the issue that you raised is very important. There are so many partnerships and so many institutions, and all of them have specific ways. We have associations of friends universities in the very big one. I believe everybody there is involved in more than 700 members. Everyone was set up for specific purpose. And the experience that shows that when you set up special purpose alliances, and the numbers are beyond 25 to 27, the outputs are rather limited. So it is not an exclusionist system, but it is for specific reason. Research universities focusing on building research capacity. And that is why, for instance, in our collaborative PhD program, where we know that we do not have enough capacity in the individual universities, we are developing programs that are going to be taught by experts from all our 23 universities, and even some of our members from the Guild of European Universities, so that we make use of the resources that are available across. Of course, there are challenges with some of these things, but they can be, overcome. The whole issue of accreditation and who issues the degree. Some universities and countries don't allow joint degrees and all that, but we are trying to overcome those kind of things. So, yes, ARUA is only 23 members. We plan to expand maximum 27 members, but there is a reason, and for each of these alliances, we have a goal. And I believe that the East African community has formed this alliance to be able to address specific issues within the East African environment. There is a similar one for the West African community, and then the South African community as well. So, and I believe even in the individual countries, there are all these alliances. So I think that we should know why we are in which alliance and make sure that we contribute and get the best out of these alliances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, colleagues, now let me give you at least a few, maybe half a minute to Mr. John Waimiri, if there is anything you want to stress. So this will be the last one. Anything you want to stress to the participants.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Two things that come out very explicitly is that any partnership and or collaboration has to be mutually beneficial. I mean, that's evident because it has to be a symbiotic relationship that looks at a win-win situation, but it also has to be a co-investment where you're bringing in your key skills and competencies, your institutional complementarity, but also both parties are able to contribute. And so in terms of, without necessarily asking, joint co-investments in innovation, in entrepreneurship development would be the way to go. I would see, in terms of who negotiates, who doesn't, it's mutually, it's symbiotic. Obviously, the universities stand a better chance of starting their relationship because they know what they want, but also private sector meets midway. So co-creation, co-design of labor market responsive curricula is the way to go. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waimiri, and the panelists, including those online. Thank you for the presentation and responding to various questions. And this now we are marking the end of this session. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the IUCEA for choosing me to moderate this session among the regulators. But I'm also a regulator like another regulator, and we have the same behavior and the same thinking, like the way you see Professor Kuria and the others. I think one has not talked during those sessions.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kihampa.
If you can use 30 seconds, you stress.
I will try. Well, I think the question I posed was, what are we developing graduates for jobs of yesterday instead of looking at opportunities that are there in the future? I mean, it's very difficult to do that in 30 seconds, because even the concept of jobs, I think, is also transforming. I think one of the things that we just need to think about is that we're in a changing landscape. When we look at imparting or when you're training our learners, I think the focus on skills is something that we should put emphasis on. The industry puts a premium on hands-on skills at the moment. The concept of continuous learning is something that we need to embrace, because the need to continuously adapt and to change based on the environment is something that is keen. So, building that capacity amongst the learners is something that is important. And also, right now I think the big focus is on certificates and credentials, but I think the environment is changing, and this is not really the big focus. I hope this was something worth thinking.
Yeah, thank you very much. My apology that I skipped you because 3 John.
Professor Kihampa,
yeah,
there is a question online.
Question?
Maybe you can read it out. One of our participants online is asking, I am Ojok Benjamin, assistant tutor from Jeff International University, Uganda, Butabika. I'm chemistry master's degree from KIU. Why ain't IUCEA not allowing the native to join for their scholarship within their country of host? Thank you. Maybe this is directed to the regulator.
This is directed to IUCEA.
Yes, but you are the regulator. You can answer on behalf of the regulators.
Can you repeat again the question?
Why ain't IUCEA not allowing the native to join for this scholarship within their country of host?
This is for the IUCEA, not for the regulator. The regulator is always very smart. You can give it to...
Okay, the ES.
Yes, yes, that's not a question for regulators. It's a question for IUCEA, because we do provide a number of scholarships for students in the region, but our scholarships are primarily targeted towards a regional integration, mobility aspect of it. So yes, the staff online, yes, we do not allow it because we want to promote something bigger than just getting scholarships, and which is regional integration through academic mobility. So please, we have those opportunities. It's an opportunity for you to go and see your brothers in different countries, learn about their culture, and of course, get knowledge as well. And who knows? Many end up staying in those countries with husbands and wives and jobs. So please engage, and good luck. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. So this is now the end of the session. Maybe before I return it to the Secretariat, let me recognize Dr. Kosam. I think many people, they don't know that Dr. Kosam is my mentor. He mentored me from master's to PhD. And I'm very happy wherever I see Dr. Kosam, and is still mentoring us at this juncture. Wherever we want guidance, normally we go to Dr. Kosam. Thank you very much. Dr. Gutu, you may continue.
A round of applause for the panelists. And as they take a group photo in front here, kindly stand up. And those who are online as well, our colleague from, let's have the online, yes, and the other. I hope we can have both of them. Jill, she's not online, okay. Cameraman, make sure you capture Arua online as well. And as they take that photo, French translation is available for those. She's not online, she's dropped off. We'll take 15 minutes tea break, but for the time being, the regulator from United Republic of Tanzania requests all vice chancellors from Tanzania to meet him here at the platform for a few minutes. We have 15 minutes tea break. We begin exactly 10 minutes after 11 for the next session. Thank you very much. Vice chancellors from United Republic of Tanzania, you come in front here, please, and meet your regulator. Aya, tupate chai tafadhali haraka haraka, alafu turejee. Ongea na regulator. You're welcome. Asanteni sana. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Sitakuwa za chai. For sure. Asante sana. Tutakuja hata na kikombe. Haya. Thank you. Universities, vice chancellors from Tanzania, kindly come here. United Republic of Tanzania, vice chancellors. Professor Kihampa, your members are here. Professor Kihampa has to take a commemorative photo with the Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi, and colleagues from Family Bank. Your team is here, Prof.
When you are up there, everybody gets you. I think it's perfectly fine. Everybody else.
Let's follow up. IT, please. Sound system at the back, we are still having a problem. Those at the back, we are going for tea. We have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Ben?
A system that supports and furthers restraint. With Peyton's technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and the future. We drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times, open as possible. Origin boundaries in education, innovative as possible. A university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for leaps forward. A platform toward the world you desire. Gathering the hopes of talent and the winds of the world. Fitting moves forward to open a greater world for you. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Pidgeon's dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside your dreams every step of the way with the growth of students. Dreams told. Pidgeon University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and change makers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners.
Anyone from University of Nairobi? University of Nairobi, please.
The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th
Professor
to the 31st of July,
Ayub
2026 at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council for West Africa, IUCEA, is convening its 17th annual conference and general meeting from 29th to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering Future Higher Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnership and Collaboration. With the tagline Convene to Transform, the conference is coming at a critical moment where partner states in East African communities are embarked on a higher education or education transformation journey at large. As many countries in East Africa are pursuing transformation of higher education, particularly higher education on skills development, reforms on skills development, reforms on innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education systems, reforms on digital transformation at large, disparities exist. And we can even say that the gap is expanding. Disparities between institutions, but disparities between partner states as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaborations can be used for institutional reforms, for policy development, for impactful and shared and collaborations, for public-private academia-industry partnership towards a shared goal of skills development, for innovations, and for digital transformation, as well as discussion on AI-enhanced higher education. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants, comprising of high-level education leaders across East Africa and beyond. These include vice-chancellors from member universities of West Africa, representatives from partner states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2031. The development of the strategic plan pursued a consultative approach where all stakeholders have been consulted in identifying specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the region in the next 5 years. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting to host this conference, but also for fully supporting our efforts in organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative 17th Annual Conference and General Meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within.
Vice Chancellors from Tanzania, we have 5 minutes
when we take the first step
before we begin the next session, so take your tea in just the next 5 minutes.
Our journey moves forward alongside your dream.
Dr. Minu Ipe, kindly come in front. Esther, please. Lona Juma. Are you in this session? Kindly let's take our seats. Those who are in the room will get started. Those who are in the room will get started. Professor Obonyo, get me Ben Ruhinda. We are good to go. Dr. Minu. Yes, but if we don't begin, then everyone will speak up. Moderator there. And AI-enabled higher education systems.
Test.
Once we get into the room, kindly let's take our seats. We already have Lona Juma and Dr. Pauline Esther, they're already here, as well as Dale Johnson, Mr. Charles Zian. Have a seat. Wait. So we'll need another seat. Dr. Salome?
You want us to start?
If you Mr. Charles Zian? No. You stay here. Introduce your panelists as I get the other members in. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's take our seats. We are beginning our second session, and I want to invite the moderator, Ben Ruhinda. You've got up to 20 minutes after midday to end the session. Ben, you're most welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been tempted to say good morning, but it's a late afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me assume that we are about to get the audience. and I will never take more of your time, but we beg that we put the keynote when we have at least some audience. Every table have a participant. So without out of the time, we are sure that we are going to have the audience coming in, and we confirm with technical team. Are all slides loaded? Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be starting shortly. Allow us to grant ourselves 5 minutes, and then as moderator is giving us the audience. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we call house to the order? Thank you for being with us, distinguished delegates, honorable members, vice chancellors, heads of institution, partners, distinguished participants. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, we are resuming another part that adds value to the previous discussion, and this was about the technology. Yesterday, this conference launched IUCEA strategic plan and also launched AI network for universities. This session will go further to discuss how in that strategic move for IUCEA, we are going to work towards making the better impact. Our discussion have different panelists, and they allow me to start by introducing the keynote, and then we continue with the keynote and we follow by other panel presentations. We are honored, and this is a privilege we have, to have Dr. Ipe, Vice Chairperson and Managing Director of University Design Institute of Arizona State University. She will be addressing the whole university digital transformation and AI, lessons from partnership with African University on building inclusive, resilient higher education system. I believe as the lead journey, we are going to learn some lessons, gain more insights, but also share our experience. Welcome, Doctor. Have the stage.
Right, good morning, everyone. I'm honored and delighted to have this opportunity to be here and engage with university leaders, leaders of other institutions affiliated with higher education, partners of IUCEA. Huge thanks to IUCEA for this invitation. Professor Rai, we are delighted to be here and to have this opportunity to be a partner with you as we talk about transformation of higher education as a system. Before I get going, I want to make sure that you can hear me in the back. Can someone just signal to me if you can hear me in the back? Oh, perfect. Thank you. So my name is Minu Ipe. I represent Arizona State University. We are the largest public university in the United States, with over 195,000 learners. 100,000 plus of them are fully online. We have been on a journey of transformation for about 24 years under the leadership of our president, Dr. Michael Crow. And a really important part of that journey has taught us that innovation is really important for universities. So we've been ranked #1 in innovation in the United States for 11 years in a row. So we've been at it for a while, taking a public university to a place where it is accessible and serving the needs of its community. Now, I'm particularly representing the University Design Institute from within Arizona State University. This institute works within our own institution to support our leadership with design initiatives, leadership development, but we also work across universities and university systems in other countries. We've worked with over 140 universities in 26 countries. Now, Arizona State University has been engaging in Africa for a very long time. We have been working with over 30 countries over a couple of decades. But this morning, I wanted to share our experiences working over the last 6 years around digital transformation. So I'll bring some insights from the work that we have done with our African partners, but also lessons that we have learned working with universities around the world. So we're all meeting here at a moment where we agree that higher education is already changing. The issues that you are facing here in East Africa are really the issues that we are seeing around the world. We're also meeting at a moment where AI is accelerating all of these trends that are true for all of us. Oh, let me go back one. So the question that we all should be thinking about is, if higher education can become an engine of human development and societal flourishing in the age of AI, what should guide its evolution? Now, the fact that we should evolve is unquestioned. All of our speakers yesterday, and Professor Rai began in the morning saying, change is not an option. It's how we change that we should be thinking about. So we are all in agreement that change must happen. I'd like to take a moment to share some lessons that we have learned in order to inform some ideas on how this change might happen. So we came to Africa supporting digital transformation about 6 years ago. This was in response to the COVID pandemic, working with institutional partners to support quick evolution of learning methodologies so that institutions could serve the needs of their learners. We've worked with institutions across 6 countries, some in East Africa and others in West Africa. Now, over these 6 years, what we've learned has surprised us. We've learned a lot with our partners, and some things really surprised us. When we began 6 years ago, or thereabouts, the focus of the conversation was, how do we continue teaching? Right? That was the COVID era. Everybody was trying to figure out how to convert from in-person classrooms to online learning. But we've noticed that the conversation has changed over time. Now we are talking with our partners. Now we are in the middle of conversations where the question is no longer, how do we just go online? But the question is, how do we build universities that thrive through continuous change? That is a radical change in the approach to what universities are doing. So the conversation moved from discussing technology, LMSs, platforms, digital infrastructure, to institutional transformation. Now our partners are talking about student success. How do we build deep faculty capability? How do we ensure that universities have workforce relevance? How do we build capacity in leadership? What does good governance look like? Partnerships, identity, agency, and belonging for our students and for the university community. But these are not things that we are just hearing from our African university partners. We work with institutions across 26 countries around the world, and essentially we are hearing the same questions everywhere. Improving student success, how do we become more adaptable, How do we actually provide education to more learners in our societies and become relevant or continue to stay relevant? How do we impact our communities and really build deep leadership capabilities within universities to support this transformation? So it's exciting and interesting that we meet at a moment where our sector itself is in a state of transformation. So we have challenges, yes, but we also have incredible possibilities for change. So here is what I would like to present to you. Everywhere we go, there is some panic, some fear, some excitement about AI. But I would like to share this idea that AI is not our biggest challenge. Building institutions that can continuously adapt is the biggest challenge in front of us. Universities have, over the years, navigated all kinds of things, going all the way back to the printing press, to the emergence of internet, the emergence of various technologies. Our institutions have survived social changes, political changes. Universities have been around for a while. But we are now at a moment where it is not an individual technology that is threatening our relevance. It is our own ability to adapt and change. So let me share a few thoughts about how we might go about addressing that. Technology is definitely a catalyst for change. AI is important. We should pay attention. All emerging technologies are important. We should pay attention. But technology is not the destination. As universities, our destination is to ensure that our learners and our communities thrive because of the value that we bring to the table. So the path forward for us is to invest in institutional capability, is to measure our success by the opportunities that we create for our students and our communities, and really build institutions that last the test of time. So my proposition today is that we need to build bridges from the university of today to a future-ready university. We've heard the term future-ready used by multiple speakers so far. It's wonderful that we are all thinking along the same lines. Why future-ready? Well, because our students are organizing themselves for their future. Our industry partners are focused on the future. Our governments are focused on the future. So why don't we make ourselves relevant and important to that conversation as universities and build ourselves also to be future ready? But how do we do that? We live in an era of a lot of noise, especially now with AI. That noise has just gotten louder. We live in an era of resource constraints. We live in an era of tremendous flux. I would suggest that this is an opportunity for us as universities to lead in this era of change with principled advancement. What does that look like? How are we moving with purpose? It doesn't mean we move slowly or hold things back, but speed and purpose can go together. Purpose can bring clarity and focus to what we do. How do we support innovation with integrity? And how do we do all of this keeping people at the center? Because that's what universities have done from the very beginning. We are places that have nurtured humans, nurtured the leaders of our societies, business leaders, political leaders, community leaders. We've built intergenerational prosperity across our communities. This is what universities do. So how do we meet this moment with principled advancement as our focus area? So I'd like to offer this idea of a future-ready university defined by design choices. At the University Design Institute, we talk about design because everything that we see around us in this world was designed by somebody. And they designed it at a time where that design made sense. But designs need to evolve with the time. So the design of universities also should keep pace with the changes that we are seeing around us. So based on all of the work that we have done around the world, I'd like to offer this idea of a bridge that has 5 spans. And these spans represent design choices. Now, they're not the same for every institution in its implementation and its interpretation. Every university, in some ways, is going to build its own bridge. But in the spirit of partnership that we've been hearing for the day and a half, how might we also build some bridges together to get as many people in our societies and communities into that future that they so richly deserve? So span 1 of the bridge is shared direction. How do we decide what matters most? The vice chancellors in the room, I'm sure, can attest to the fact that their calendars are busy with all kinds of demands, pressing agendas, so many stakeholders to satisfy. How do we decide what matters most? And what we've learned from our work with universities, both here and overseas, is that transformation really begins with institutional purpose. Successful, deep transformation is aligned with the institution's mission, aligned with what the institution is doing for its community. Clear policies are very helpful as we are leading people through change, because clear policies allow for trust. Trust allows people to feel safe, to share new ideas and to innovate. And that shared direction and culture creates momentum. I want to acknowledge here that one of the things that we've learned from our partners on the continent specifically is when vice chancellors and their leadership teams are aligned and focused and really think of transformation not as individual projects, but an institutional approach to change and impact, things happen. People are able to move faster than we imagined they could move. So what are some quick ideas based on what we've learned? Leadership commitment is fundamental, and it's not just the leader, the vice chancellor. We've seen that it is the alignment of the leadership team that is really important. And the alignment is not just what the university should be doing, but how what the university is doing impacts society. That's the piece that energizes internal faculty and staff. It energizes external stakeholders as well, when people see that the university is trying to solve society's problems at large. We are living in an era where 5-year strategic plans are really hard to make sense of anymore. Most of us don't know how the world is going to look in 5 years. So how are we going to make plans that stand the test of time? Instead, we've seen successful universities develop operating models specific to areas like AI and digital transformation, so that people within the university are clear about where resources are being deployed, who's responsible, who's being held accountable, what does success look like, what do metrics look like. The other piece that we are seeing from universities that are successful right now is they are staying focused as they move into the AI space. So instead of dozens of disconnected AI projects, they're identifying a couple of use cases, rallying the resources of the institution around those use cases, implementing things, learning quickly, and moving on. But leadership fundamentally is key, because leaders decide where that bridge goes. Span 2 of the bridge is learning reimagined. The question in front of us is, how do we help every learner succeed? And I'd like to suggest that as universities, we should think of more than just the students who come to us for degree-seeking programs. At this moment, learners are nearly everybody in our society. There are learners in schools, and so in some spaces, universities are thinking about how to prepare teachers in schools to support learners in primary and secondary. How are we connecting with TVETs in our community colleges? But what about all those people in society who got a degree at some point in the past? Where are opportunities for us to upskill, retrain? What about people who never got degrees? We saw numbers in Africa yesterday, 8 to 9% in tertiary education, which means there are lots of people who are not in higher education and are not likely to be in higher education anytime soon. What is the responsibility of a university to those members of the community? Credentials, upskilling ways. How can the resources of a university be made available to a much broader group of learners in our society, especially as we are confronting these challenges with AI? The other piece about learning is that we are moving past the point where learning looks like somebody came in from high school, spent 4 years with us, got a degree and left. We've had many conversations and a very pointed question from the gentleman who was sitting next to me this morning about, well, how do we decide what our learners need to know? Who gets to decide? The truth of the matter is none of us really know what kind of jobs and careers are going to be made available in the next 5 to 10 years. The world is changing really quickly. So what is our response as universities? I agree that skills are important. Africa needs a skilled workforce. Students absolutely are entitled to wanting jobs that are dignified and fulfilling. And yet, as universities, that is not the space where we can make the highest contribution. Because we are not just developing people for that first job upon graduation. We are ideally developing people for long, successful careers. So I would like to suggest that our real challenge and opportunity is to create master learners. People who are able to navigate lifelong learning, learn the tools that they need to learn what they need to learn on the job, learn from across multiple disciplines when it is relevant. So it's really an opportunity for us as universities to say, let's just think of our students not as people who graduate with individual degrees, but people who graduate with degrees who are also master learners. And what does that look like? We find ourselves in an era also where faculty development is changing in tone and tenor. As we work with universities going into online education, a lot of the training for faculty looked the same. How do you go online? How do you deliver your lectures online? How do you work with instructional designers? It didn't really matter what your discipline was. There was a particular approach to you engaging digitally. AI is changing that. AI is now bringing opportunities for personalized learning. So it's no longer one professor doing the same thing for everybody. These technologies are giving us an opportunity to figure out how to configure learning for individual learners. But we're also hearing from our partners that, particularly with AI, teaching is different across different disciplines. How to use AI effectively to teach physics is different from how to teach humanities with AI, is different from how to teach business with AI. So when we think about faculty development, we really have to think about how we might create collaborative learning models of faculty members from particular disciplines, but not just see them as individuals who deliver education, but teams of faculty and staff. Staff who may have expertise in instructional design, staff who may have expertise in technology. And then, of course, the very pressing issue of assessment. I think across the world, we have all been exposed to articles that have talked about cheating, how AI accelerates cheating. AI is here to stay. So the opportunity for us is not to prevent AI from being in the classroom, but to rethink how we think of assessments, moving from testing mastery of content to having our students demonstrate some judgment. So some immediate steps that some universities are taking that are successful. One, we should take the time to define the employability premium for every graduate. What do I mean by employability premium? We're talking a lot about individual skills. Many universities are offering standalone AI courses. AI literacy is important. I would not argue with that. But we need to have a better grasp on exactly what are our employers looking for from our students. Yes, they want AI literacy. Yes, they want digital fluency, but they also want more than that. They want people with communication skills. They want people who can show credibility as they engage with colleagues. They want team skills, curiosity. We heard about critical thinking. So how do we understand as universities this employability premium, and how do we train our students for that? Investing in faculty capability is vital because they are still on the front lines of us delivering education, at least for the near term. Some of our partners have successfully piloted authentic assessments and high enrollment courses, starting to figure out how we might integrate AI into these assessments. And then the truth of the matter is our students need a lot more support, advising, guidance, career support. So there are all of these ancillary support areas that are still important, and we should not stop paying attention to those. So the future university is not one that measures what students know, but a future university is one that can with confidence measure what our students can actually do. Span 3 of the bridge is intelligent operations. How do we make universities work better? A lot of technologies and tools are already available. AI is bringing more capabilities into the space. But fundamentally, the question is not which tool we will use, but what problem are we trying to solve for? What can we do to reduce friction for faculty and staff? How do we move from intuition-based decision-making to actually using data? And at the end of the day, if we are successful, these technologies should free people to do more human work. So here are some of the things that successful universities in our network are doing. Instead of applying tools across the institution all at the same time, they're identifying key processes that consume most staff time to sort of realize the highest efficiency. Instead of measuring how many people are using the technology, they're measuring improvements in student success, response times, and staff productivity. And not investing in a lot of digital infrastructure without a purpose. Investing in just enough that you can take and then adapt to the context of your institution. Because many of these tools are coming from other countries and other contexts. They require some translation before they're adaptable. So technology and principal advancement in the use of technology should make universities more human, not more cumbersome, not more bureaucratic. The next span focuses on knowledge creation. We've had such wonderful conversations here yesterday. How do we solve the problems that matter? Professor Barnabas from Makerere led us in a conversation yesterday about the importance of research and the opportunities for research. What are the opportunities for our institutions to make the greatest local impact? How do we bring capabilities that are local with data sets, language and talent? We heard all of these yesterday. I don't want to go into the details. But this is also an opportunity for us to say, how can we use AI to expand research capability? Many speakers talked about the shortage of faculty, the shortage of PhDs. I'm not suggesting that AI is going to replace all of that, but how might we be creative and think about ways to accelerate research because we now have some powerful tools that can help us move faster? So some of the ideas from our successful partners is supporting interdisciplinary AI research. How are we really bringing faculty from multiple disciplines, pairing them with the tools available to produce knowledge that is immediately relevant to our societies? Shared regional data sets, and stronger pathways from research to innovation and entrepreneurship, which we heard yesterday. The bottom line is that the universities that matter most will solve the problems that matter most, and we want to count among those universities. And the final span of the pillar is collective impact. How do we as institutions of learning, how do we as anchors of our communities contribute beyond our campuses? We've seen across our partners network that universities are influencing policy, universities are engaging in innovation hubs, universities are supporting employers, universities are reaching out in partnerships. Universities have a really powerful role in building sustainable ecosystems, because we've all agreed that universities can't do it alone. But the truth of the matter is, neither can any other social agent. Government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. Civic society cannot do it alone. So how do we claim our role as anchors of our regional ecosystems, partner with employers and communities for talent pipelines, and then share and collaborate with each other so that we can lift each other up while we lift our communities? IUCEA is a fantastic platform for some of this work to happen. And I know that some of these activities are underway, and it's going to be incredible when you are all able to collaborate to develop those frameworks and co-design solutions with partners, because partnerships turn individual progress into regional transformation. Partnerships elevate individual university excellence to excellence for the community. So people ask me often, isn't partnerships hard? Doesn't it take time? I will share with you that there is no other path forward. The fastest way for us to accelerate progress is for universities to collaborate. So I want to quickly, as I wrap up, share with you an example of a collaboration that is getting underway in the United States, actually next month. We have a project called Designing the Career-Ready University in the US. So again, I share this with you to say that the problems that you're dealing with are also problems that other societies are dealing with. I want you to pay attention particularly to the name of the project. It said Career-Ready University, not career-ready graduates. Because we realize that if our graduates need to be career-ready, we need to be different as universities. So I'm offering this as an example of a process that is bringing together a lot of universities, but actually can move in an accelerated period of time. So step one, we will hold a 2-day workshop, bringing together employers, funders, experts, and 5 public university systems from the United States. These systems represent 5 different states. And in the United States, a university system has many individual institutions affiliated with the system. So in our case, these 5 systems have 64 institutions affiliated. So we're going to start with new ideas. What does it take to be a career-ready university? Now, if we only stopped there, we would have generated a lot of ideas, and then what do we do with it? So step 2 is we are asking these 5 systems each to prototype solutions. Each of them will be part of a design accelerator process, 5 to 6 months. We'll develop ideas for how they will be a career-ready university. We're bringing philanthropic funding to the table to support this prototype development process. At the end of that, the goal is to shortlist some of these prototypes for broader implementation. So by next year, this time, these institutions will be at a stage of implementation. Now imagine, we've gone from 2 days of discussing ideas to potentially 64 institutions implementing ideas supported with funding. When we get to the end of that process, we are going to step back and say which models made specific sense for the United States and really start to drive a national initiative. So I'm not naive to say that partnerships are easy, but there are ways for us, if we structure them well, to move quickly, to learn from each other, and to realize that outcomes we want for our graduates and our communities. So the design questions in front of us and these design choices, this is not just about AI. AI happens to be the catalyst that causes us to have these conversations. But the truth of the matter is, history is not going to remember which universities adopted AI first. But history will remember if we build bridges from where we are to where our students need to go. If we get these design choices right, AI is not going to determine the future of higher education in Africa or elsewhere. African institutions and universities around the world will decide how that future will look with AI. So my sincere hope is that when the history of this moment is written up, that the universities and the partners in this room will be those shining lights of institutions that embraced the idea of transformation, focused on being relevant, focused on community impact, focused on learner success, and that you all will be examples of how universities can be engines of social and economic transformation for your countries, for the region, for Africa, and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ipe, for an insightful presentation. And it is very exciting to see that digital transformation didn't talk anything about the projects investing in ICT, but we're investing in the human capital, improving processes, adopting the way we work. I believe those who were biased about technology and digital transformation thought we were going to talk about computers, things like that. You see, it's a game changer. It's about how we operate. So allow me to invite the first panelist. We are privileged to have our keynote followed by the presentation. And this now is none other than Dr. Salome. We are going to hear from Dr. Salome from IUCEA, where the institution is and the effort of inter-university in processing or presenting IUCEA in advancing AI in education. Salome, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be actually very brief because most of the stuff that I'll be talking about, the efforts may have already been highlighted, but it's good that we share what is IUCEA been doing. And one component will be, first of all, it will be a reflection. Okay, sorry. Yes, some of is a reflection. We say that no AI without data. And a quick reflection that in issues of data across the region, and it's a case that has been identified within the region. And a simple case is about the data within the region, data, higher education data. And we did a study with the partners, and some of the partners are here, Education Sub-Saharan Africa. It's good to acknowledge because it was an initiative we worked together in a project which was focusing on faculty. And a lot of gaps were identified. And most of us within institutions will identify with this challenge of having quality data within our institutions. And this was just a simple case of faculty data within our region. How is it coordinated? And if you are talking even about AI in general, we have really to be having not just the faculty data, but quality data within our institutions. How are they really being coordinated? Another reflection, and most of you as Vice Chancellors, you were in Kigali in 2023, is actually about the conference that we held there. And the overall theme was on higher education in the age of data science and AI. And from there, a lot of critical gaps were highlighted from that conference. And of course, as a team, you passed key landmark resolutions, issues touching on data governance, issues touching on digital accelerations, issues touching on AI integration in higher education system. And that time in Kigali, I think AI matters had just come up in 2022. And so I think also from our higher education sector, maybe there was also a kind of panic. How will we move from there? But here we are not static, we are progressing. And with that, after that reflection, and from a higher education data perspective, IUCEA does not stop on just identifying the gaps. We move in the step forward to provide a solution. And in the next initiative, especially for the issues of higher education data, we move ahead together with our partners and developed guidelines for higher education data collection and management in higher education institutions. These guidelines, we are moving forward on advocacy, capacity building, and engaging various stakeholders. These are guidelines that have already been approved at various levels within the community. I don't think I need to really talk about this because we are now doing the advocacy and awareness creation and capacity building on this. On AI, we are also not really static. We have initiated initiatives of capacity building for academics to start with, and we are also working with various partners. To start with, there is already capacity building that has taken place, phase 1 for academic staff. About 150 staff has taken some training, and this is being done in collaboration with UNESCO IUCEA. And a phase 2 is already in progress. And from there, we are also working on advanced training modules that are in development together with IUCEA. And we really encourage that our universities and also the staff to participate in these engagements and in these initiatives that IUCEA is coordinating and working with various partners. Another aspect, this is an initiative that, of course, we had a launch already. That is the EAC AI Alliance. It has diverse components, and we are working with various partners here. Where the main funding from Germany, working with GIZ, we are collaborating with JICA, UNESCO Paris, and other partners. And we are bringing together to ensure that the network that was launched yesterday, like we said, it's not just a formation of institutions. And it's not just about those nodes that were launched here. We wanted to trickle to a strong ecosystem at a national level, so that even the institutions that we see that they are nodes, will actually strengthen to see that national networks are part of this, so that we advance issues of AI education, collaborative research, and innovation and entrepreneurship component. Within this initiative of EAC AI Alliance, we've already initiated the development of AI Foundation, and very soon we've already engaged as experts. I think 2 weeks ago, we had sessions with experts for this module. We know the AI issues are moving very fast. So like it has been said, we don't need to be really so much bureaucratic, but it has needed to get into action, things that are really implemented within the region. There is also a process of development of AI policy frameworks for teaching and research. Already, at the initiative of Commonwealth of Learning Partnership, which is purely focusing, targeted for teacher education institutions, we've developed AI policy framework for teacher education institutions. This was approved actually in the recent executive committee. It was developed with our experts, and these 3 documents are now ready for advocacy, awareness creation, and these are initiatives, although they may appear like they are separate. For IUCEA, we bring them to a concrete ecosystem such that whether it has come as a project, it has to be a long-lived initiative that will benefit our region and our community. Finally, we also mentioned, you see, we have our partners here, the Arizona State University. We recently signed a memorandum of understanding. And like we say, MOUs should never be just papers. And we are looking forward to co-creating a real initiative that will be implemented. These are just a highlight of 2 initiatives. I'm sure once we sit and concretize what really we'll implement for the region together, it will come up and it will come down to our institutions. Among these, we are thinking and is about how about AI leadership capacity building for our university leaders. And this will include our vice chancellors, DVCs, deans, technical leads for units. And this afternoon, we'll be having, there will be a side session with Arizona as a process of also co-creating this engagement and see how actually we can jointly implement together. There's also a thought on having focused faculty capacity building. This is in terms of developing short-term structured training modules and also issues of micro-credentials for staff, because we may talk of focusing of our students, but how about the trainers? Are trainers ready? Are trainers also their capacity being enhanced? So we cannot just leave the trainers on the side. So we also recognize the importance of all partners, and IUCEA continues to engage diverse partners. And within our engagement, we are looking also on potential collaborative partners, including Tencent, who have expressed interest to see how we can strategically have collaborations that are targeted to advance AI education, research, and innovation. And with that brief, I don't have much to say because it's highlight of what the efforts that we are doing, what has progressed, and what we really want to see that our institution can actually be transformative through higher education, collaborations with partners and industry players. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salome. I believe you have started seeing the trend. We started regional. From the keynote, we have started regional, and we are going further. So what we could say, and what I've understood clearly, is that strong frameworks are only as strong as the academia who are working within. Be aware, IUCEA, we work in the regional perspective, building frameworks and guidelines, and we are looking forward to shape and sharpen the personnel who are working within that framework. Surely, you are going to get more insights, and allow me to close now further to the skills. On the skills sharing, building this competence, we have managed to understand now all expectation and building the bridges. Allow me to introduce Mr. Kyle, Chief Global Partnership and Program Officer at UNESCO INCHE. He will be speaking on the partnership for skilling academics in the use of AI in teaching, learning, and research. Mr. Kyle, you're welcome.
Excellencies and distinguished participants, a very good morning. It is a real pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Zian, and Chief of the IOE Management Center at UNESCO ICHE. Today, I'm pleased to present the Partnership on Skilling Academics on the Use of AI in Teaching, Learning, and Research, a joint initiative between IUCEA and UNESCO ICHE. In the next 8 minutes, I will cover 4 things. First, who we are and how our training works. Second, the evidence on why East Africa needs AI-ready educators. Third, how we localized our global courses with IUCEA and what we learned. And fourth, how we plan to scale this. So UNESCO ICHE is a UNESCO Category 2 center based in Shenzhen, China, a city often called the Silicon Valley of China for its technology ecosystem. Our center is mandated to promote technology empowerment and digital transformation in higher education. Today, we are active in more than 50 countries worldwide. The International Institute of Online Education, or IOE, is UNESCO IHE's flagship initiative. The core mission is to equip higher education professionals with future-ready skills, especially in digital technology and AI application. To achieve this, IOE operates an open access online learning platform. It offers a wide range of courses, certifications, and teaching resources free of charge. And IOE is more than a platform. It is also a global alliance, bringing together universities, technology enterprises, ministries, and international organizations. The platform provides short skills-focused courses. They are flexible, so a working academic can study at their own pace. And they are stackable, so each completed course builds towards a higher level. All courses are co-developed by UNESCO IHE with universities or technology enterprises, and this ensures both academic quality and real-world relevance. Our courses follow a framework we built for this purpose, the Higher Education Workforce Digital Competency Framework. It sets out the skills academic staff needed in the AI era and organizes them into progressive levels. So on the right side, you can see the pathway that follows from it, from the fundamentals of digital teaching up to research-based professional development. In 2024, UNESCO IHE and IUCEA signed a partnership agreement. And in 2025, we launched the Training of Trainers program for academic staff on the use of AI in teaching, learning, and research. The need we were responding to is well documented. A study we co-authored with UNESCO ICBA surveyed higher education professionals across sub-Saharan Africa. You can see the two tables on the right. These are three findings I'd like to highlight. First, instructors sometimes are behind their students. Half of instructors use AI for teaching against 69% of students that use AI for their study. Second, teachers told us they lack the technical skills to apply AI in class, rated 3.7 on a 5-point scale. Third, most importantly, they rated the lack of training an even higher constraint at 4.0. So this is a systems problem and it needs an institutional answer. And that is what IUCEA and UNESCO IHE set out to build. Global expertise from the IOE platform made it to regional realities. Let us look at the framework that guided this joint initiative. We structured the work in 4 steps. Step 1 was to constitute a regional expert team, drawn directly from East African universities. The team brought together expertise across 5 domains, from AI to digital pedagogy. Step 2 was to review the IOE course portfolio, to select modules, and to build stackable training pathways suited to regional academics. Step 3 was to localize both the content and the delivery, so that materials and session formats reflected local institutional realities. Step 4 was to roll out a pilot cohort across participating member institutions. That process led us to one important insight, that our global resources were valuable, but they were not sufficient on their own. Adopting standard off-the-shelf courses is not enough. The recommendation from our regional experts was clear: localize the training rather than simply adopt it. The IOE global resources were localized in 2 layers. The first layer is content localization. For each IOE module, the team reviewed and adapted the material. They incorporated regional examples, developed additional supporting materials, and supplemented topics that were missing. The second layer is complementary instructor-led modules. The regional experts developed 6 dedicated modules of their own to complement the self-placed online courses. These are taught live each week, and they include practical demonstrations, local case studies, peer learning, interactive discussion, and hands-on exercises. The result was a blended model. Global content that learners study at their own pace, combined with facilitation by regional experts. Cohort 1 ran across East Africa, and the results were encouraging. Around 200 academics from multiple East African universities registered, and nearly 150 became active learners. They completed learning modules and earned IOE micro certificates, building skills from foundational to advanced level in AI pedagogical integration. The 4 joint IUCEA IOE certificate required at least 4 core modules and a capstone project, demonstrating practical AI application in the participants' own courses or research. 20 faculty members met those criteria and were awarded the joint certificate. On the right, you can see an example from the 8-week program that ran from August to October last year. These 20 are trainers, not just trained. Each one now can build capacity in their own institution. And with this cohort, IUCEA and the UNESCO IUCEA successfully co-created the first network of AI-ready educators in the region, drawn from universities across East Africa. That brings me to the next stage of our partnership, Localization 2.0, or local hosting for regional scale. IUCEA and the UNESCO IUCEA have signed a special agreement under which our co-developed AI training courses, localized micro-certifications, and learning resources will be hosted directly on IUCEA's own regional platform. Moving from global hosting to local hosting brings 6 advantages. Accessibility improves, technological barriers fall, learners work in an environment they already know, learner support is stronger, the model scales more easily and integrates far more simply with regional university systems. This is how digital transformation becomes institutionalized, sustainable, and scalable. This story in East Africa reflects the wider philosophy of the IOE Global Alliance. Today, IOE brings together more than 200 higher education institutions across 53 countries. At the core of the model are 19 national and regional centers. Each one localizes our resources just as IUCEA has done. These centers establish local university networks, coordinate capacity building activities, and work with us to align digital transformation with national priorities. Partner institutions gain 4 things: free online learning resources, training, industry collaboration and support from leading Chinese technology companies, technological assistance from IOE experts, and knowledge exchange with peers around the world. In conclusion, the digital future of higher education is not something we wait for. It is something we shape together. To our partners at IUCEA and to every university leader and educator here today, we warmly invite you to work with UNESCO IUCEA and IOE. And my colleague, Senior Program Officer Xin, is also with me today here. And please feel free to reach us if you are interested in joining the IOE network. So let us co-create local solutions, empower our faculty, and transform higher education in the AI era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know how much I can say about this. The good news is that I've been in and know what's going on, so I can be biased. But allow me to bias the audience a bit and request in audience, if anybody have participated in this course or anybody is a facilitator, I kindly request to stand up for recognition. You're the team which helped us make it happen. I know there are a number of them, and those who are waiting also for certificates or those who participated. Thank you. This is random. I didn't know that they invited, but I met some in the lobby and they've been asking me, Ben, how can we go for second phase? So this is the promise for universities which participated, and for those which have not participated, you are going to get an email again. We call to use now the localized content. Thank you, Chao. We are talking now from the capacity, and we turn into the platforms that lands those content. Allow me to invite Mr. Doug Johnson, Senior Director, Digital Innovation. He's going to talk to us about Digital Shared Foundation for Success with AI. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to combine 3 ideas that you've already heard today: the bridge metaphor, the fact that there is no AI without data, and the fact that localization and regional control is going to be important for the future of your institutions in AI. So my name is Dale Johnson. I'm the Senior Director of Digital Innovation. Let me go back one. At the University Design Institute. Manu Ipe is my boss. So it's a pleasure to be with you today. We've been working in Africa for quite a long time with colleagues throughout the continent. So what you'll hear today is influenced by those conversations. Our primary challenge today is thinking about the future of our graduates. And if you project yourself into the future to the year 2050, those graduates will be sitting in our chairs. We'll be long gone, retired, and doing other things with our lives. They will be here talking about the challenges that face them in 2050. So we are at a unique moment in time where we can have that kind of influence. And that's something that motivates me every day to get up and get involved in this conversation. So why is this idea of shared digital infrastructure so important? Well, one of the key challenges we face today is that we are confronted by a reality where large elephants like these AI corporations are dominating our conversation. So these elephants are consuming vast amounts of capital, energy, water to produce these AI tools and technologies. And we are, unfortunately, not able to influence them directly. So how do we get into this process? How do we engage when we are so overwhelmed by this new technology? For those of you who can read this phrase, I'll translate it for those who can't. Roughly, when two elephants fight, the grass gets crushed. So we are the grass. We are the foundation of what they built their technology on, but they're trampling us in the process. So we have to figure out ways to re-engage and to take more control of our environment. They're also dominating, as I mentioned, the resources that we are producing and now we're consuming in the form of AI. How many of you have published a research paper at some time in your career? I would expect to see almost everyone's hand. How many of you published a PhD? Okay, the AI companies have stolen your intellectual property. They have drank the water from your well, and they have integrated it into their large language models without your permission and probably without your knowledge. So if we are faced with a situation where they are taking our intellectual property and they are repurposing it for profit, then we are in a vulnerable position. So as we think about the future of education and the future of our societies, we have to take into account that we have to recreate or reestablish a new balance, because otherwise we'll end up with no water and no life. So we don't want the large language models and the corporations that control them to trample on our rights and consume all of our resources. So there's a term for what we can do about this called AI sovereignty. And the key point here is that we can take control, again, of our intellectual property and our data resources. To echo Salome, there is no AI without data. So we have to think about what data do we control and how can we influence the development of those data models in the future. So we are objectively seeking AI sovereignty. That could be at the national level, at the regional level, at the global level, but some control over our intellectual property and the resources that we have. I want to give you an example now of how Arizona State University approached this challenge. We first started looking at the different types of data in our ecosystem, and we have what we call general public data that's on our website, available to the community. It includes the background on the employees, for example. I have my data on that website and it's shared with the community. All of that has been absorbed by these large language models. As I mentioned, for the last 10 years, they have been collecting that data and integrating it into their technology. So we are really never going to be able to reclaim that, unfortunately. But doesn't mean we don't have power, because there's a third type of data, which is private data. And every university here has private data. So you have to ask, how can we establish a new structure that gives us some control over our data? What we did was we decided to partner with major organizations like OpenAI and Google to establish rules for engagement with those organizations. And those partnership agreements created a new balance of power. So we are not the victims any longer of intellectual property theft. We're now the protagonists in this partnership, and we can have more power and more influence. And my argument for you and for IUCEA is this is the time to seize power. Every day we lose a little bit more. So we have to think about how do we reestablish ourselves in this dialogue. So that private data is actually metaphorically a lake. And we heard the reference already to the collection of data and the balance of, and utilization of data. That's important because from your academic data to your administrative data, there is a large volume there that you control. For example, we have a supercomputer. All of that data on the supercomputer is sensitive data. Our faculty are doing research. We don't want to share that with a large language model. We do not want Google or OpenAI or any of the others to take that data. So we want to control that. Another example might be your learning management system. In our case, that's Canvas. We do not want that data integrated into their large language model. Other examples are the Zoom data. Many of you are using AI agents now during your Zoom calls. Well, you have to establish rules so that that Zoom copy of your call doesn't go back to a company that sells it for profit to use it for the next generation of the model, which is what happens. A lot of this data now is commoditized. And so that's something we've thought a lot about. PeopleSoft is our human resources system. We don't want to share any of that. All that's very sensitive data. Workday is our financial system. And we have others that are integrated. So you also have all of these different data sources. These are all rivers that feed the lake. And as you think about what role you can play in the future of AI, this is where you can have much more control. So what do we do with that? We look at this lake as an opportunity to store data, to seek data, and to share data. This is where we define who has access, how can they use the data, and what value does that data have for our users, our faculty, our students, our staff, our leaders, our community. That's where we were able to reestablish some control. So what does that mean practically? We decided that we would build a system, the AI lake, I call it, metaphorically. We developed a platform, took us about a year to build, and it has a variety of different components. There's a cloud-based platform. All of our data goes into that cloud so that we can then use it as part of the training of our large language model or other uses. The content is controlled by us. There's a single sign-on for our faculty, staff, and students, so it's easy access. They don't have to go through a lot of controls. We have more than 40 large language models integrated into this now. That gives us access to the model so that we can test it. So if you're a faculty member and you want to try a different model and compare it, you can do that here in a safe space. Because part of our agreement is that the companies that we partner with do not use our data to train their large language models. So we have drawn that bright line around the most precious commodity, which is our data water, metaphorically, and kept it in our lake. We have an ethical AI engine, which enables us to test each model. Some models do better with ethical challenges than others. Now we can actually run that test ourselves, and we can decide whether to include or exclude that model. And we have a custom API that enables us to do all of this. As I mentioned, that took about a year to build. We've been using it quite a bit now as part of what we call My AI Builder. This is accessible to all faculty, staff, and students. We challenge our community to use AI to create new solutions. So Manu mentioned how you can use opportunities to focus on particular problems and apply AI. This is where the administrators or faculty can do that in a safe space. Because anytime you use a public AI, you're giving up your data. And if you don't understand that, then you haven't been paying attention. If you're putting your research paper into Gemini, then Gemini is using that to train the next model. Google is doing that. So we wanted more control over that. We do not want them using our proprietary data for that purpose. Now, when we say store, seek, and share, we mean safely with principled and ethical behaviors. So that's part of our framework as well. We have created essentially a makerspace. Do any of you have makerspaces on your campus where students or faculty can apply what they've learned to build different things? This is a new technique. This is really a digital makerspace for us now. Gives our faculty access to something they didn't have before. It's accelerated AI use among our faculty because now they get more confidence and they can trust the technology more, knowing that we have control over it. It allows us to conduct AI research, which is really important because we need to see the patterns of use. If you have no strategy, that doesn't mean you have no usage. Your students are using it, your faculty are using it, you're using it, your staff is using it. Every time you do a Google search in Chrome, AI is in the background looking at what you're doing. So you have to have some kind of strategy. You have to have some type of plan in order to assert your control. And then we control, as I mentioned, all of that data. So if we decide we want to sell that to someone, we have that decision. It's not taken from us through some type of bot or other technique to scrape the data. So we've used that effectively to establish partnerships with OpenAI, for example. We were the first university to partner with them. They also are doing partnerships now with hundreds of other universities. And we've also tried something we call the Innovation Challenge, which is a unique opportunity for our faculty, staff, and students to explore new AI utilization. So we challenge them to do something exciting, and they come back with great ideas. We use that now, that same technique 3 times to get really good ideas for how we can use AI in our university. So the closing thought here is the best way to predict the future is to invent it. And you're in a unique moment here where you can invent the future of AI. You can reassert control. You can develop that kind of positive, proactive approach. And I want to encourage everyone, and through our efforts working with IUCEA and others, we want to support you in that endeavor. So thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for this. Allow me to say that I'm a bit worried that we keep giving you promise, and later you may hold us accountable as IUCEA to ask us, how do we make this happen? So with the structure we thought that could work for us, we are going now to discuss on institution integration. We talk about this, but we want now to bring it back to your respective institutions. And we see how to integrate and make it happen. But before I invite the next speaker, allow me also to refresh your mind by reminding you that MySQL is the daughter of a gentleman who invented the SQL server you're using today. Drupal is a student from a university, and a Drupal is a content manager for your website. Type 3, actually one of the partner is among the partner in the house, Daniel, is among the community of the founder of Type 3, which is a content management. So when institutions work together, there's no doubt that this solution can happen. This is how the co-creation happened, and this is how the challenge comes on the table. Allow me to invite Dr. Pauline Essa, Chief Executive Officer for Education Sub-Saharan Africa. She will be speaking to us on the integration of AI in teaching, learning, research, and institution management. Doctor, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to IUCEA for inviting me to speak. I think you've heard a few times already that data, there's no AI without data, and I'm afraid I have that as well in my slide. But today I'll be talking, having gone around the different partnerships, I'll be focusing internally in your university. I'll be focusing more on what's happening within the universities in IUCEA. And that's mainly because you've just launched your strategy for 2026 to 2031. And also we were here yesterday to witness the launch of the AI network. So I framed my presentation around those two things that we heard about yesterday because you're now on a journey. So what I want to talk about in terms of the context is the fact that to really be able to use AI effectively in your institutions, you really have to have robust data, robust, reliable, context-relevant data to be able to bridge that transformation gap within the universities. And I just wanted to pose a question at the beginning. So what if by 2031, which is the end of the new strategic period, what if each university within your network only had a small fraction of researchers or students who were able to use AI? Would that really be called transformation? Or would that just be a way of saying that we've got something, but it doesn't work for everyone? So I think the vision should be about empowering students, our staff, and beyond to be able to use AI to the best effect, while also bearing in mind some of the negatives that if you don't keep an eye on, will come back to bite you. So, sorry, I like moving around. So my dear friend Salome mentioned earlier the fact that we had worked together on a project called the Demographics of African Faculty for a 4-year period funded by the Carnegie Corporation. And I just wanted to give you a bit of that data to explain to you why I'm talking about the faculty gap or data gaps that could really be negatively impacting what happens within our universities. So we looked at 6 countries within the East African community, including Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Burundi. And on average, there was a shortage of about 50% of faculty. If you look at the faculty-student ratios that the countries or institutions have set for themselves, and that was based on data from 2017. And at that time, it was clear that if you project the demographic change that is happening within our countries, then by 2030, there would be a shortage of 35,000 lecturers in Kenya alone. And there were similar figures for other countries. And it was also clear that the gender dynamics wasn't really great within the universities. So only about 20% of the faculty were female. And as you go up the career ladder, the numbers were dropping. So this kind of data then showed us that if you're going to adopt AI institutionally, what are some of the things you need to do? If the number of students are increasing and the faculty, you already have a shortage, and that will continue to grow, then it really isn't going to help you transform your organizations or your institutions if you're using AI. And Salome already mentioned the partners, so I will not dwell on that because we are short of time. So in terms of how we integrate AI into measurable institutional change, no, sorry, I've come to the... Yeah, so from milestones to implementation. So the question I'm posing again is, how do we then measure institutional change if we're using AI within our institutions through this network that you've put together? And I've put it as a journey where you first of all have to understand what is the baseline within the institutions. Who is able to use AI or not, and to what extent, and what tools do they have what is happening within different disciplines, within levels of seniority in different roles. So really interrogating what the baseline is, where you're going to start from to help you plan and project what kind of resources you may need and how to make sure that you leave no one behind. So the next step as well is about sharing capability. What kind of AI curriculum are you going to develop and how will you be able to train your staff or your students to be able to do this? And then the next stage is also checking about bias. So you want equity within what you're doing. And with AI, if you aren't planning effectively, you can easily introduce bias and inequity into your institution. But also, most importantly, it's making sure that AI is not running away with it. There has to be some kind of human control, some accountability, so that you can ensure that whatever you are introducing to your students or your staff is actually within the framework within your institution or country, or that there's a political guidance or policy that is guiding that. So really, we shouldn't jump into investing in AI tools within our institutions when we haven't yet got a fair idea of what is needed, and it will differ from institution to institution. Now to move on, because my presentation is about what's happening at the teaching and learning, and then I'll move on to research and then institutional management. I've called them pillars, really, and what I'm trying to project here is that we can use AI effectively to improve teaching and learning within our institutions, but it has to be with a clear mindset of not just providing knowledge and skills to students, but making sure that these students are able to be trained to be able to think critically and to be able to make decisions without the use of AI. And so how are we then supporting our faculty with the right training and skills to be able to teach students using AI? But also, how are we using AI to then prepare the courses? There's a lot that can be done to speed up efficiency, increase the scale of what our teachers can do, but it has to be done in a systematic way that everybody is given the skills and expertise that they need and the mentorship that will enable them to do those jobs effectively. And also with the students, I think often what we forget is that the students are also, the learners also should have a say in what is being designed and taught to them. And that is the way in which one of the kind of partnerships that I thought I should highlight within the institutions, that often they are left behind, but their voices need to be heard. And I can give an example from IUCEA, where we worked with an AI company called Quilt AI, and we worked with them to look at just publicly available data, but what students are saying about the quality of education they're receiving and the transition into employment. And it was really fascinating what came out, and often they were saying they are not involved in decisions around their teaching, what they're learning, and they want to have a voice in that. So I just thought I would highlight that there, as we walk on this AI journey, to include the students in what you're designing, to make sure that they are getting the best out of it before they leave your institutions. I also, I also wanted to highlight the assessment, but I think the session 7 will provide some more clarity on that. But making sure that the assessment, if using AI, is more towards examinations that will test the students' knowledge linked to their communities, more oral engagement, so it's not all AI linked, because that way they're not really learning and can't produce what is needed. For the research pillar, having already talked about teaching and learning, I just wanted to walk us through the fact that with research, you can really do a lot at a large scale because AI has that power. So of course, identifying the research, analyzing it, communicating it, and then amplifying it in terms of visibility and reach. All of these are things that AI can really help us internally within our institutions to improve efficiency, as well as to improve the speed and the volume, the scale at which we can work. And again, I wanted to give a quick example where at IUCEA, we're using AI to really gather data and evidence produced by African education researchers in African institutions, including in the IUCEA network, And we've collated that information in a database called the African Education Research Database, and you can easily find it online. But through the work we've done over a number of years to collate about those 9,000, we are now exploring the use of AI to increase the speed and the volume of the work we do. So again, within your institutions, if you have platforms, if you have databases, that is another way in which students, staff can collaborate to make things happen. So in terms of the partnership need, yes, that multi-sector tech data alliance, getting in external organizations that can also provide support or training or investment, that's another way in which these partnerships can be built on. And then the last pillar that I had was the institutional management. So really making sure that the focus is not only on the lecturers, because universities are made up of a lot more people doing different jobs. And so I wanted to highlight the fact that BESers, student administration officers, all of these can be engaged in the AI effort to really enhance the work that they do. And I've just highlighted some of the different ways in which AI can be used to augment their work, while of course safeguarding what they do and making sure that there's equity reflected and that there's accountability as well for whatever is being produced. Because AI can hallucinate and can make mistakes. So there has to be that human ownership and of course training and capacity strengthening to enable them to be able to do that effectively. So I'll just finish off by mentioning the cross-cutting areas that even though I've talked about the pillars, these things in terms of strengthening people, improving, helping them use AI to improve decisioning, widening participation, all of these are advantages. And I just finish off by saying, having started off with the what if, just to finish with the what if, I am hoping that given this mission that you're on, this network that you've put together, that in the next 5 years, by 2031, you will be able to say that you have established a regional AI network that is really helping to advance your institutions and to make African knowledge really very visible and very usable within the region, within the continent, and in the wider world. Thank you very much, and I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me to request a round of applause again. I know we have run out of time. We are going to the last of the last, which is giving you now the institutional readiness. Allow me to introduce Ms. Lona Juma, Oracle Academy Program Manager for Africa. She will present to us, yes, kindly take the stage. She will present to us from AI adoption to institution readiness. She's going to give us a quick highlight, and thank you to promise me the quick time you can make. Thank you.
I will try my best, Ben. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? Okay, good. So all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Hello. It's on. Is it on? You can hear me? Okay. All right. Good. Good afternoon, and thank you to the University Council for East Africa for inviting us to contribute to this important discussion. I'll try to be very quick. Oracle is one of the world's leading technology companies, helping organizations across industries, from education and healthcare to banking, telecommunications, and government, solve complex challenges through technology. We provide innovative solutions in cloud computing, databases, AI, enterprise applications, and analytics, enabling organizations to innovate, improve efficiency, and drive digital transformation. Now, at the heart of Oracle's mission is a commitment to education and developing future talent. We recognize that technology is only as powerful as the people who use it. That is why Oracle invests in education through Oracle Academy, our global education program that empowers educators with free teaching resources, curriculum, software, cloud technologies, and professional development. So by partnering with higher education institutions, Oracle Academy helps bridge the gap between academia and industry, ensuring students graduate with knowledge and practical skills needed to succeed in today's digital economy. Our work follows a simple impact pathway: enable institutions, build educator capacity, reach learners, and improve outcomes in skills, employability, innovation, and workforce readiness. Today's session asks how collaboration can accelerate digital transformation and responsible AI adoption across higher education. From our perspective, the key word is readiness. So transformation, as our panelists have covered, is not simply the adoption of a tool. It's the institutional capacity to use technology confidently, responsibly, inclusively, and sustainably. So this is a timely opportunity to rethink the role of higher education institutions, not only as places of learning, but drivers of human capital development and pathways to work, innovation, and entrepreneurship. As we consider the transition from AI adoption to institutional readiness, educator enablement and student judgment must remain at the center. Technology can support teaching, but educators provide context, challenge assumptions, help students interpret evidence, and connect knowledge to professional judgment and wider societal responsibility. Faculty need to teach with AI and teach about AI, using it to support learning while helping students understand its limitations, bias, ethical implications, and consequences for professional practice. It's been cited that the most important skill in the age of AI is judgment. In as much as the quality of an AI assisted result depends on a clever prompt, what is also equally important is what the user does after receiving an answer, whether they question it, test it, compare alternatives, and decide whether it is credible and appropriate for context. So AI can generate the answer. Graduates must still decide what deserves to be trusted, adapted, rejected, or acted upon. So as we all know, judgment is not a vague instinct. It's a set of learnable capabilities, making decisions under uncertainty, knowing which questions are worth asking, filtering information for what matters most, identifying hidden assumptions, distinguishing a superficial error from a structural problem, and assessing trade-offs before taking responsibility for a decision. Assessment should therefore test more than the production of an answer. Ask students how to disclose how AI was used, verify evidence, compare outputs, surface assumptions, explain uncertainty, defend trade-offs, and show why their conclusion fits the local problem. 3 questions can guide this process. What assumptions are built into this answer? Does this approach fit our context, or is it simply the standard response? What evidence will make us confident enough to act? System redesign is not easy, but if we don't, the crisis will be twofold. The first is cognitive outsourcing, where students stop practicing analysis. Students outsource all of their thinking. The second is a confidence crisis, where they will become less willing to make and defend decisions. Judgment grows through repeated practice, feedback, reflection, and reviewing the consequences of earlier decisions, not through access to AI alone. And so educator enablement, therefore, cannot stop at tool orientation. Faculty would need structured curriculum, classroom-ready lesson plans to introduce these new technologies that they can add to the already existing curriculum, practical labs, professional development, peer exchange, and continued access to instructors and industry experts. Oracle Academy already supports this through free modular curriculum, hands-on resources, cloud access to AI, software access, faculty workshops, knowledge builders, interactive office hours, and our educator communities. Africa has the youngest population in the world, yet there still remains a significant digital skills gap. There's a disconnect between classroom learning and real-world needs. We need to ensure that when someone graduates, they're not just qualified, they're ready. They're ready to build secure and scalable systems that their communities and governments can depend on. Behind every digital service is a team, engineers, architects, security experts, data analysts, and so on. We have a world-class ambition, but a growing talent gap. And that gap is now the biggest bottleneck to digital transformation. So we can be honest about why. Many graduates leave university with that strong theoretical knowledge, but little exposure to systems. They have learned about databases, but they have not deployed one in the cloud. They have studied cybersecurity, they have not responded to a real threat. To address these gaps, industry-academia partnerships should focus on these three priorities: equipping educators with current industry knowledge, aligning university curricula with workforce needs, and providing students with practical learning experiences, through these cloud platform certifications, innovation challenges, and opportunities for internships. Another thing that I would like to highlight quickly is protecting the experience ladder, where judgment is built. University and employers must also address what happens when AI automates the first rung of a career. Judgment develops through repeated experience and pattern recognition. It cannot simply be transferred through a prompt or borrowed from someone else's expertise. If AI removes too much of that first rung, universities and employers must redesign, not abandon the experience ladder. Preserve that foundational practice and add supervised labs, simulations, opportunities for role-based projects, and so on. The goal is not to keep students away from AI. It is to let AI accelerate their work without bypassing the experience required to understand the process, recognize weak output, make decisions under uncertainty, and remain accountable for the result. Now, one example comes from a national hackathon that we organized here in Kenya with one of the universities. We were encouraged by a strong level of interest and the number of applications received. However, some submissions appeared to closely repeat the language of the challenge, suggesting that applicants may have entered the brief into a generative AI tool and accepted the first response without sufficiently questioning, refining, or adapting it. This highlighted an important lesson. Future innovators need more than access to AI tools. They need the judgment to evaluate an AI-generated response, take ownership of the ideas, and adapt solutions to the needs, realities, and opportunities of their local context. In the age of AI, those with better judgment and understand and assess trade-offs may perform better. Africa has the talent to become a contributor to the global AI economy, but that requires investment in digital infrastructure, educator capacity, and industry academic partnerships. Oracle's continued investment in Kenya, including the public cloud region, further demonstrates our confidence in the continent's digital future. The Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Nairobi region will be Kenya's first public cloud region, bringing Oracle's public cloud services closer to customers across Kenya and the rest of Africa. This investment will create new opportunities for innovation, cloud adoption, research, skills development, while providing students and educators with access to technologies that power organizations across the globe through the Oracle Academic Cloud Program. So our impact pathway in practice is enable institutions, so give institutions and educators access to curriculum, technology, cloud environments, learning resources, and support for free through the Oracle Academy program, build educator capacity, so provide professional development pathways, reach learners, so integrate these resources into classroom delivery, and improve outcomes, build technical foundations together with problem solving, critical thinking, teamwork, and the rest of the soft skills. The lesson is that partnerships should support the full pathway from institutional access and educator capability to practical student experience and employment or entrepreneurship outcomes.
Sorry to interrupt.
In closing,
All right.
universities should ask, are educators ready? Are students learning to exercise judgment? Are we preserving the experience through which novices become experts? Are our partnerships building lasting capacity? And can we demonstrate better outcomes? So I think I'll, because Ben is on my case. Let me just close off. We want to bring about futures for everyone. More people need to be empowered and invited to the conversation where that's happening. We thank IUCEA and partners for taking lead and convening this important forum to facilitate these discussions. For the educators in the room, if you're looking for an industry partner, let's connect. Write to me at lona.juma@oracle.com. Let's explore areas for collaboration. If you're in Nairobi, please drop by Delta Towers even for a cup of tea. If you're interested in learning more about the Oracle Academy program, visit academy.oracle.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, dear panelists, you can understand that we have enough baggage we can offload for the full day. I believe this session was a conference of its own. But to wrap it up, allow me to draw the threads together and say, first we talked about digital transformation and AI adoption at institution. We didn't manage to go deep down, but we widened it and took some points. The matters of leadership and design, not only technology procurement. I know the word digital goes with the cost center, but mostly the design was needed. And also, the matters that the single institution cannot do it alone. There's need of building it in integration. IUCEA, that's what we are aiming to bring together for the collaboration. The third part of it is that the vehicle is now existing, AI Alliance. East African AI Alliance is still building together all this ecosystem through Inter-University Council to bring this technology on the table and make it accessible. Our comfort to learner, actually through the collaboration with IUCEA, you will reach all universities without 100 emails coming to you. So, colleagues, allow me to thank the panelists who joined me here and the wider audience. Thanks, Dr. Ipe. Thanks, Dr. Guchu. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Thanks, Dr. Esa, Ms. Juma. Thanks very much for accepting to unpack this big part. I look forward to find a way we'll be discussing this further and further. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the panel. Kindly step forward for a group photo. And IT, please make sure you have Lona Juma's presentation so that members can reach out to, given the contacts. Can I request Professor Yvonne Seiler, please? You come forward as they're taking the photo. Salzano, please come forward. Elsa Petrucci. Dr. Nicholas Uzini. And the other Nicholas Mponimpa. A round of applause for this panel again. Thank you very much. With the permission of the executive committee chairperson, we are requesting that we spend a little time into the lunchtime. Our apologies for that. Professor Yvonne Seiler, kindly, if you could take your seat. The next one, please. Then Elsa. We'll request that this is conversational. You don't have to come to the podium. Just engage from where you are. There is a microphone next to where you're seated. And Professor Yvonne, can we run this in the next? If we can manage 30 minutes, kindly, your lunch is still there, but we'll again have to shorten time for lunch. Half an hour, please. Prof, over to you. Just use the mic where you are.
Merci pour l'opportunité qu'on me donne de pouvoir être la modératrice dans cette session.
S'il vous plaît, madame.
Oui.
S'il vous plaît.
Merci aux organisateurs.
S'il vous plaît. Dear participants, there is a tool on AI we are using. So I request Ben, if you can project the tool so that all participants can also follow what she's presenting in French. And you can receive the message in English or hear from your language what you want. Alors, je suis en train de demander que la technique puisse projeter l'outil qui nous aide à suivre cette conférence en français et en anglais à la fois. Please, Ben. Attends qu'il projette, comme ça tout le monde va te suivre en anglais ou en français. Donc tu parles en français, tout le monde va t'écouter en anglais ou en français. Please make an effort because Francophone in the room, they are experiencing this AI tool to follow the discussion in English, but in French. Please also have the same effort to listen to her when she is presenting in French, so that you can learn, but also follow in English with the tool we are using.
Haya, ikiwa uko na simu yako ya rununu.
Even in Swahili, is French, Swahili, and English. Please, Ben.
Tafadhali. Unaweza kusikiza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili,
kabisa,
Kiingereza au Kifaransa. Ukitumia simu yako ya rununu. Tunatumia teknolojia akili unde. Profesa Kihampa, ushapata tayari?
Are you all with the tool? Did you receive the tool?
IT, please.
I think you can send the link through the email so that everyone can participate. Here is the demonstration. First, you will register, you will put your name, you will select the language, and then if you want to hear the voice, a female voice or a male voice, you will select so that you can either read immediately or listen through your phone.
Wale wataalamu tafadhali waelezee.
Please send the mail with the link, or if you can copy from there, so that we are also experiencing what we are learning here. Thank you, moderator. Are we able to have the link from the screen and
apologies, we've been not prepared for this. We did it for 7 participants who are speaking French. Unfortunately, we have to now take you through the tutorial. Go to iucea.online. There is a link which is translation. It has 4 steps. Of 4 steps, the link is down here, and then you enter the code. I'm going to display the same link wider. But this was able to be, we've been able to support 7 who were to use English to French. Thank you.
did you manage to have the link? Madame Jimbo or Immaculate, you can send through the mailing list so that everyone can receive. Because we are using AI, so we need to experiment how Francophones are dealing in the room. Madame, vous pouvez poursuivre le temps que...
Ok. Merci aux organisateurs pour l'opportunité que vous me donnez de pouvoir être la modératrice de ces panels. Donc, je suis la rectrice de l'Université pédagogique nationale à Kinshasa. Le panel que j'aurai l'honneur d'être la modératrice est consacré à l'assurance qualité, le développement des compétences et la reconnaissance des qualifications. En fait, cette session va examiner comment peut-on renforcer le système d'assurance qualité au sein de différents partenaires de notre organisation. En effet, le renforcement des systèmes d'assurance qualité va pouvoir aider à la reconnaissance des qualifications, l'employabilité des diplômes et la confiance institutionnelle au sein de l'Afrique de l'Est. Donc, les discussions vont porter essentiellement sur l'approche collaborative visant à harmoniser les normes de qualité, à promouvoir la reconnaissance mutuelle des qualifications, à renforcer l'assurance qualité externe et l'évaluation institutionnelle, à améliorer le développement des compétences et l'employabilité et à faciliter la mobilité académique. Pour rappel, avant hier, on a parlé beaucoup de la mobilité. En effet, sans une aide, sans la coopération au niveau des échanges, au niveau de l'assurance qualité, nous ne pourrons pas arriver. Cette mobilité va être difficile puisque l'assurance qualité, c'est grâce à l'assurance qualité que nous pouvons établir des normes communes qui nous permettront à pouvoir avoir cette mobilité académique. De l'autre côté, la session va aussi explorer les rôles de solutions numériques, de l'harmonisation des politiques et de la coopération internationale dans la construction d'un espace d'enseignement supérieur intégré en Afrique de l'Est, qui est fondé sur la qualité, la transparence et la confiance mutuelle. Alors, cette session va connaître quatre exposés. Nous avons donc 4 experts qui vont parler, chacun tour à tour dans ce qui le concerne. Sans plus tarder, nous allons appeler Madame Carmela Selzano de l'UNESCO pour Campus Afrique, qui va nous parler de renforcement des compétences, l'employabilité des diplômes grâce à le partenariat institutionnel. Et il va parler de l'expérience de l'UNESCO en Tanzanie et en Ouganda et les opportunités offertes par le Global Skill Academy. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Vous m'entendez? Je vais parler en anglais plutôt. Hello, everybody. It's my real pleasure to be here. My name is Carmela Salzano. I lead a program called Campus Africa. Is it okay now? Testing, testing. A bit closer. That's better. I'll start again. My name is Carmela Salzano. I lead a program called Campus Africa at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. It's a decentralized program, meaning that we work across Africa through our 5 regional offices, and it's a multi-stakeholder program, meaning that we work with the AU, the continental and the regional inter-university councils, the private sector, NGOs, and student-based bodies. Here today, I'm going to talk about one particular facet of this program, which is our CFIT 3 Funds and Trust program, which is a comprehensive multi-stakeholder program that works to strengthen higher technical education. In the region, we've been running this program for the last 4 years in Tanzania and Uganda. In terms of, it's probably better to start with maybe a few features of the program. It's very much demand driven. So when we talk about higher technical education, the context for it is labor market demand in the countries. What we see in Tanzania and Uganda is a growing demand for mechanical engineering, of course, digital economies, AI skills, that are coming into play, and how higher technical institutions respond to that demand is influencing the relevance of the curricula, the evidence base for decision-making, how assessments are carried out, and of course, quality assurance is a reflection of all of these things. We very much look at the high technical education offer from a demand perspective, meaning that what are the needs of students as they go through their skilling and experience, and how they then transition into the workforce. And for the students, we're seeing that they are very much in need of not just training and mentoring and industry support, but also careers guidance and counseling. This last aspect is something that we're trying to strengthen through the programming. And what that looks like in practice is opening up mentoring networks, access to mentoring networks. It means opening up access to industry players who come into the classroom or come into the training lab and talk about what it is to work in real life in a company at entry level, at mid-career level, and at senior career level. And it means setting up or supporting career fairs, industry linkages, et cetera, et cetera. I can see that I'm not going to go through the whole PowerPoint now, maybe because I feel like we'll run out of time, and we'll try to stick to the time frame. But yeah, no, just to leave it there. For us, quality assurance in the modern economy is a reflection of many things. It's a reflection of relevance. It's a reflection of responding to student needs. It's a reflection of accreditation. There are some challenges, not just in East Africa, but across the continent, in terms of how we now respond to this new demand for AI and digital skilling. And all of that needs closer cooperation with the regulatory bodies, with the national qualification frameworks, with the quality assurance agencies. And I'll stop there and transition over to the next speaker, who can do a bit more of a deep dive into those areas. Thank you.
Merci, Madame, pour avoir été concise, et ça nous permet de gagner du temps. Nous passons la parole maintenant à Madame Elisa Petrucci, responsable de la coopération internationale et du développement des politiques au sein du Centre d'information sur la mobilité et l'équivalence académique, en sigle CIMEA en Italie. Elle va nous parler des solutions numériques pour lutter contre la fraude académique et améliorer la connaissance des qualifications. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be here and to participate in this meeting, and also to dance with you, I have to say, I must say. So, when I was thinking about this presentation, I realized that if you look at digital transformation in relation with education fraud, there are two elements that are immediately clear. The first element is that technology has a dual nature. The same digital tools that we can use to prevent fraud can also be used to facilitate it. And the second element is the relevance of cooperation. So education fraud is a cross-border phenomenon by its very nature. And the increasing use of digital technology and AI has made it even more of a global phenomenon. So it is imperative to cooperate together and to bring together data, knowledge, and practices across borders. it is almost impossible to think about countering education fraud by working in silos. Let me give you just a couple of key figures to illustrate the scale of this phenomenon. What we know today is that education fraud has evolved into a tech-driven criminal industry that threatens education integrity and also public trust. Studies tell us that there are around 31 million people worldwide that are victims to episodes of education fraud, and the global economy loses approximately $1 billion a year because of fraudulent educational practices. So IUCEA has a unique perspective on this topic, if we can speak about unique perspective, thinking about education fraud. So we are the Italian National Information Center, and in this role, we are working under the Ministry for University and Research. And we deal with academic mobility and with recognition of qualifications. And also, we deal with verification of authenticity. We have been working on to counter education fraud for the last 40 years. And in this time, we built our work around three main pillars: cooperation, research, and innovation. And these are also the three pillars we see as the pillar of quality education. So let me start with cooperation. At international level, at vertical level, I would say, we work closely with international organizations such as the European Union, the Council of Europe, and UNESCO, because they are also the three co-secretariat of the networks we are working in. And in this role, we ensure that international policies are connected with the national policies and practices. At horizontal level, we have a strong cooperation with our peers, so with other 55 national information centers that are part of the ENIC-NARI networks, and with also quality assurance agencies and higher education institutions. And in this role, we work to share knowledge and information. And we work also with other partners that are that together with us are representative of the European higher education area, which is the sister of the East African higher education area. And we work to connect once again policies with practices. And one of the most recent initiative in terms of international cooperation we have developed is the Center for Preventing and Countering Education Fraud that we are developing together with the Council of Europe with the aim of preventing, monitoring and countering education fraud at the global level. If we go to pillars 2 and 3, we are now thinking about research and innovation. So in this context, I don't need to underline how much research is important for countering education fraud. It's just to put and highlight on the fact that in the context of education fraud, research is fundamental to connect innovation to practices. We need to understand how fraud evolves, and we need to provide innovative responses. And research is fundamental to connect these different contexts. And when it comes to innovation, innovation at IUCEA is both technological innovation, but also innovation of education system as a whole. And in terms of technological education, we are working on two main sectors. We are working on blockchain, and we are now at our second wave of digital transformation. So we developed our second blockchain technology with a fully digitalized workflow. And this is relevant when it comes to verification of authenticity, because blockchain enables us to verify diplomas, qualifications, and certification at their source. And then we are working also on artificial intelligence. And on artificial intelligence, we are working on the policy level together with the Council of Europe. We are part of the working group developing a white paper on the use of artificial intelligence in education and in the recognition sector. But we are also working in practice together with our counterpart and with our peers to find practical ways to apply artificial intelligence to the verification of authenticity. And in this case, we are piloting artificial intelligence to identify inconsistencies and anomalies in digital documents. And then let me connect to another word that was part of this panel, that is skills recognition. And my question is about lifelong learning. What if lifelong learning could be part of preventing education fraud? What we know is that education fraud is committed most of all by adult learners that needs to pursue their career steps or needs for qualification and certification for their work. Yesterday we mentioned that in our culture we really believe in qualifications. So what if enable sustainable and accessible lifelong learning pathways as a way to counter education fraud? So to summarize, I said that we see three keywords: cooperation, innovation, and research. And if I look around in this room, I see that you have all you need to counter fraud and to use digital transformation to countering fraud. In this room, I see a network that is working together and is a powerful network to countering education fraud. And from our side, IUCEA is more than willing to cooperate if needed. So thank you very much, and to the next floor.
Merci, Madame Elisa Petrouchis. Décidément, c'est une bonne chance. Les deux intervenantes ont vraiment respecté les temps. Nous passons la parole. Avant de passer la parole, j'aimerais juste dire ici que Madame a insisté sur la coopération en nous faisant remarquer qu'il y a des différentes innovations actuellement qui permettent de lutter contre la fraude, le fraude. Finalement, on ne peut pas lutter contre la fraude soi-même. Il faut nécessairement la coopération entre les différentes institutions. Nous passons donc la parole maintenant au docteur Nicolas Zorzin, chef de département des affaires européennes et internationales au Conseil pour l'évaluation de la recherche et de l'enseignement supérieur. En France, il va nous parler de l'expérience dans l'exploration de l'utilisation des plateformes numériques dans l'évaluation de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche. Docteur Nicolas Zorzin, vous avez la parole.
Je vous remercie, professeur IBP, pour cette introduction. Est-ce qu'on entend? Okay. Thank you for this. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It is a great pleasure, of course, and a real honor to be part of this panel. So today I'm representing the HRS, the Council for the Evaluation, Research, and Higher Education. It is an institute dedicated to quality assurance. If you can switch the slide, please. So it's a public agency based in Paris, totally autonomous. And next. It is in charge of all the evaluations and accreditation of all higher education institutions and research organizations in France. But also, it's also in charge of some accreditations and cooperation abroad. So you can see on the slide actually the two main axes of our actions: evaluation and cooperation. Next. This is an example of what we do in terms of cooperation, mostly capacity building services. And you can see some example here of recent actions in Tunisia, Cuba, and Ethiopia. Next. This is a very simple and simplified example of the process of what is an evaluation, and it's the same if it's conducted in France or abroad. The result of such evaluation, of course, is the obtention of a label, a recognition, that is provided by HRS in the end, which we call it an accreditation. Next. So, to do that, we work with more than 3,000 experts every year, from a pool of 35,000 experts that are actually available to work with HRS everywhere in the world. So that's how we work. So it's just a short introduction to present HRS that I know that most people don't necessarily know what it is. But the main topic of my discussion today is more about quality assurance. And I would like to suggest that quality assurance is not in itself the ultimate objective of what we do. The real objective of quality assurance is trust. Trust between universities, trust between quality assurance agencies, trust between governments, trust for students and graduates, and ultimately trust that allows qualification to be recognized by employers, mobility to flourish, and regional integration to become a reality. As you might know, Europe spent more than 25 years building what is now the European higher education area. Looking back, perhaps the most important lesson is this: the Bologna process was never simply about standards. It was about creating confidence between very different national systems. Quality assurance became a common language, a lingua franca, that enabled institutions to understand one another. That common language gradually made possible mutual recognition, academic mobility, joint program, and international cooperation. Today, many European joint programs can be evaluated through a single framework by a single agency. One institution increasingly rely on one another quality assurance system rather than duplicating procedures. A European degree is about to become reality in a couple of years, and it will offer to students a full recognition of their degree at the scale of the European Union. This evolution, of course, did not happen overnight. It was built patiently through dialogue, cooperation, and mutual learning. So in the end, before we reach this European degree, it will take more or less 30 years. So international partnerships play a fundamental role in this process. However, partnership should never be understood as transferring one country model to another. At HRS, this is certainly not our philosophy. Every higher education system reflects its own history, culture, legislation, and societal priorities. Our role is therefore not to export French quality assurance system. Our role is to engage in dialogue, exchange expertise, and learn together. Over the past few years, HRS has developed quality assurance partnerships across several regions of the world. In East Africa alone, we have recently collaborated with Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, and Mauritius, while also strengthening our dialogue with IUCEA and with national quality assurance agency like Tanzania recently, who visited us just a few days ago at the beginning of the month. These experiences have shown us that sustainable cooperation is never built on copying models. It is built on mutual respect, peer learning, and careful adaptation to local context. That's crucial. This is precisely the spirit of the Memorandum of Understanding that we will sign this afternoon between IUCEA and HRS. It is not a transfer of knowledge, it is a partnership between equals. Looking ahead, I believe East Africa has a remarkable opportunity with quality assurance in higher education. First, to continue strengthening regional quality assurance framework that facilitate transparency while fully respecting national diversity. And I think transparency has been mentioned numerous times yesterday. Second, to develop more joint evaluation, common expert pools, and peer learning activities between national agencies. Sorry. Because when experts work together, of course, institutions also learn together. And third, to invest in digital cooperation. So we heard a lot about digital framework, digital platform, and I really believe that investing in digital cooperation is key. Digital platform can greatly facilitate evidence sharing, qualification recognition, expert collaboration, and institutional evaluation. Yet, technology alone does not generate confidence. Technology supports trust. It never replaces it. So now, from a broader perspective, and I'll finish quickly. When we speak about, I know we are all angry, huh? So when we speak about quality assurance, we often focus on procedures, standards, and accreditation decision. Honestly, presented as such, it's not really appealing. Quality assurance is often perceived as a boring exercise, to say the least. But these standards are certainly important. But they are only the visible part of a much deeper process. The real achievement in the gradual construction of what we could call an infrastructure of trust. Trust that not emerge because countries suddenly adopt identical regulation, nor because institutions all become the same. Trust emerges because people begin to understand how others work, because agencies observe one another, because experts evaluate together, because methodologies become transparent, because institutions recognize the legitimacy of each other's processes. Every joint evaluation, every exchange of experts, every capacity building workshop, every shared framework, every MOU, every memorandum of understanding, each of these may appear modest in isolation. Yet, together, they progressively create a regional culture of quality founded on confidence rather than control. And again, quality assurance is too often perceived as control. It is not. It is definitely about developing confidence. It is not the same concept. So this, we believe, is one of the most valuable investments that East Africa can make as it continues building the higher education area. Now, I will conclude with one final thought. Quality assurance is often perceived as a technical exercise. In reality, it is something much more ambitious. When conducted with independence, transparency, and mutual respect, it becomes a form of academic diplomacy. It strengthens institutions, it facilitates mobility, it supports qualification recognition, it improves graduate opportunities, and it encourages innovation. But above all, it created trust. And trust is perhaps the most valuable infrastructure that any regional higher education area can build. Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr Nicolas Zorzin. Il nous a parlé d'abord, il nous a rappelé le processus de Bologne qui a mis vraiment 25 ans pour que ça soit en marche. Et j'aimerais bien rappeler ici, dire que nous aussi, nous sommes en processus, donc il ne faudrait pas qu'on ait peur. Si en Europe, ils ont mis 25 ans, donc aussi nous allons peut-être pas mettre 25 ans, mais nous bénéficions avec leur coopération de leur expérience qui nous permettra d'aller plus vite dans ce que nous voulons faire, surtout au niveau de la recherche et au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur. Nous allons passer maintenant la parole à Monsieur Nicolas Mbonimpa, PDG du réseau de recherche et de l'éducation pour l'Ouganda. Il va nous parler de la connectivité au diplôme, levier numérique de l'intégration régionale de l'enseignement supérieur. Monsieur Nicolas, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Allow me to stand. I know we're told not to stand, but if I don't stand, I'll not speak fast enough, and then you'll be held here longer. Yet you want to go for lunch. So, quickly, a pleasure being here. I'm Nicholas Mbonimpa, the CEO for the Research and Education Network for Uganda. I'm here to speak about mostly the stuff that you've heard about before probably, but the underlying stuff that we must revisit and we must do before we can do AI, before we can do credentials, before we can enjoy mobility, because that's a conversation happening. We're discussing mobility, credentials, and other stuff. But what is the foundational stuff that we have to do before we get there as a region? Next. Next slide. I'm going to run through this quickly, so don't worry. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm sure you've all seen this before, that as human beings, we have needs, and at the core, there are some things we must have before we do other things. The best example is lunch. If we don't go for lunch anytime soon, we might not be able to be okay. So there are needs that we have to have as human beings. That's food, air, water, and a couple of others. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so when you go to the digital space, the IT stuff that you want to do, there's also a hierarchy of needs. And that hierarchy used to start from the network, internet access, connectivity. But you see down there, there's a new, there are new things that have been added as we continue to digitize more people. You've seen that power is essential. Actually, most of the people, when you walked in, you looked for where to plug your laptop and then Wi-Fi. So the idea is that if we do not fix the foundation, then all this other stuff that's on top of the foundation is not possible. AI, credentials, mobility, all that stuff is not foundational. The foundational stuff is the network. And in that hierarchy, there are people working across all those layers of the hierarchy. Next. Next slide. Yeah, so why I speak about the people is that for our context on the East African side, you see that most of the times in the universities, the people that are supposed to be teaching, the faculty, are also doubling as the people who are also working on these layers. That limits them. Next. Yeah, so what we are supposed to do is to make sure that the people who are teaching, the people who are doing research, are not bothered by the underlying layers. We're supposed to abstract those lower layers. And when I say we, it's the responsibility of the leadership teams, the vice chancellors, to make sure the resources are available to abstract the lower layers, and then the ICT teams, so that the people that are teaching and researching are focusing on using AI, using the different tools you give them. That's when they'll optimize their time to discovery. And that abstraction is what we are discussing as the digital enablers to what we want to achieve. Next. So I'm done with the preamble. I'm now digging a bit deeper into what building the networks for research and education means. Next. Yeah, so if we are to achieve mobility and exchange of data, credentials, we have to understand how universities interconnect, how our universities are supposed to interconnect. So globally, they are what we call national research and education networks. Those are the NRENs. As always, they started in Europe and the US many decades ago, and the idea was simple. If we want to get to a certain quality of education and research collaboration, the universities and research centers must be on separate networks from the commercial internet, and then that terminology has permeated to our part of the world. NRENs, the starting point is we provide connectivity and then other ICT services to simplify your work as educators. Next. So in the region, we are fortunate that we have a number of NRENs that have come up in each of our countries, and those that don't have, their NRENs that are coming up. So these are instruments that we should amplify before we start discussing mobility. These are instruments that we should make sure are operating very well so that all our universities in the 8 countries are interconnected very well. Next. Yeah, so I just took a snapshot to show you what's happening in Uganda. The NREN for Uganda, that's RENU, the organization I work for. So we've managed to connect up to 1,200 campuses of different categories of education and research institutions, from universities to hospitals to schools, and so on and so forth. And the idea is simple, that if we want to have regional mobility, that digital mobility should start at national level. So if in Uganda we're connecting all our campuses, the different countries should do the same, and then we find a way to work together in the region. But there's also an important service called Eduroam, which I'll talk about a bit later. Next. Yeah, so that's the breakdown of the categories of campuses that we had connected to our high-speed backbone as of the end of last year. I won't go into details. Next. Yeah, so when we connect the universities in Uganda, we must find a way to make sure the universities in South Sudan are connected, in Kenya are connected, in Burundi, and then as a region, we must find a way to build very solid systems for interconnecting all these universities. This is the foundation. Everything we're discussing in mobility, in credentials, in AI will not work unless that foundation is solid. Next. Yeah, so then once we build the highways that connect the universities, in Uganda, when we did that, we realized that the biggest issue for our students on the foundational layer of connectivity was not connectivity at the campus, because universities, the connectivity has improved there. But when the students left the universities and went to their hostels, they struggled with connectivity. So we piloted the idea of putting free Wi-Fi in all the hostels countrywide. And we've seen that that has added a lot of value. So as you're discussing student mobility, you have to think about their foundational challenges. When they're off campus, they struggle with connectivity. Last year alone, that off-campus connectivity in Uganda supported up to 100,000 students moving across the country. Next. So now a few slides about Eduroam. How many of you have heard about Eduroam? Yeah, so that number is not encouraging, and we were fortunate enough that Kenneth, the host Enron in Kenya, has provisioned Eduroam. So those who have used Eduroam before, when you came in here, you were able to connect without asking for passwords. But for majority of us, we are still asking for passwords to connect to Wi-Fi, and yet we are discussing mobility. So as a region, for me and the team at Reno, we believe that this is the foundational service for mobility, because it's the best, it's actually the global service for mobility, for education and research. So what you see on the slide there, in Uganda, we've managed to make sure that most of the universities have Eduroam. So when you do that, you're able to see how many visiting universities are using Eduroam in your country. And that figure shows you the top 20 that visited Uganda. And out of those top 20, only 4 were African universities. And those are 2 from South Africa and 2 from Kenya. Maybe we're not moving a lot as Africans, but maybe most of our universities don't have Eduroam. But that's a statistic that can change, because this is a free service and it plugs you into the global education mobility infrastructure. The rest of the top 20 were European and American. Next. Sorry about that. Next. Yeah, so we also get to see, and this we profile because for the benefit of our members, to show them the collaborations that are happening. You can see also all the Ivy League universities in the US have standardized Eduroam. So I inserted this slide as an appeal to IUCEA and the region. I think the quickest win, if we are discussing mobility in our region, the quickest and foundational win is standardizing Eduroam. And this is work we can do to support, because we've seen how the journey has been to get all universities in Uganda to have Eduroam. But you cannot discuss mobility in the region if we do not standardize that all the universities in the region have Eduroam working very well. And that's a journey we can support. And every year we can come back here and show you the roadmap of how our universities are adopting Eduroam in the region and where the struggles are. Next. Yeah, fortunately, when you look at the global map for Eduroam, wherever there's a slight presence of Eduroam, they map it, and you can see that the East African region is actually not doing badly. There's some presence in each of our countries. But when you go down to the universities, not many universities in the region have adopted Eduroam. Yet when you go to Europe and the US, it's standard, foundational standard. In fact, most of the universities there have only Eduroam because of the other advantages that come with it. Next. Yeah, so how it works for those that don't know, and maybe for those that know, because it will speak into the next slide. It's simple. When you walk in here, you see the Wi-Fi signal Eduroam. If it's provisioned at your institution, you log in with your email address and the password from your institution. And that same credential is able to connect you when you go to Harvard, when you go to Oxford, when you go to Cambridge. You don't ask anyone for a password. But behind the scenes, it's working seamlessly. Next. Yeah, so earlier today there was a speaker who mentioned that connectivity and all this stuff we're doing is just the beginning, it's not the end. So now I'm moving away from the foundational layer of connectivity. Connectivity is not the end. It is what enables us to do what we want to do. And that's where we go now with the shared resources. Next. So for shared resources, I have only one slide, and I inserted it just to speak to help you appreciate that by integrating into the EduRoam infrastructure, the authentication infrastructure of email and password, your institution is then able to integrate into the current landscape of what we call identity federation. And I think this is what we want to do with sharing resources, that if there's a good database in Nairobi, there's a good data set in Dar es Salaam, there are data sets in the US and Europe, you can plug into this infrastructure and you're able to access all of those things using your email address and password of your institution. The same authentication infrastructure as EduRoam. So EduRoam is foundational, but then it opens you up also to other perspectives of sharing resources, which is what we want to achieve through this collaboration. Next. But whereas that is good, it's a simple idea that I use email, password of my university, I access resources everywhere. That's very good. But it has limitations because it doesn't have as much information as the other universities, for example, would like, but then also it doesn't support the mobility you want to do. Maybe what we should be looking at is a system or a framework where, and in fact, maybe not maybe, that's where you want to go with credentials and mobility. With mobility, we want a system where I'm able to see this student or this lecturer is at the University of Nairobi. They have all these things that they're doing. And when they move to Uganda, I'm able to translate all of those credentials digitally. So we're supposed to create some kind of digital CVs. That's the idea behind credentials. And these CVs should be translatable across different countries and easily pluggable into whatever quality control systems you want. That's when you're able to achieve mobility and credentials. Sorry, next. I'm coming to the end. Stay with me. So next. So with credentials, you've seen the other system. Just one email, password, you're able to access resources from all over the world. With credentials, what we want now is to have, to change kind of the source of the information that's being given out there. But we have some kind of identity framework where an individual is able to share everything they have, some kind of digital CV, and they can plug this into different universities in different countries, different companies, so that mobility is possible. Right now, I'm sure there's mobility in the East African community for students and staff. But without these digital credentials, you're not able to track that mobility and scale it properly. So as we talk about movement in the region, this is infrastructure that we shall have to put in place. Next. Yeah, fortunately, and I say fortunately because we are not so far behind. Usually when we're trying to adopt things that have happened in the rest of the world, we find they've been in place for 20 or 30 years. But fortunately, the EU has also just started discussing this. By just starting, it means about four years ago, I think 2024, 2023, that's when they started to put a lot of energy in this. So we're not so far behind. So, and earlier, yesterday, we listened to the collaboration presentations, and the emphasis was on lessons we can learn from blocks like the EU. Digital credentials is happening at the right time in the EU and not so far behind from us. There's a lot we can learn from them, especially since they are also just starting. Next. I think it's my last slide. So I inserted this to help you appreciate the intentionality that the EU has had on mobility and credentials. They've gone ahead to draw a roadmap, and they've gone ahead to also draw a map, which you see on the right. And that map was after trying to understand the readiness of their countries. We have to do something similar. There are some countries that might be ready to move, others that might not be ready to move, and we have to find a way to get the resources to help everyone move towards the stuff that we want them to move to. And next. This is my very last slide. Actually, I don't even need to speak about it because it's a theme for the work, for the AGM and conference. Next. Yeah, so thank you very much for listening to me, and there's a lot we can learn from the EU regarding credentials.
Merci, Monsieur Nicolas. Heureusement qu'il y avait les autres qui avaient gardé et qui n'avaient pas parlé longtemps. Ce qu'on peut dire dans l'essentiel, c'est Monsieur Nicolas nous a démontré aussi que pour pouvoir faire avoir la mobilité, il faudrait d'abord être interconnecté. L'interconnexion va nous faciliter pour la mobilité parce qu'on pourrait consulter les données, connaître qui est qui dans les différentes universités qui se trouvent dans notre région. Mais il faudrait aussi commencer par cette interconnectivité au sein même de nos pays parce que souvent les universités ne sont pas interconnectées entre elles et c'est un problème pour la mobilité. Alors, puisque nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps, mais je vais voir si les organisateurs permettent, est-ce que nous pouvons demander s'il y a quelques commentaires quelques commentaires, peut-être une question. Ok, merci. No time.
A round of applause for the team. Kindly step forward for a group photo. Wapi makofi tafadhali. We seek your indulgence. This conference has to come. Jacob. By close of business today, we've got to have the closing ceremony. Is Dr. Kayihura here? We need to agree on the modus operandi for the afternoon. And all the panelists for the afternoon session, we begin exactly at it's now 5 minutes to 2. We'll break for lunch. Lunch will only be 45 minutes. 45 minutes. So kindly, at exactly 2:40, we begin the afternoon session. Kindly, let's take our meal vouchers outside as we go for lunch. Again, pick one item on the buffet. Don't take everything. You could go for fruits only, soup, or just one item from the buffet. Bon appetit.
Please, delegates from Rwanda can come here for photo. Delegates from Rwanda, 2 minutes for photo. Thank you.
Hey, hold on. Thank you.
Is it okay? Go.
Strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for a comprehensive debate. The IUCEA
Ah.
2026.
I think we managed.
Me? No? That's this one, the front. But I don't want to. Hey,
And me?
First to come, first to serve. Okay, let me do this. Thank you.
disparities between institutions, but disparities between participants as well. This conflict is actively addressed. Hence, the discussion within the group is important to see how partnership and collaboration can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences of how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional growth, for policy development, for impactful and shared and collaboration, for public-private academic industry partnership, for shared goals for development, for innovation, for digital transformation, as well as discussion on AI. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants comprising a high-level education across the South Africa. These include Vice Chancellor of many university sectors, representatives from other states, policymakers, representatives from the industry, development environment, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2020. The development of the strategic plan pursues a consultative approach where all stakeholders will be consulted to identify specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the regional area. We particularly expressed our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting to pass this conference, but also for fully supporting our efforts in organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative for the team annual conference and general meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Changing the world begins with those who beyond imagination and into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within. When we take the first step in that path, change and knowledge, our journey can be forward alongside a dream. Dreamers join us. Vision in visit. To the destination of the future in a journey toward and advancing every moment. May each of our steps today become a source of strength. Closing the gap between people and technology. Open the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish. Awakening creativity within us. Nurturing competitiveness through innovative thinking. Growing into creative, convergent talent to magnify our times and society. To rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further. Growth that makes our way. This journey towards dreams begins with paycheck. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of disciplines, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating a new talent. We support brilliant ideas and women. with Peyton's technology for self-growth. We challenge ethics and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and their future. We drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times is responsible. Breaking boundaries in education, anything is possible. A university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for leaps forward, a platform for workability design. Gathering the hopes of talent and the wings of the world, the team moves forward to open a greater world view. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Peyton's dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside your dreams every step of the way for the growth of students. Dreams join us. Peyton's University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and change makers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will be on regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone. Welcome. The University of West Africa has convened its 17th annual conference in January from 29th to 30th of July in Nairobi, Kenya. Proudly keeping education in East Africa through strategic partnership and collaboration. With the top-running convening point, the conference comes at a critical moment where partner states and communities are embarked on higher education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa are exploring transformation of higher education, particularly higher education is still developing, reforms must still develop, reforms on innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education system, reforms on digital transformation plan, disparities exist. And we can even say that they are forgetting funding. Disparities between institutions, but disparities between participants as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional growth, for policy development, for impact-based and shared and collaboration, for public-private, academic, and industry partnerships for the shared goal, for innovation, and for digital transformation. This year, we expect to convene over 300 practices comprising high-level education education research across East Africa and beyond. These include vice chancellors from many international institutions, representatives from various states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Smart 2020. The development of strategic plan is a key consultative approach where all stakeholders will be consulted to identify specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the region for the next 20 years. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting to part of the grant, but also for fully supporting our efforts in the regional conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative dream annual conference on January meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, return to the world within. When we take the first step without fear of change and challenge, our journey moves forward alongside your dream. Dreams join us. Beijing University. To the destination of the future, in a journey of growth and advancing with every moment. May each of our steps today become a source of strength. Closing the gap between people and technology. Opening the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish. Awakening creativity within us. Nurturing competitiveness through innovative thinking. Growing into creative, convergent talent demanded by our times and society. To rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further. Growth that makes the heart ring. This journey toward your dream begins with Beijing. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of discipline, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating new momentum for talent. We support brilliant ideas and learning. Achieving specialization through AI convergence. Adding vision to essence. Science to people. And adding communication to culture. We expand a future where dreams come true. In an era of no single right answer, we search for new perspectives. A system that supports and furthers your strength. With Beijing's technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and their future. We drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times as soon as possible. Working going to work the world of desire, gathering the hopes of talent and the winds of the world. Vision moves forward to open a greater world for you. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Hedging dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside your dreams every step of the way for the growth of students. Dreams join us. Hedging University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and change makers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council for East Africa is convening its 17th annual conference in general meeting from 29th to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering Future Higher Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnership and Collaboration. With the tagline Continue to Transform, the conference is coming at a critical moment where partner states and communities are embarked on higher education or education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa pursue transformation of higher education, particularly higher education and skill development, reforms in skill development, reforms on innovation and higher education system, reforms on digital transformation plan, disparities exist. And we can even say that they are against disparities between institutions, but disparities between participants as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional growth, for policy development for impactful and shared and collaboration, for public-private academic industry partnerships where the shared goal of skill development, for innovation, and for digital transformation, as well as discussions on AI and enhanced higher education. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants comprising of high levels of education leaders across East Africa and beyond. These include vice chancellors from many universities, representatives from various states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited information partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2021. The development of the strategic plan pursues a consultative approach where all stakeholders will be consulted in identifying specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue regarding advancing higher education in the United States. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting the Prosperous Grant, but also for fully supporting our efforts of organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative 17th Annual Conference in January 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within. When we take the first step within faith of change and challenge, our journey moves forward alongside your dream. Dreams join us. Peyton University. To the destination of the future, in a journey of growth and advancement every moment. May each of our steps today become a source of strength. Closing the gap between people and technology. Opening the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish. Awakening creativity within us. Nurturing competitiveness through innovative thinking. Growing into creative, convergent talent demanded by our times and society. To rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further. Growth that makes the heart race. This journey toward your dreams begins with Peyton. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of disciplines, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating new momentum for talent. We support brilliant ideas and abilities. Achieving specialization through AI convergence. Adding vision to essence. Science to people. And adding communication to culture. We expand a future where dreams come true. In a era with no single right answer, we search for new perspectives. A system that supports and furthers your strengths. With Peyton's technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and their future. We drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times open as possible. Breaking boundaries in education, innovative as possible. A university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for leaps forward. A platform to work the world to design. Gathering the hopes of talent and the wings of the world. Peyton moves forward to open a greater world for you. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Peyton's dreams and challenges. Hope that opens brings tomorrow. We walk alongside your dreams every step of the way for the growth of students. Dreams Trauma. Peyton University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and change makers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council of West Africa is convening its 17th annual conference in January from 29th to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering the Future of Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnership and Collaboration. With the tagline Continue to Transform, the conference is coming at a critical moment where partner states and African communities are embarked on higher education or education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa pursue transformation by education, particularly higher education is still developed, reforms are still developed, reforms on innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education system, reforms on digital transformation power, disparities exist. And you can even say that here the gap is expanding. Disparities between institutions, but disparities between partner states as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional thought, for policy development, for impactful and shared and collaboration, for public-private, academic, and industry partnership for the shared goal of skill development, for innovation, and for digital transformation, as well as discussion on AI and enhanced higher education. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants comprising high levels of education leaders across East Africa and Europe. These include vice chancellors from many universities, representatives from various states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight for this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2021. The development of the strategic plan pursues a consultative approach where all stakeholders will be consulted to identify specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the regional expertise. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting to host this conference, but also for fully supporting our efforts in organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative for the 15th annual conference and general meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within. When we take the first step without fear of change and challenge, our journey moves forward along the path of dream. Dreams join us. Beijing University. To the destination of the future, in a journey of growth and advancement of every mind. May each of our steps today become a source of strength. Closing the gap between people and technology. Opening the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish. Awakening creativity within us. Nurturing compassion through innovative thinking. Growing into creative, convergent talent demanded by our times and society. To rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further. Growth that makes the heart race. This journey towards dreams begins with patience. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of disciplines, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating new momentum for talent. We support brilliant ideas and abilities, achieving specialization through AI convergence, adding vision to ethics, science to ethics, and adding communication to culture. We expand a future where dreams come true. In an era with no single right answer, we search for new perspectives. A system that supports and furthers your strength. With agentic technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and their future. We want change in the world. Keeping faith with the path open as possible. Breaking boundaries in education, innovation is possible. A university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for youth forward, a platform to work with world design. Gathering the hopes of talent and winning the world, the team moves forward to open a greater worldview. We spend time requires time, effort, and dedication. Facing dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside the dreams every step of the way for the work of students. Dreams join. Patriots University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a whole connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council for East Africa is convened the 17th annual conference in January from 29 to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering Future Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnerships and Collaboration. With the tagline Convene Transform, the conference is coming at a critical moment where partner states and African communities are embarked on higher education or education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa pursue transformation in higher education, particularly higher education in skills development, reforms in skills development, reforms in university and higher education system, reforms on digital transformation power, disparities exist. And we can even say that they are against disparities between institutions, but disparities between partners as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional reform, for policy development, for impactful and shared and collaboration, for public-private academic industry partnership for the shared goal of skills development, for innovation, and for digital transformation.
Wanasema ahadi ni deni, na tulikubaliana ikifika mwendo wa saa 9:20 tunaanza kazi, ila sijui Profesa Kaihura uko wapi? Profesa Kaihura, Dr. Kaihura? Professor Joyce Nakatumba, njoo mbele tafadhali. Davo Olik, International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence. If you could take the front, please. Dr. Esther Kakata, please. Kindly. Do you have any slides? Please come in front. Dr. Esther Kakata, Professor Kashoda, from the third seat. Yes. Professor Kashoda, please. Mercy Kimalat. Mercy Kimalat. I recognize the Vice Chancellor, Adventist University of East Africa. Most welcome. kindly wave if you can hear me. VC Adventist University, thank you very much. Mercy Kimalat. Please get me Mercy Kimalat and Professor Kayihura. He was here. Dr. Kayihura. Didas Kayihura. Yes. From the University of Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, the session 7 is a panel discussion on building a regional AI network of excellence for higher education research and innovation. Key item here is unlocking AI East Africa's AI potential through regional network of excellence. Evelyn Rutazaha, are you here? Evelyn Rutazaha? GIZ? Dr. Kayihura? Professor Ignace, have you seen Dr. Kayihura somewhere? Evelyn Rutazaha? Evelyn Rutazaha? I'm looking for where GIZ stand is. Evelyn, you're on the second seat, please. Yes. Dr. Kayu, waiting for you. The second seat, please. This one. There's someone sitting there.
I cannot guess. Yes, it's not written anywhere. I looked for it. I didn't find it. Was there an option to add the country? No. Yeah, well, but because it's Kenya, you can check. Yes. And I was a normal delegate. I was not I'm just kind of co-opted.
Hotel, please. Adjust the temperatures to 22. News 22 hivi.
Yes, he has retired from yeah, we love him. How to continually retire. Of UKZN, went to Rwanda, retire, now he's coming to I don't know whether he's yet to retire. So I let him, you know, he was 92, he was both lecturer at the University of and then he left us. So there was a massive problem. So I went to that, but my rest of my colleagues, in there was a whole How are you? Sorry?
Professor Nakatumba, thank you very much. Oli, thank you. Esther Gadenya, Mercy Kimalat. Allow Dr. Kayihura to be the one on this end. You sit here. Because you have one more person, that is Evelyn Rutazaha. She's going to be there. GIZ. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request that we take our seats, please? Chair, Commission for University, Kenya. The Chair, Commission for University, Kenya, kindly take your seat. We'll continue with the discussions later. We have to have a closing session this afternoon. Allow me to invite Dr. Didas Kayihura to moderate this session for the next 40 minutes. Dr. Kayihura, most welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I think I don't want to say we are the most unfortunate ones. A session like this, right after lunch, when I said good afternoon, I only had one voice. Can I say it again? Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is, although it is a session that is going to be right after your lunch, but is the most interesting of all. It is a session where we are going to be reflecting on what you already saw yesterday about the AI network. We are going to be discussing a lot, and I'm blessed to be having a wonderful panel here composed of people from almost all sectors. I will let you know why. We have with us, of course, Evelyn. Evelyn is from development partners, but also is a technocrat in the area that we are going to be discussing all through. She will get some time to talk about herself and what she does. We have, with Evelyn is the one who is here next. Next to her is Mercy Kimarat, the CEO of the Association of Startups and SMEs of Kenya. And they do a lot on access, grassroots models, and the equity guardrails. So you can imagine how much you are going to benefit from her. And next to her is Mr. Deva Ulrich. He's a COO of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence. And they do a lot on global perspectives on AI governance, research, collaboration, and responsible AI. Those of you who have been having so many questions about AI, we have the gurus in the room now. Next to him is Professor Joyce Nabende Nakatumba. She's the head AI lab, Makerere University. And of course, they do a lot in relation to AI curricula, joint collaborative research, and development of AI talent. She's going to be giving a lot of information and sharing with you what she has and what they do at Makerere. Next to her, we have Dr. Esther Gatenya Kakata. She's the Director of Research, Strasmore, and Digital Africa Expert. And they do a lot on regional AI governance, harmonization, and enabling frameworks for cross-border collaborations. And of course, after her, the gentleman at the end is Nandan Professor Kasholda. Prof, thank you so much. You are coming in not only as a professor and a well-knowledgeable expert, but also coming in to give us the government's perspective. So we welcome all of you. And not waiting until the end, I wanted to request that we all put our hands together for the panel as I transit to my seat. Thank you. So, to set the floor, we are going to first hear from Evelyn, who is an expert given to us in the ESC, of course, with the support from GIZ. She's an expert in policies having to do with the AI, and she does a lot. All those instruments you hear, the network you've heard about, she's going to be taking us through and sharing with us what they hold for us more. Thank you so much. Evelyn, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Habari za mchana. By names, I'm Evelyn Rutazaha. I am the Regional AI Policy Advisor working with the GIZ, the German Development Corporation, under the EAC Secretariat. And I support the Inter-University Council in Uganda. So today, with the theme and the topic of this panel session, we'll be showcasing what the East African Community Secretariat, together with the IUCEA and ESTECO, have been doing in the region to move the agenda on AI, and particularly with the EAC AI Alliance. So what is the EAC AI Alliance? It's a regional architecture for AI skills, research, innovation, and policy that supports all partner states across the EAC. The alliance comes in at a very critical moment to support strengthening of skills for higher education institutions in the areas of research, innovation, but also policy frameworks that supports universities, but also in general, partner states. And as already alluded earlier yesterday by the head of cooperation from the German government, we were informed that the current project or investment in AI is about 5 million euros. and a project that spans until 2028. And our objective is to reach 60,000 people, over 60,000 people within the EAC community partner states. And our objectives are 3, which I'll take you through them. But why the AI Alliance is in place is to look at institutional capacities for universities across EAC, but also to solve the fragmented collaboration landscape that exists already in the region. The program and the project in general is, as I mentioned, is an EAC project and program that was mandated by the EAC Sectoral Council of Ministers, and it is led by the IUCEA and IUCEA. GIZ comes into support on a technical implementation capacity. As I said, our goal is to reach over 60,000, and in the 3 areas of strengthening research, capacities and innovation in AI, but also to strengthen AI in higher education teaching and learning. But most of all, importantly, is looking at the policy levels across all EAC partner states. We know that a few countries among the 8 partner states have policies already in place and strategies, but we want to be able to know that we are all speaking on the same language and have the same tone by harmonizing our EAC, our policies at national level with the regional perspective. So in this, we have already in place the first EAC regional strategy that is currently in the draft stage. And we expect that through the East African Science and Technology Commission, we'll be able to approve it and take it forward to the partner states to also use it. We want to have a bigger impact, which is looking at better education, practically oriented, but also improve employability in the region. And the Alliance is not a single person. It's not just the IUCEA, it's not just the ES-Tech on the Secretariat, but we work across all partner states. All partner states are involved. We work with the ministries of education, ministries of ICT, and also the line ministries that are involved in the matters to do with science, technology, innovation, education, culture, sports. And we involve all academic institutions across EAC. Here are a few of them, but also we bring in the linkages and exchanges between Europe and East African universities. Our industry collaborating partners, a few of them are such as SAP, Microsoft, IBM, Cassava Technologies, and the like. And on the global level, we are anchoring our initiatives together with the ITU, UNESCO, JICA, and ILO. What has been done to date under the Alliance? Last year, we launched the EAC AI for EAC Innovation Challenge that has spanned across all EAC partner states, reaching over 3,800 young people, innovators, and across 110 universities. Another new series, and the hackathon will be launched coming September, and we are also calling all university members of IUCEA to join, and we'll be engaging, and our plan is to reach 10,000. We have already implemented the Digital Leaders Forum on AI that brings in experts in the field of AI to shape together frameworks and policies within the region. We're very also proud of the EAC Declaration on AI that was endorsed during the STI conference. We have engaged over 50 stakeholders in the pre-conference workshop that was held on Tuesday, where we brought university experts, councils for education, higher education, together with industry to implement the first EAC AI learning pathways for universities, both educators and learners. And what is coming underway is that we intend to implement an AI knowledge observatory that will be led by IUCEA, a regional AI network of universities that was launched yesterday, and we intend to operationalize it that will lead to the formalization of the Center of Excellence on AI. We have started the initiatives to put together an AI foundational module, which is a common entry-level AI platform for all university students, and we intend to have an EAC AI Learning Week, an executive program training on AI diplomacy for all EAC partner states, including the EAC Secretariat. We also work with the Kiswahili Commission to be able to implement multilingualism in AI, and Kiswahili in AI. We intend to establish a trust mark for Kiswahili that partner states can use to certify terminologies on Kiswahili with AI. So the regional network for universities. Why the regional network for universities? I think this was most critical to bring to this audience to understand what was really launched yesterday. And most of the universities were part of it because the call was launched in April by the Inter-University Council, and over 142 universities expressed interest in becoming part of the network. And out of it, we had 30 universities that eventually met the criteria to become the AI nodes. And we have each partner state a founding node that has been nominated to lead in a consortium and collaborative with other universities to champion AI initiatives. So the network comes in to fill a critical gap that exists, which is inadequate expertise that is within the region, both faculty teaching the teachers or the faculties, but also to fill the gap, the skills that exist by learners. There's limited teaching, limited research infrastructure, poor access to computing and data resources. And the response is the network that will come to shape and come together to put in curriculum that is intended to support all universities. And I would like to commend all the universities, the 6 universities that have now joined the AI network as founding nodes. As you all were aware yesterday, they were announced. We want to be able to see that universities have shared resources. They also complement each other in terms of curriculum development, bringing in the industry involved. But also we want that the nodes to be hosted at universities and create exchange programs and mobility amongst universities. What are the 3 pillars of the AI network and the framework that guides it? It's basically regional collaboration and coordination amongst universities with the nodes that will be playing a critical role. It's for sustainable collaboration that we want to enforce among the EAC partner states, and also to be able to ensure that there is responsible alignment of ethical, inclusive, and transparent, accountable AI within the region. The nodes will function at national level, and they have 5 main functions. That is to spearhead AI education and training, policy and technical advisory at national level and at regional level, but also talent development, community awareness, research and innovation, including industry engagement. And it will be the priority areas that guide the network functions will be the priority areas of the EAC, as mentioned, from health to agriculture and to trade and etc. and robotics. And the guiding principles for the network that will be supported by all other universities in the region will be on regional collaboration, on distributed excellence, responsible AI, inclusivity, equity, and sustainability. Who decides and what gets delivered? As mentioned earlier, we want to ensure that the network will ensure that this region has a framework supporting AI adaptation, AI application, and AI use. So the network will deliver on education and training, including coming up with curriculums that will support undergraduate, postgraduate, professional, and joint regional programs, including micro-credentials. But also on research and innovation, we expect that the network will be able to support research projects, shared infrastructure, and cross-border startup connection and support. And the network will have, in its first initial operational stage, a regional governing board that is formed by IUCEA, stakeholder ministers, the vice chancellors, and industry partners. But also on the delivery, the national technical committees that they will appoint and nominate to co-develop joint plans and oversee in-country implementation. On advisory level, the network will receive support from network partners such as the industry, the research institutions, international organizations at large, and IUCEA Secretariat is the coordination arm of the regional network. The regional governing board of the network will oversee a common monitoring and evaluation framework that will result in looking at compared, improved, reported initiatives that are spearheaded around the network. And we foresee that this will create a shared evidence-based accountability for all activities that will be implemented under the network. And coming to an end, here's the roadmap, and the session today and the panelists will be deliberating, also together with all of you here, what will the network do? What do you foresee in 5 years' time that the network should be able to achieve in terms of research collaborations, in terms of network setup in itself, in terms of building programs for institutions, for faculties, for lecturers, for students, but also our regional scaling impact on AI. So our main goal is to have one regional network that scales impact across and beyond just the alliance, but with shared capabilities across all EAC partner states. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome the chair.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I think now everyone, not only those appearing here on the panel, but also our audience, are now well conversant with what the network is all about and what has been done and what is in the pipeline being done. Now, to other panelists. You've heard Evelyn introduced herself and what she does, but also we need to know what are you doing in that kind of ecosystem. And I will ask each and every one of you to briefly introduce him or herself, telling us what he or she does in connection with the network as you've heard, but also share with us what he or she thinks are the single biggest something that can unlock the regional AI collaboration in education, training and research, and how we need to move along to that direction. Starting with you, Mercy.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mercy Kimalat. I'm the CEO for Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya, in acronyms ASEC. And what we do is that we bring together different incubators, accelerators, venture studios, investors, and any entity or organization supporting the start, growth, and scale up of these enterprises. So as being part of this conversation, we have university innovation centers. We also have corporate innovation centers. We have NGOs, non-for-profit, and also for-profit organizations under our network. And our main aim is to ensure that we actually are coordinated within the entrepreneurship and innovation sector. Now, the reason why we are so passionate about the work that we do is because we see entrepreneurship, which is part of our mission, that is actually the tool that will elevate poverty, but at the same time also will actually increase inclusivity by bringing in marginalized groups, women, youth, people living with disabilities into the economic spectrum that they can also contribute to the national agenda. One of the key things that we've been doing over the past few years is how can we support entrepreneurs become more efficient and more effective? And that's why the digital or emerging technology space becomes interesting. Again, leveraging on what the government has been able to do, especially in Kenya, setting up the infrastructure. what we have done is do a lot of capacity building and also do a lot of knowledge sharing, both between industry, SMEs, and also the university, to ensure that startups are developing solutions relevant for the market. The reason why we have so many companies shutting down or different startups failing is because they produce something that the customer does not want. So instead of building something that is more applicable or in line with your own interest, you always have to focus on the customer, then redesign around it. Now, the reason why AI is becoming a very big player within the sector, and especially for all industries, is becoming a cross-cutting pillar, is because of the ability to churn a lot of research and convert that into insights. So you find that most of the SMEs right now, the different startups, again, attributing to the global economic shrinkage, funding has reduced, markets are becoming slightly more complex to access. Then how do we use AI to actually develop models and different business models actually, and also leveraging the research that has already been developed by universities and research organizations to actually be able to have the right insights to now form or reshape their business strategy, but also perhaps looking at a different customer segment. And that's why for us, we're very interested in the conversation around AI and digital and emerging technologies, because we see that as a competitive advantage that will actually help SMEs to grow and startups. And when we do that, of course, we have job creation that even the university also is trying to solve around that. So happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Devo?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm a bit in awe of your work. I was thinking, how can I match that? So my name is Davor. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the IRCAI Center, which stands for International Research Center in AI, with the addition of being under the auspices of UNESCO. So we are sort of like a category 2 within the UNESCO universe, which means that we don't get funding from UNESCO, but they kind of like come to us for advice in, all matters AI. At the same time, the center has an expertise in machine learning. It has researchers from sort of like all different types of spaces around AI. But I think the most interesting thing is that we have been involved in networks of excellence for a very long time, actually since the mid-1990s. And it turns out that the network of excellence is a really good quality placeholder for computer science, should I say researchers and labs and also departments. It just brings out a very clear value proposition that there's a high-level partnership that can be used. We've been involved, I think, in maybe 4 or 5 networks so far. They tend to be quite large. They tend to be 60 partners strong plus. I do want to share with you something that today is almost unimaginable. About back in 2014, we've been involved in a network of excellence, and we could not get a company to join us, right? And that was in the middle of Europe. So what I'm trying to say is that we were developing new methods of, machine learning and AI solutions, but we couldn't find somebody who would work with us to actually implement those research findings, which is quite unusual or extraordinary today, but it's not very long back. I mean, it's almost like 10 years. So things have evolved in this space very rapidly in the past 10 years, is what I'm trying to say. These partnerships are an extraordinary vehicle for success and growth, especially of the sort of like research and scientific strength of actually any partner involved. And they have also evolved in terms of how they come about. This network has come about in a very different way than usually they are. But that's not a bad thing. That's actually really good because it fits the needs of the region. So the center is also sort of like advising on how to move onwards, coming from our own sort of experiences. And we're very happy to be in the AI Alliance and work with the Alliance team. They're a great bunch of people. I've been having conversations with them for the past 3 days. And it seems like everybody wants this to succeed. Yes. And it feels like it will. And before I pass on the mic, I just want to say that I've been working with colleagues from Africa for the past 10 years, and it has been an enormous pleasure to do so. So really, really happy to be in the room, especially now on the eve of the sort of like kickoff of the new network. Thank you.
Interesting. Before we even call for partnerships, you started already. Thank you so much. Next is Prof. Joyce.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joyce Nabende. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at Makerere University. I also lead the Makerere AI Lab at the university. It's now a Makerere University Center for AI. I think we evolved over time. So we've really been doing, of course, from the teaching, we've been teaching computer science, we've been teaching AI at the university, but also been doing a lot of research at the Center of AI in health, in agriculture, in language as well. I also sit currently on the United Nations Independent International Scientific Panel on AI, where we just released a report in Geneva on AI governance, and I think it would be good if we, interested ourselves in reading that report. And also have experience in serving on several networks. One of the networks is, I think, what our Vice Chancellor mentioned yesterday, around the research excellence between Arua universities and the Guild universities, where we are part of the clusters of excellence on artificial intelligence and computational thinking. We also belong to another network that I think was intentional, and this what has launched today really mirrors that in providing collaboration around African universities. So we have the Artificial Intelligence for Development labs, AI4D network labs across Africa, and these are across 11, I think, countries in Africa. And really, there's just a lot of learnings there that we can, leverage on our own network in East Africa, where we've had joint supervision between the different universities and having us supervising a student, for example, from the University of Pretoria or from the University of Ghana, but also intentionally having our students moving from one lab to another and doing research together just to build these collaborations as Africa. And I also thought I would mention key collaborations or key networks that have really worked and we've been a part of. One is the Masakani Consortium that really started out as a grassroots movement to build AI for language data for African languages. When we started out to do AI many years ago, there was no data, and so we began to be intentional around collecting the data sets, making them open source, and I think I'll talk about more of the work that we did in that space. So there's Masakani, there's also Data Science Africa, which is also a very big network of data science and AI, really positioning ourselves as training university people, but also bringing in the collaboration with industry. We just had a very large meeting last week in Kampala. There's also deep learning in Dapa, the same thing. It's also a grassroots movement that's really involved in training and building partnerships and collaborations. There's a meeting that's going to take place in Nigeria next week. So I just brought all these up so that we know that we are really building on an already established network of networks that is really involved in tackling the things that this network is doing around being intentional on the data space, on the compute space, on the talent and building people who can be able to, not only work on setting up the AI models, but also starting to move into the governance space, because that's the work that we are doing right now on the UN panel, because you can't govern what you don't know. It's really important that we all get to know AI, and I'm very glad that the IUCEA is starting up this foundational AI course, because that really helps to elevate us to get to a knowledge of knowing what AI is and its different applications in our context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I'm lucky, personally, because I think everything we said is on record. They are being recorded. Otherwise, there is a lot you are doing, and you are extremely networked. I don't know. I mean, and you are not reading on what you are doing and which networks you belong to. Congratulations. Now we go to my friend Esther. Tell us about who you are and what you do exactly, especially from Digital Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Esther Hakata. I head research and postgraduate courses at the School of Computing and Engineering Sciences, Strathmore University. And I also am part of I'm also part of a project that is EU funded. The project is called Digit Africa. In terms of collaboration, this is something that we are doing a lot. We have been in a number of consortium with our partners. We have quite a number of partner universities that we work with. The one called Digit Africa is an ongoing project. We are 13 universities, 13 years, 5 from African countries. That is, we have University of Manuba, Tunis. We have UCT in South Africa. We have a university in Senegal, Cameroon, and then Strathmore University in East Africa. Then we have our partners. We have partners in Greece. Our PI is based in France. We have Germany. We have Italy. We also have Netherlands. Now that consortium is actually constituted of one, the academic institutions. We have research centers. I forgot to mention Spain because we also work with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. We have Indria that is based in Italy. Those being major players actually, industry players within the EU markets. And these particular institutions have come in on board because what we are anticipating and some of the outcomes from that particular project are actually around skilling, which is something that we started this year. Early this year, we had our first digital sciences summer school held at Strathmore University that brought in faculty from our partner universities, especially the European-based professors. We had sessions around AI, cloud computing, networking, specifically the 5G networks, big data, especially big data, specifically. That was a nice break. Okay. So when I look at what Digit Africa is actually trying to achieve, we are guided by we call it the European Qualification Framework. And in this particular one, there are few major pointers that we are looking at, especially around skilling, where we have to first start by identifying the needs. What are the priority needs within our institutions? This is a survey that we did within the African partners. This constituted both our students on campus, our lecturers, and also our alumni. They gave us the specific areas of focus that they wanted us to work on. So we didn't just start the skilling from a point of not knowing anything at all. Then we examined what would work for us. And one of the major ideas around skilling was the fact that it would be very good to establish a network that allows mobility of faculty. And that was realized this year when we had our professors coming in to deliver the 1 week set of sessions that we were holding at the summer school. Then once we identify, examine, we have to look at how to then strengthen research within our institutions. They have given us access to some of their platforms. There's the slices, research infrastructure. Then we also have the So Big Data platform that we can actually access our students for as long as they have SU email addresses, they can access these platforms. And that has really worked well for us at the moment. Even as we think about compute and HPC access for our institutions, when we have these networks, we actually do not need to so much rely on maybe what is going to be put up by
Dr.
our
Esther,
institutions.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, that was just an introduction. We are coming. Now, Prof. Kashorda, tell us about, Prof. Kashorda has more than 30 years experience and moving around these industries. You tell us about yourself, especially with Kenneth, but also what you think Kenneth can contribute to this network that we are trying to establish. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for having me, and welcome. I see so many colleagues from Kenya and East Africa. I see my PS. I recognize. So I was asked to say something about what the government is doing with the academic community.
Yes.
I come from, as you have heard, my name is Meoli Kashorda, and I serve as the executive director of One Network, one of the oldest networks, Kenya Education Network, and it was a network for universities to bring them together. Formed way back 1999, 2000, so we are 25, we are quite old. And the purpose for forming that network was because it was the .com boom, it was internet. So I'm very pleased to hear that now you want to form a network because of the AI boom. That time it was the .com boom, and now it's the AI boom.
Yeah.
Now, as a network, we represent many of the universities that are here. They are part of our network. They pool their resources and run the network, because one of the big things about a network is that it has to be sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
So we pool the resources of universities, of tertiary colleges, of hospitals, and we run a sustainable network that provides one piece of the AI, that is the connectivity piece. As you know, there are other pieces. There is the compute piece. So I don't know, there's some as you know, so I'm excited about having a network. Now, in Africa, we have networks like Kenneth. They are called the National Research and Education Networks. And they were just meant to be that, platforms for collaboration, obviously with the foundational connectivity. Over here, I know Nicholas Bonipa from Uganda, Renu is here. Yes, probably there is one other network. So we collaborate, and we collaborate under the umbrella of yet another network called the Ubuntu Net Alliance, which is an alliance of networks of African countries.
Mm.
So we are used to, we would support networks,
mm-hmm.
because networks can be formed within the networks, especially to support special interest groups. Mm-hmm. So at Kenneth, we support many groups. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we are doing right now is to pull together resources to form a GPU cluster that can be used for AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we now know we have a model that we can rely on to understand better as we forge our way into this AI network. But Prof, as we seek to discover what fundamental investments, partnerships, and institutional arrangements that are needed to establish the regional AI network of excellence that delivers value for East Africa in the next 5 years, I wanted to learn from you, what would you think that are regional institutions or governance mechanisms or shared infrastructure that should be prioritized to enable this coordinated AI development? And what role should the governments play in this game?
Right. I think, yeah, it's a good question. What brings together a group of people to say we want the network? That's the first question to ask. 25 years ago, the thing that brought us together was the need to have sustainable high-speed internet. Now, that motivation has stayed on. Up to today, it's probably one of the most important reasons to remain in that network. Now, what will bring together the network? First of all, you've got to have that committed set of leaders who want to collaborate. And this needs to be the vice chancellors themselves, they could be CEOs of research institutes, and probably people from the industry. Kenya has got 3 industry labs. The Microsoft research, they're all doing AI. We know the Google research, we've got IBM, and all the others are here. They need to be brought in so as to see the need to advance AI. So once they are connected, I think one of the biggest problems ourselves we are trying to solve, as NRENs, we have almost solved the problem of connectivity for universities. I think the big problem right now that we need to solve is the compute problem. The compute as well as the storage. Because when you compute, you are generating 10 TBs of data and you need lots of GPUs. It's expensive and we need government. And governments come in mostly to connect us with development partners, not necessarily themselves. Because we need to do something that is sovereign to build our own local capacity in East Africa. And that requires a lot of money. We've just launched a small cluster that has been built by this community of universities. It's just $1 million GPU cluster. It costs us close to $5,000 per month to maintain the power bill alone. So that has got to be, we need to have some government support, and the government support will probably be mostly coming from just connecting us with the development partners. We know a lot of the institutions in Europe, they are coming in. I already know about the HPC for Africa, a network that is information. In fact, we'll be having a meeting in September in Cote d'Ivoire. So there are lots of networks, but the government plays a critical role, whether it's in tax exemption or is just putting in a kind word with the partners, especially the development partners. We shall need that because the compute piece is not affordable by any one institution in East Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think the role of government has been clearly put. We thank you for that. And now to you, Prof. Joyce. From an academic point of view, how can universities collaborate more effectively in sharing research infrastructure? You are from Makerere, and think about universities in Uganda, but you can even go beyond the borders. How can we collaborate more effectively in sharing research infrastructure, pool compute resources, expertise, data sets, laboratories, and so forth, to promote this kind of facilities going and benefiting across partner states?
Yeah, thank you. I think from AI and having the experience building out a research lab, I think the things that are important for our research lab is really the data, the compute, the talent, and that's the training. And the compute problem, I think, as we've been told, is not something that you can solve individually, and that's why we're not attempting to do it by ourselves. And I like that Prof. said Kenneth is helping with the universities in Kenya. I think it's the same thing that we're also leveraging really on RENU, which is the research network in Uganda, to help leverage and pull together all the compute resources, knowing that as a university, as Makerere, we can't provide what's sufficient or even sustainable for building out AI models within the continent, but within Uganda. But if pulled together, then there's more, I think there's more sustainability, there's more visibility. So I think one of the things for universities to collaborate is to know who has what, right? So if we know that then RENU is helping to pull together the cloud, the connectivity through maybe the little efforts that we've been building as Makerere and amplifying that, I feel like that's a way that we can be able to collaborate in a given open network. And then when it comes to the talent, and the research, there's a lot, because with Makerere we've been intentional on making sure that when we collect these data sets, we make sure they are openly available, that students can use them. So unlike now, before students would come to me and say, oh, I can't do AI, I have no data to build my models, and that has changed now. There are like 1,000 resources that I can point to, and I'm not pointing to Western-centric data sets, I'm pointing to you to data sets that are within the African content, within the Ugandan and East African content, such that when you're a student in a different university, these things are out there, you can know about them, and you can use them as you train students. And the example I give is when I'm teaching my machine learning class now, I am very intentional to tell them, if you're going to build your models, look around yourself. Most of our master's students, for example, are in industry. So we tell them, look around where you're working. What data sets do you have? What can you work with as you're working on your machine learning project? If you're an undergrad, look around yourself. What data sets do you have? Have you tried the data sets that we've published already? Have you tried the papers that we have written? What new angle can you think about? Because we have made sure that these resources are intentional, and it helps us to build this collaboration within universities, that we have the research labs collaborating with other research labs in these universities to strengthen and build their capacity. So I think it's us knowing each other, trusting each other, and ensuring that we can work together as universities to build out and make sure that these collaborations that are being established can continue to work.
Thank you
and
so
grow.
much. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Prof. I'm sorry, it's because of time. And if you look at industry, and this goes to Mercy, because you do a lot in that regard. Where are the greatest opportunities for public-private partnerships in this whole game?
Thank you for the question. So if you look at what's happening now in the space, we have major issues around climate change, and let me just focus on climate change. So we have issues around climate change. The way the weather patterns have been shifting, there are many value chain actors that have been affected, both in agriculture, healthcare, also if you're looking at education and many other spectrums. Those are big issues that are really affecting, one, how startups are innovating and even being able to sell their products from one country to another. For the smallholder farmers, the guarantee of produce actually being harvested from their farms, and then even for the logistical companies on how to actually get their produce from one area to the other. Let me just take you back. So we've been seeing a lot of things happening around climate change in terms of flooding. Europe just experienced the worst heat wave, and many other issues that are happening. So again, it's an area to really pay key attention to. The other key industry that is actually uptaking quite quickly is the e-mobility space. And here we're seeing a lot of potential and capability for even both government and private sector to come and co-invest into that. The other big sector is, of course, food security. So now we are actually shifting from agriculture, talking about food security and resilience. Why? Because we have to design the systemic approach on how we farm to fork, kind of scenario. And then the biggest one, of course, the cross-cutting one is education. So if you're finding that the sectors are evolving, industry has to update its technology, then where does the workforce lie? Remember, workforce is a key factor for production. And who's the largest producer of the workforce is actually the universities and the TVETs. So even it goes back into saying how then can both government and private sector work more closely with universities to develop more tailored industry-led programs, but even also looking at, and I know I may get a bit of backlash on this, is how you design university programs. Must they be 4 years? Is there a way to bridge that gap? Is there a way to solve emerging challenges around it? And then also the other factor is how can we ensure that university innovation hubs also have sufficient funding to do more community-led research and even feed it back into the database or the data set that is going to be collected and developed, so that now entrepreneurs and industry can actually leverage that for
Thank you so
improving
much.
on their products and services.
Just to mention a few, there is a lot, and you can imagine she's from the industry. Now, Devon, you've been working with us with universities, with research institutions. What are those region, I mean, the region is most pressing AI skills need today that you've identified from the region?
The needs.
Yes.
I think the needs are the same everywhere. To be fair, the region is not very different from anywhere else. I mean, what the gentleman said for Reno, I mean, we have the same thing in Europe. I mean, compute is a problem, talent is a problem, funding is a problem. So it's pretty much the same everywhere. What the difference is, I think, the type of challenges that can be used to implement AI with. That's the difference. That's the difference. A lot of people say, I mean, I might be, I don't want to be inappropriate, but a lot of people say, what is African AI? What is European AI? What is US AI? The answer is that it's all one AI. There is no, you know what I mean? Nobody owns AI. Like, is Chinese mathematics different than African mathematics? It's mathematics everywhere.
Prof. Joyce said when she's instructing her students, tell them to look around themselves. And maybe that around may not be the same.
I mean, the students here have a really good set of challenges that they can use AI methods on. And I think that is an extraordinary wealthy need that others maybe don't have because they're trying to monetize AI. Whereas here, actually, you can really solve very good problems.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now back to you, Evelyn. From the development partners' perspective, how can the region or regional and international partnerships accelerate capacity building and strengthen research collaborations across institutions? I know you alluded to that during your presentation, but maybe shed more light on that. Thank you.
I believe I'm the last person to speak now. It's one thing, and it all aligns to the theme and let me say the theme of this conference, powering the future of higher education through strategic collaborations. So development partners, including GIZ, including JICA, UNESCO that are in the room, we are supposed to bring each other to the table and discuss how can we pool resources and funding to support, and also not create duplicates of efforts, but also align our interventions to the needs that exist. A good example is, for instance, if now in the East African community, we're looking at the common higher education area. So what can we do that would really fast track the common higher education area? For development partners, is more of anchoring all our priorities to what the priorities of the common higher education area are, and to really see the possibility of pulling in resources and complementing each other's efforts. And I think as mentioned before, the IUCEA Alliance as a project in itself only spans until 2028. But what we're looking at now is to really bring all the other partners that can really sustain the efforts that are in place, but also continue with the efforts that will be coming up in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, coming to almost our conclusion, in looking at inclusion, ethics, and local relevance. To you, Dr. Esther, which community-led or grassroots AI training models have shown real promise and could be used or scaled up regionally to reach, especially to women, youth, and those undeserved communities, underserved rather? Maybe use the next one.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
Please.
Yeah, in terms of contributions, actually, that can help us a lot when we have to look at AI and how we incorporate AI into the different sectors. One of the major ones would actually be around train-the-trainer models. It is very difficult to deliver what I do not have. So my challenge is, how well are our faculty skilled in terms of trying to pass this knowledge to the students that we are going to be meeting in class? Not to fear, the technology is here to stay. It's with us, yeah. And all we can do is keep upskilling. The other one I would mention is, especially when it comes to our local communities, when we have collected data from our local communities, let us reward them. There's a lot of move towards collect the data, hold it somewhere in a repository, and then the same people who collected the data may even have to pay for it. It does not add up at all. Yeah. So if we are working on languages, for example, the local communities have to own the data. This comes with ethics. If we are trying to help, in terms of disease, I'm looking at livestock, for example. The diseases that are going to face my cows in Masai land are very different, maybe different from the ones that are going to face the cows in Huye, for example.
Thank you very much. Maybe it has been timed. Thank you very much, colleagues, panel members. I think the audience can agree with me that we've learned a lot from our panelists, even though time has been that short. But you had all the way from the startups, the way they do, of course, the ambitions that are set through this AI network that is being created. The startups are there that are going to be supporting, and they've been already doing some good job. You've had the researchers, as they've mentioned, and what they are doing from institutions of higher learning, Makerere and the center there, Strasmos, and the government side, the networks that are already existing and how they are supporting the whole move. And I think we can do much, much better if we all connect to this network, to AI network. And I mean, if we were to have some 2 or 3 minutes more, we could hear a lot also from the audience, but you'll pardon me. It is not me, actually, the pressure comes from different ends. But we thank you very much for your kind attention, and join me to put our hands together for the great panelists here. Thank you.
I request the panelists to step forward for a photo. A commercial announcement, we are having parallel sessions as from 15:45. The Vice Chancellor's Leadership Roundtable on designing future-ready universities in East Africa. This was a closed session. It has started a few minutes ago. If you are invited to that session, it's happening in Diamond. You just walk out, turn left, and then opposite the registration desk, go to Diamond Room. Vice Chancellor's Leadership Roundtable. Kindly go to Diamond Room. It's happening parallel as this other session where we have Dr. Nusura Hassan. Dr. Nusura, please come. And then we have colleagues from Kwetu, UNHCR, Epson, Huawei, Adaptit, Hiki Vision. Ben, there is the other partner. Ben? Dr. Nusura, kindly first sit there. Kwetu, UNHCR, Epson, Huawei, Hiki Vision, Adapt IT, Ben, one more is missing. Ben, where are they? This is going to be a quick fire moment. Dr. Nusura Hassan, quick fire means actually quick fire. So for the panelists, kindly prepare. The participants are ready to get your key points, key deliverables. What is the take home that they need to have from this session? One more, Ben. Where is she? Axio. So we've got partners from Kwetu, UNHCR, Epson, Huawei, Adapt IT, Hikvision, and Axio. Have I left anyone out? Dr. Nusura, quick fire, over to you.
So I'm taking the floor now. Dear participants, dear speakers, now I will begin with something. I think it's necessary to ask our Heavenly Father to give us fire. So Heavenly Father, Almighty God, you're here, your presence is here. Maybe you receive our praise. We ask you to assist us because all things come from you. Thank you. You need to renew our strength. We need to get your peace, your joy, your intelligence, freedom, and your grace. Thank you, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I suggest to the participants to clap the hands for our Creator before beginning this session. So this session is session number 8. It's about partner forum, scaling strategic partnership for transforming higher education in East Africa. We have 5 speakers from 5 private organizations with a UN organization. So to begin quickly, I will call upon, welcome the representative of QWET to intervene now. From private sector partnership for skills development, entrepreneurship, skilling. QWET is not there. So now UNHCR. Yes, you can intervene now.
Okay, this is better. Good afternoon. My name is Grace Achere. I represent a company that is called IUCEA. IUCEA is basically a digital transformation company. We are based in Uganda, and we represent the company that is operating from Europe. It's a Romanian company. We provide digital transformation system. I actually have a simple video that gives you the story of what we do. It's a university management system that brings together all aspects of university under one platform. So the IUCEA system basically provides you with one platform which brings together every aspect of your university in one platform. What we do is to integrate your communication, your operation around the student lifestyle. So when a student comes to the university, from the time the admission to the time that the student gets to graduate, that process is being digitized. So all information that is necessary for the student is starting from the time when the student joins the university up to the end is under one platform. Now, what it does is that it allows every aspect of the university to work together as one. I know that many of your universities today, you have a certain kind of spatial digitization. Many of you have some kind of, a silo process where you have some system here is digitized but it's sitting alone. Another one is digitized is sitting alone. What we do is basically to try to bring them together, and we integrate them and allow you the systems to speak to each other, but also it allows you to have access to real-time information to make decision. So the IUCEA system is a modular system that allows you to build and stack based on your need, and we customize it based on your university structure. And so it is a cloud-based system. So you don't need to spend money on any infrastructure because it's cloud-based. But also it allows you to be able to have all the departments, all the sections of the university speaking as one. In the beginning, I wanted to ask someone, if you were supposed to ask for information about your university at any point in time, to say, I need information about the numbers of students that are attending, that have paid their fees. I don't think any university can be able to do that now. But with the IUCEA system, you can get that information in real time. You know exactly when, today, how many students have paid, how many students are in class, how many students have participated and finished their exams. So basically, what we're trying to do is to make it easy for you to make informed decision by integrating all your communication, all your data under one platform. And it's very secure. It is a European Union accredited system. It is built on Microsoft Azure. I think I'll stop now for now there.
Now I think we will go from the right to the left, because the name I have here on the list, because perhaps it is different. So the general aim of this session is to strengthen long-term partnership, to promote coordinated investment in higher education, and generate concrete commitment that support the implementation of IUCEA strategic plan and the continued advancement of the East African higher education area. So you will introduce your organization, yourself, and what you do.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tom Olumbo. I work with a company called HIC Vision. We are manufacturers of IoT solutions. Basically, what we do in HIC Vision is we address your pain points. And more so, we have vast solutions in terms of IoT. But on this platform, I only want to speak about smart education. That is one thing that we've been doing for the past 2 years. We launched the smart education in 2023. Because what we've noticed, there's a lot of shift in communication. We started from a payphone, we went to a mobile phone, we have a smartphone. So technology has changed. But if you look at the way we teach or the way we dispense knowledge in higher education, it is still stagnated. We have the blackboard, we try and move to whiteboard, but how do you then integrate these things? Because right now we have a very unique situation whereby we have students who are doing CBC. In Kenya in 2028, they'll be joining institutes of higher education. How are we going to teach them? So in short, we've taken a bit of components. Like for example, we have an IFPD, which is interactive digital display, which we've taken projector, we've taken whiteboard, and we've taken conferencing and condensed them into one. Meaning, we've addressed issues like missing marks. Many a times students come to school, but they don't attend lectures. So our solution actually will ensure that if you come to school, you go to class, there's a caveat. If you stay in lecture hall for about 75%, it will mark it. So that when you export that report, it shows that the student actually attended the lecture. The next thing, we've managed with our solution to curb things like cheating in exams. We also managed to curb things like strikes and riots because we're using AI components in our cameras, which is the front end and there's a back end. Because of time, there's a number of institutions that we've done this and it's up and running. For example, just to mention a few, we have Embu University, where we have the system working. We have Kirinyaga, where they use their ODEL. We also have Taraka University, which also uses our smart education system. And also we have Amref University, which is a biological health science university, which uses our system from A to Z. So what are the takeouts from our solution? One, if I don't attend a lecture because of either reason, maybe financial obligation have not been met or you're sick, you don't go back to school and copy notes. You actually access the same raw lecture from the recording, the course recording that is accompanied with this smart education. Secondly, you can also have interactive sessions because our components have in our devices, we have something called like Wanda Omi, which is an AI tool where when you're doing, for example, people doing medical sciences, you can dissect a heart virtually and you have all these things done. So that is what we do in HIC Vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I welcome the next speaker. Yes. Okay. Quickly.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Am I audible? While we are waiting for the presentation to be flighted, my name is Zakele Katide. I am from Adapt IT Education. And I was tasked to talk under the theme of delivering a fully integrated cloud-ready IT ecosystem as an operational backbone for higher education institutions. So when we discovered that this is the topic that I'm going to have to deliver here this afternoon, we're very excited because as Adapt IT, this falls well within our strategic direction in terms of transforming our higher education institutions. So we've been in this journey of transformation higher education institutions for the past 40 years. And what we have come up to conclude is that most universities today do not suffer from lack of technology. They suffer from disconnected technologies. Next slide, please. Trying to rush. Next slide. So colleagues, we've realized that many institutions have student systems. They have finance systems, they have HR systems, they also have learner management systems. But all these systems are not integrated, they are not speaking to one another. So universities really struggle with fragmented technologies that create data silos, operational efficiencies, making decision-making a challenge. So we need to integrate our systems that we are currently employing in our different institutions. Next slide, please. So what do we mean by integration, colleagues? There are 4 or 5 components that we need to take into consideration. As you can see, we've got the academic core, which is the first one. This takes care of your entire life cycle of a student, from admissions all the way to graduation. And then you've got the second component, which is enterprise core, which is your finance system, which is your procurement system, and HR and payroll and assets as well. The third one is the learning core, which takes care of your learning capabilities, be it learner management system or virtual classroom. And then the next core is the research core, where you need to report to different stakeholders so that you can enable them to grant to institutions the monies that they need to give you. And then the last one is engagement core, which is your CRM, alumni partnerships, and student services. So the critical factor here is the integration of all of these systems so that they talk to each other. And we know that connected campuses and unified cloud models emphasize secure interoperability across academic, administrative, and research systems. Next slide, please. So this is where we need to go, colleagues, cloud readiness. So the critical success factor for technology or being cloud ready is that it provides 4 important components. Number 1 is the scalability. Universities can scale up or scale down depending on registration periods, examinations, or research demands. And then number 2, it's a component of business continuity, disaster recovery, high availability, reduced downtime. The third component is the accessibility. Are you able to access your systems anywhere, anytime, from any device? And then the last component is cost optimization. We know that it costs a lot of money for you to have on-site infrastructure. And we recommend that all institutions, they need to be cloud ready and consider moving their infrastructure to cloud. So cloud, colleagues, is no longer where universities store data, but it is where universities deliver education. Next slide, please. So now we are talking about the aspects that are non-negotiable when it comes to digitization or automation of our universities. We've got 5 pillars that we're going to be talking about. The first one is integrated data. What we are talking about here, we're talking about one version of truth. No multiple spreadsheets, no duplicated records. Data must flow seamlessly from one system to another system within the university setup. Pillar number 2, the digital process. From student administrations to graduations, from recruitment to resignations, from procurement to payment. So this is the integration and the digital process that we are talking about. Pillar number 3, we've got security and identity. So we know that universities these days, they face increasing security risk. Every ecosystem must include identity management. It must include multi-factor authentication, governance controls, and data protection. Then we move on to pillar number 4, which is analytics and AI. So this is the component that has been touched on a lot today, whereby we are trying to get our systems to be AI ready. So we need to use AR and analytics for student retention. We know this continues to be a challenge in our institutions, whereby we enroll students, but they do not see through their degrees or their qualifications. We need to use AI and analytics for predictive interventions, for financial forecasting, which is very important, and institutional planning. Pillar number 5, and the last one, is the open integration architecture. So this architecture, colleagues, needs to accommodate AI, new LMS platforms, research tools, government systems, and industry patterns. The last slide, please. So, colleagues, Africa or East Africa has an opportunity to leapfrog legacy models. the next generation African universities can become student-centric, which that's what we want, whereby every interaction is digital. Our universities, they need to be data-driven, where decisions are based on evidence. Our universities, they need to be AI-enabled, where personalized support for learners is available. Our universities, they need to be connected, meaning they need to be integrated across campuses, faculties, and partners. Now, the last slide, please. Now, the question that we are faced with today is whether our institutions are building ecosystems that are connected, intelligent, secure, and ready for future use. So that is the question that still remains. Technology alone does not transform our universities. What transforms our universities is integration, cloud, data power, and leadership. We are all sitting here with the leaders, so these are the people that needs to enable these platforms that we want to implement. Before I sit, I just want to leave you with one question that says, if a student changes their details today, how many systems must be updated before everyone see the same information? So the question to this, or the answer to this question, determines how integrated your university is. Thank you.
Now I welcome the next speaker. You name the name of your organization and then your intervention.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vanessa Ireri, and I'm here representing Epson Middle East. I am the business account manager, East and West Africa. So if you will allow me, I will briefly talk about what we do as Epson. So Epson is a global technology company. We have been in existence for the last 84 years. It is a Japanese company, and we cover the Middle East region. We are here based in Kenya, and we are able to take care of your needs. And today we are here to focus on education. And in this room, I am so glad to have the people who are shaping the future of education across East Africa. So for Epson, we have, I'm sure you all know us for our printers. You have all at least interacted with our printers, that I'm sure of. And we are taking our technology to the next level. So currently we are moving to heat-free technology. What does that mean? That means that the technology that we are offering you with our printing solutions is able to save your cost in terms of energy consumption by more than 80%. So the device does not use any heat when you are doing your printing jobs. So in terms of the consumables and also the replacement parts, when you're using your device, there are very few parts that you have to change. We have done our research. In terms of our investment, we use at least $305 million US when it comes to research. And I'm sure everyone seated in this room knows how important research and innovation is, right? So that is something that I really applaud Epson for, because we are not only here to sell you boxes, but we are here to sit together and listen to your needs. What is it exactly that is your pain point? Where can we come in and fill in that gap in terms of the technologies that we have to offer? So I would really urge all of you who are seated here today, please come to our booth. We are just right outside, opposite the registration desk. You will be able to see the technologies that we have. We have our ultra short throw projectors. And they're just not just projectors, but also interactive projectors. Right now, in your classrooms, you are dealing with Gen Zs, right? These students require critical thinking and not just measured by testing in terms of what they can remember. So they need engagement when they're in the classrooms. They need to engage with the new technologies that are there. So it is high time that we also transform our classrooms into a digital learning space that is able to accommodate not only the students who are there physically, but also students who are there remotely. A solution that is able to integrate even with third-party solutions and offer you a full solution, something that is going to last you for years. In terms of our projectors, right now we're using laser technology. This is something whereby you don't have to keep on changing the lamps as we used to before. This is something that can serve you for the next 10 to 15 years long term. And that is something that is also gonna save your costs when it comes to your budget and all that. So as Epson, we are proud to partner with the IUCEA in terms of this conference, and we look forward to continuing with a strong partnership across East Africa and all the universities that are seated here across East Africa. We really look forward to partnering with you as Epson and working together and seeing what solutions we can be able to offer you within your institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Then we welcome the...
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Li Xiang, and my Chinese name Li Xiang, and I'm from Huawei Digital Power Eastern Africa team. So Huawei, as a leading technology company, actually we provide various of leading technologies. But today I only want to pick one of it. So this is an education conference. So why I'm here, let me start from a question. So all the schools, universities. So please think, did your power bill goes up this year? And please think, did you get a good electricity provided this year? So I think everyone knows the answer. That is, all the universities, you pay a large bill to the power company every month. And then you pay twice to your diesel generator. And then your student still cannot enjoy 24 hours Wi-Fi. Am I right? So, and then let's think about some moment. Maybe it's a graduation day, and all the students are there, all the parents are there, all the medias are there, cameras are on, and then power goes. Maybe another situation, such as hundreds of students are doing online exam, and then suddenly the screen goes black. So that's very embarrassing, is because of the power. So here, I'm here to provide a very simple answer for this problem. That is the solar plus storage system. Actually benefit from the industry. That is the solar panel cost optimized maybe 10% every year. And then maybe the storage battery technology are going very good now. And then for the control system, which Huawei, here we call it smart microgrid controller. So because of these technologies growing, the material industry growing, actually currently it is a very good business and provides very stable, continuously power to all the schools. So let me give some example in the market. So this is not a PPT work. This is not a PPT process. All around the world, especially let's say here, let's say Eastern Africa, let's say in Kenya. Actually, a lot of industries, they have already enjoyed the solar plus storage system, the benefit, such as the factory domain. So let me give some examples. A lot of factories here in Kenya, they have manufacturing lines, and then once the power off, 1 minute off, 1 minute lose for them. So that they need power backup. So in the past, everyone is using the diesel generators. And for the diesel generators, there are some problems. The first one, the fuel is very expensive, as you know, especially in the current world. The secondly, actually is not that smart. When a diesel generator is off, it normally takes at least 1 to 3 minutes. Even you have a smart control system, it goes on back. Such as in the factory, some manufacturing lines, if you stop, it gives a lot of loose. Maybe such as there is one of my customer, a steel company. So you know they are doing the iron, they heat the iron to liquid. So if the liquid temperature goes down, you need to spend another power to heat it back. So this is in the factory industry. And for the solar plus storage plus Huawei smart system, we can make the shift time when the grid goes off. So the Huawei system take over. It can only use the minimum 20 milliseconds. That is, let me give you an example. If now this hotel is using Huawei technology, if the grid goes off, the lights will not down. 20 milliseconds is take over. No one feels that. And all of your equipment, your systems, your digital things, like all the speakers, what they are saying, the cloud, the IT systems, the Huawei power take over. No system, no one can feel anything. This is in the factory. We also have, such as in the hotels, in the tourism area, the big hotels. If it's totally off-grid, the ROI is less than 3 years. Can you imagine? You invest in your power system, less than 3 years, you invest, get back. So this is in the rural area of grid. And we also have supermarket here in Kenya, such as we can make sure that the freezers are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? We can make sure the ice cream is frozen even in the summer. So it's the same. We can make sure that is in the universities, in the schools, the power is always on. So these are the showcases. Here is the real case, and you are welcome to contact us, and we show you. Even here, maybe you are from other countries. Even we have showcase in Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, a lot, everywhere. So if here in Kenya you want to see, please let me know. And then, but it sounds like perfect, right? It sounds like perfect, but what is the challenge? It still has challenge, especially for the schools, for the universities. The first one I want to say is the safety. Because we are the university, we are schools, we are doing everything for our students. It means we are doing everything for the future. So safety. In the past 3 to 5 years, a lot of cheap battery suppliers, they came to Africa region. If you look 2 years back, a lot of these brands, these suppliers, they came, they have some projects, and then they left. The people disappear, the maintenance people disappear, the marketing people disappear. A lot of them, or we can say most of them, even the brand, the company disappear. That's the safety. So if a battery start to fire, no one can put it out. The only way is you wait until it burns everything. So the safety in the schools is the biggest concern, I think. So the batteries, let me give you an example. The batteries, if you buy a cheap battery, it's like you buy a cheap spare tire. It looks perfect when there's nothing happen. So the spare tire, if you are really face something in the midnight, on the highway, in the heavy rain, it gives you a lot of problem. The storage is the same. You must find someone to provide you 100% safe batteries that can make you sleep in the night. So the second challenge I want to say is the money. So we are talking about a lot of things in the session. So a lot of things, the problem is not because of we don't want to do it. It's that our money is not that a lot. We can only use some money into the high priority things. So currently, this one, we also have an answer. That is, in this industry, we have new business model. We don't need the universities or the schools to invest. There are a lot of banks, a lot of financial initiatives willing to to invest for you. Such as here in Kenya, we have TVET. There are more than 20 TVET colleges. They are funded by banks, by KCB. And then they are going to do more than that. So this business model is quite good for everyone. It's the PPA model, it's the leasing model that you sign with the financial, and then from the first month, you enjoy the benefit. This is the second challenge. So, and then I want to say the third challenge. The third challenge is about the maintenance. So some of your universities, you don't have maintenance people in your school. And some of your universities are not in the capital, or maybe in some other cities. So if you really face some technology problem, who is going to solve for you? You make calls and they come 2 weeks later. So if your solar system is not working, it's just like an expensive, beautiful decoration on your roof. So you need someone who is standing by for you 24 hours, 7 days. And then it is trustable. When you call them, they are there. They fix it at the first call. So this is the third thing, is the maintenance. So I want to say these three challenges are still here for the universities, but we all have answers for that. Yes. A trustable provider, a provider with ecosystem, a provider with best technology, with the financial partners, with delivery partners, with its own maintenance guy. So this, if you ask me who is the brand, okay, Huawei is. Okay, so in the last, I want to close with my own plan. So our Huawei Group, our vision is to bring digital to every person, every home, every organization, to building a fully connected, intelligent world. And for me, as the director of the Eastern Africa Huawei Digital Power team, so our version in the education industry, we try to, in the next 3 years, use our technology business model partners. We want to maybe, is a very ambition, right? We want maybe more than 1,000 schools who can use the solar. And then for universities, we hope it's more than 100. We hope in the Eastern African, in the next 3 years, we can make 100 schools to enjoy the technology, to enjoy the continuously power provide. So this is our ambition. So also, this is our first target. My second is to maybe train more people. That is, now we have programs, we call it Tech for Education. So we are training the electronic engineers, and we are providing the certificate. So currently, the ones who have Huawei certificate, they get jobs very easily, very easily. So Eastern Africa, we have sunshine. Eastern Africa, we have talent people. So one of my plan is to connect these two. So the third one is to make some benchmarks. So in this session, I think a lot of hers has showed a lot of smart education. So smart education can be very complex. Smart education also can be very simple. So in my mind, what is the smart education? So actually, smart education is the first one, smart education, you need network. The second, smart education, you need power. The third, smart education, you need the smart screens or the tablets. This is the third. The fourth one is all the software, include the cloud, include the integrate what mentioned. So I think the four things together is the smart education. So I hope I can connect more ecosystem partners and to build several real smart education showcases in Eastern Africa. So that's my Huawei's 3 plans in the future. So if anyone want to talk more, want to find the right solution with the right partner, I think we are ready to talk anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are on the end, at the end of our session. If I resume on thing, is the involvement of private company and organization in smart higher education. So to close all the business, I'll ask the speaker to stand up, and each of us will remind us his name and the company, no, the name of the company, and one solution only. And we will give the microphone to the moderator.
So I'm Huawei, Digital Power Team, and hope to talk more with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Epson Middle East, and I'm glad that my colleague from Huawei is talking about solar, because can you imagine you're in the middle of a printing job, you're printing your examinations and the lights go out? Can you imagine such a scenario? Now, the good thing about our Epson printers is even a 2 kVA UPS can power your printers for Epson for up to 8 hours. So think about that. Thank you.
Our solution is the ITS integrator system, which was developed in South Africa and is being used in over 50 countries. And we do have a presence here in Kenya. We've got a presence in Mauritius, and we do have presence in Ireland and Australia. So we do offer solutions to private and public higher education institutions. Thanks.
My name is Tom Olumbo. I'm the Director, Commercial and Projects in HIC Vision. It's very encouraging to hear what my panelists have said. We've spoke about solar. In HIC Vision, we already have solutions which are off-grid in terms of cameras, in terms of what we offer. We already have that off-grid, so we really big also in clean energy. But above all, I believe it's a discussion that is very interesting, but we need to change the narrative in our smart education. We cannot change the mindset of this youth if we are going to use what we used 20, 30 years ago. So I implore you that we walk this journey, have this discussion, but let it not just be a discussion. We need to jump now into the real action. And the real action is having a smart education that is not only the screen, not the software, because one very interesting gentleman one day tickled me by telling me that for him, smart education is a laboratory, computer, and internet. That's not it. We need more than that. We need to give them what they have, what they need, like things like Netflix. It's video on demand. With our smart education, you will get that at any given time. Thank you very much. Let's join our hands and make education better and enjoyable for the next generations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Grace Chirelabon. My company is IUCEA, and we provide that smart university digital system called AdSavio. Basically, what we do is to provide you with an integrated system that allows you to make informed decisions at any point in time, because it provides you with real-time information and allows you to communicate. So we enhance communication within the different units of the university. Instead of having silos, we have the university working as one. And that allows you as managers of the institution to focus on doing what you're supposed to be doing, scaling and teaching. So you take away all the headaches of lack of information, chasing resource allocation. The decision that you have to make becomes easy because you get real-time information at the click of a button. So we look forward to being part of this conversation, and I'm available here if you want to. Right now, what we're going to be doing is that we are offering 5 universities 6-month trial period for free. You try it, it's a virtual system. If you don't like it, we'll let you go. So if you're interested in that, please get in touch with me. I'm just here sitting within the auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. And my name is Nusura Hassan from the École Normale Supérieure in Bujumbura, Burundi. After listening all these interventions, I'm very interested to collaborate and to partner with the private sector as an academician. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. You will just move in front for a photo, a group photo. Thank you kindly. And I will hand over to Dr. Kosam for an announcement before we break for tea and on our. You've been a very good and supportive audience. Give a round of applause for yourself. You've done quite well. Don't go away. There are several things that we're waiting for during the closing session, including the signing of partnership agreements. And it will be interesting for you to find out how it affects you in terms of those agreements to be signed before we get to hear the resolutions of this 17th conference and the closing statements from our VVIP and our chief guest during the closing session. I will allow Dr. Kasim to guide us on the next action. Thank you very much. You can clap for me as well. Hi. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Darius. We are almost there, but we have 2 more activities. If you look into the program, we have a signing of MOUs in IUCEA and the indicated partners, and thereafter we'll move into the closing session. Since the other session is almost closing, we are asking for indulgence that we sit here, we wait for the other group to join us so that we can immediately move to the signing ceremony of MOUs between IUCEA and the 4 partners. So please be patient, just relax, keep on networking as you're seated in your tables as we wait for the other group to join us.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within. When we take the first step without fear of change and challenge, our journey moves forward alongside your dream. Dreams join us. Beijing University. To the destination of the future, in a journey of growth and advancing with every moment. May each of our steps today become a source of strength, closing the gap between people and technology, opening the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish, awakening creativity within us, nurturing competitiveness through innovative thinking, growing into creative, convergent talent demanded by our times and society, to rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further, growth that makes the heart race. This journey toward your dreams begins with Beijing. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of disciplines, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating new momentum for talent. We support brilliant ideas and abilities, achieving specialization through AI convergence, adding vision to essence, science to people, and adding communication to culture. We expand a future where dreams come true. In an era with no single right answer, we search for new perspectives, a system that supports and furthers restraints. With Peyton's technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and their future. We drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times, open as possible. Breaking boundaries in education, innovative as possible. A university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for leaps forward. A platform to work a world you desire. Gathering hopes of talent and winds of the world. Pitching moves forward to open a greater world for you. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Peyton's dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside your dream every step of the way for the growth of students. Dreaming strongest. Peyton University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and changemakers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council of West Africa IUCEA is convening its 17th annual conference and general meeting from 29th to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering Future Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnership and Collaboration. With the tagline Convene to Transform, the conference is coming at a critical moment where partner states in East African communities are embarked on higher education or education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa are pursuing transformation of higher education, particularly higher education is still developing, reforms are still developing, reforms on innovation in the higher education system, reforms on digital transformation drive, disparities exist. And we can even say that they are against time. Disparities between institutions, but disparities between partner states as well. This conference is attempting to address these priorities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement in higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaborations can be used for institutional reforms, for policy development, for impactful shared and collaboration, for public-private academic industry partnership towards a shared goal of skill development, for innovation, for digital transformation, as well as discussion on AI and enhanced higher education. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants who comprise a high level of education leaders across East Africa and beyond. These include vice chancellors from many university circuit, representatives from other states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2030. The development of the strategic plan pursued a consultative approach where all stakeholders have been consulted and identified specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the region of the next years. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting the part of this contract, but also for fully supporting our efforts in organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative 17th Annual Conference and General Meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Change in the world begins with those who dream. Beyond imagination, out into the world. Beyond boundaries, returning to the world within. When we take the first step without fear of change and challenge, our journey moves forward alongside your dream. Dreams join us. Peking University. To the destination of the future, in a journey of growth and advancing with every moment. of our steps today become a source of strength. Closing the gap between people and technology, opening the door to all possibilities of the world. We create a stage for dreams to flourish, awakening creativity within us, nurturing competitiveness through innovative thinking, growing into creative, convergent talent demanded by our times and society, to rise beyond the standards of the world. One step further, growth that makes the heart race. This journey toward your dreams begins with pitching. For the development of the community, we foster the values of coexistence and shared prosperity. We lead convergence beyond the boundaries of disciplines, moving closer to the dreams of our students. On the path of creating new momentum for talent, we support brilliant ideas and abilities, achieving specialization through AI convergence, adding vision to essence, science to people, and adding education to culture. We expand a future where dreams come true. In an era with no single right answer, we search for new perspectives, a system that supports and furthers your strengths. With Pidgeon's technology for self-growth, we challenge prejudice and embrace new possibilities. Respecting people and the future, we drive change in the world. Keeping pace with the times, open as possible. Breaking boundaries in education, innovative as possible. The university must embrace everyone's dreams. A stage for leaps forward, a platform toward the world you desire. Gathering the hopes of talent and the wings of the world, Pidgeon moves forward to open a greater world for you. What is truly valuable requires time, effort, and dedication. Pidgeon's dreams and challenges. Hope that opens tomorrow. We walk alongside your dream every step of the way for the growth of students. Dreams join us. Pidgeon University.
East Africa is rising, and at the heart of that rise is a bold, connected higher education ecosystem. This July, leaders, thinkers, and changemakers from across the region and beyond will come together for the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference. Under the theme, Powering the Future of Higher Education in East Africa, through strategic partnerships and collaborations, we will convene policymakers, university leaders, regulators, industry, development partners, and researchers, students, and youth innovators for 3 transformative days. The IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference will be held from the 29th to the 31st of July, 2026, at the Argyle Grand Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya, where bold conversations will become regional action. And for more information, follow our website, www.iucea.org, or all our social media platforms on the screen right now.
Hello everyone, welcome. The University Council for East Africa IUCEA is convening its 17th annual conference and general meeting from 29 to 31st July in Nairobi, Kenya, under the theme Powering Future Education in East Africa through Strategic Partnership and Collaboration. With the tagline Convening to Transform, the conference has come at a critical moment where partner states in East African communities are embarked on higher education or education transformation journey. As many countries in East Africa pursue the transformation of higher education, particularly higher education on skill development, reforms on skill development, reforms in innovation in the higher education system, reforms on digital transformation plans, disparities exist, and we can even say that they are getting expanded. Disparities between institutions, but disparities between other states as well. This conference is attempting to address disparities. Hence, the discussion within the conference will focus to see how partnership and collaboration in higher education can serve as key drivers for institutional transformation and advancement of higher education. The participants are expected to share best practices and experiences on how partnership and collaboration can be used for institutional approach, for policy development, for platform and shared collaboration, for public-private academic and industry partnership with a shared goal of skill development, for innovation, for digital transformation, as well as discussion on AI and enhanced higher education. This year, we expect to convene over 300 participants who comprise of high-level education leaders across East Africa and Europe. These include vice chancellors from many universities in East Africa, representatives from other states, policymakers, representatives from industry, development partners, and invited international partners from around the world. The key highlight to this year's conference is the launch of the IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2030. The development of the strategic plan pursues a consultative approach where all stakeholders will be consulted in identifying specific priorities for which IUCEA should pursue in advancing higher education in the region. We particularly express our sincere gratitude to the government of Kenya for accepting to host this conference, but also for fully supporting our efforts in organizing the conference. We're looking forward to a very impactful, engaging, and transformative 17th annual conference and joint meeting 2026. Thank you very much for listening.
Beyond the mountains, return into the world within. When you take your first step within.
May I have your attention, please? We are ready to start the last but one session for our 2 days conference. Since morning, during the breakfast meeting, we had engagements for establishing or forging partnerships, which I do believe went on very successful. And at least we are going back home with some contacts or potential partnership that we'll explore to develop our institutions and our region. Now, in the program, we have a signing of partnership agreement between IUCEA and the partners. This is a very important session for IUCEA and all the institutions, because these partnerships are meant to contribute in the mandate of IUCEA, that the spillover, of course, is for member institutions in the region in general. I take this opportunity to invite IUCEA to come forward. I think we had her presentation on all what they are doing in Italy. And all the lessons that we have learned from her now is going to be part of the partnership with IUCEA and for contributing to the mandate of IUCEA. May I also invite the acting executive secretary of IUCEA to come forward. Where are the photographers, paparazzis, photographers? Photographers, be ready. Before the signing, we are going to hear a statement of this partnership, and I want to invite Professor Mawa, the head of quality assurance and qualification framework at IUCEA, who will be in charge of implementing this MOU at IUCEA, to read a statement. Professor Mawa. Photographers, please.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a statement on the cooperation agreement between the Inter-University Council for East Africa and Association IUCEA from Italy on cooperation for international engagement. The strategic cooperation agreement between the Association IUCEA and the Inter-University Council for East Africa establishes a 5-year framework for institutional collaboration aimed at advancing higher education, academic qualification recognition, internationalization, and quality assurance across Europe and the East African region. The agreement brings together these two organizations with complementary mandates and extensive experience in harmonizing higher education systems and academic mobility and internationalization of comparable education systems across these two regions. It provides a platform for developing strategic alliance that will strengthen cooperation not only between Europe and East Africa, but also within the broader global higher education community. Under this agreement, IUCEA and IUCEA will collaborate in areas including academic qualifications recognition, staff capacity development, countering and preventing educational fraud, digital innovations, artificial intelligence and blockchain applications in education. They will establish joint research centers in order to facilitate quality research and education in the regions. The two organizations will also organize joint conferences, training programs, and other collaborative initiatives. Accordingly, this agreement promotes cooperation in implementing the objectives of the European Higher Education Area and the East African Common Higher Education Area. I submit.
In the interest of time, in the lineup, I would like to invite the representative of the High Council for Evaluation and Research in Higher Education, HCRS of France. The representative, HCRS, you can come forward. You may display also the MOU to the participants with the cover. As closed as it is, you can just. Thank you very much. Long live IUCEA, long live IUCEA. Professor Mawa, a statement on HCRS and IUCEA.
Our chief guest, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read a brief statement on the cooperation between the Inter-University Council for East Africa and the High Council for the Evaluation of Research and Higher Education based in France. The MOU between the two institutions marks a significant milestone in strengthening international cooperation in higher education quality assurance and research. The MOU establishes a 5-year framework for advancing quality assurance and fostering strong academic partnership between the East African community and the Republic of France. Under this partnership, IUCEA and HCRS will collaborate in sharing good practices on quality assurance, exchange experts, undertake joint international initiatives, strengthen the capacity of higher education institutions and their staff. It will support the development of quality assurance tools and promoting knowledge exchange through conferences, webinars, and other dissemination avenues. The partnership will also facilitate continuous dialogue on emerging development in higher education and research, while creating opportunities for joint mobilization of resources for the strategic implementation of the East African Common Higher Education Area. I submit for their signature. To do it like this. There's no need to open it. Thank you very much. May now ask Professor Mawa and the representative of the HCRS to take your seats. In the meantime, I invite the representative of CTS and Dr. Javet Ndayizeye. Before we move to the next signing, there is an urgent communication. Someone maybe by mistake might have picked a bag, the IUCEA conference bag of Professor Kasim Jimale, which has a laptop and an iPad and other materials. Please check if the bag you have, this conference bag which are being distributed by IUCEA, it has an iPad and other materials. It's urgent because just in case we must have misplaced it by mistake, you carried a bag which has those materials, please declare to the Secretariat. Dr. Ndayizeye, please.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today marks an important milestone as the Inter-University Council for East Africa and the CTS Christian Television System formalized partnership dedicated to advancing capacity building, digital transformation, and educational excellence across the East Africa community. Through this memorandum of understanding, the two institutions commit to fostering media education, digital learning, Korean language, and cultural education, staff and student mobility, research collaboration, and the development of modern learning infrastructure for universities and regional institutions. The collaboration reflects a shared vision of empowering the next generation of leaders with the knowledge, skills, and technological capabilities required to thrive in a rapidly evolving global environment while strengthening academic cooperation and the people-to-people tie between East African community and the Republic of Korea. I submit for their signing.
Lastly, may I invite the representative of Children University, KDU. KDU, please, Professor Bassem. Over to you, Dr. Ndayizeye, to read the statement.
Distinguished guest, estimated and representative of Chindong University and the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to witness the signature of these appendix to the Memorandum of Understanding, which reinforces the shared commitment of our two institutions to advancing higher education, academic collaboration, and the student mobility across the East African community. This appendix establishes practical mechanism for implementing scholarship opportunities, facilitating student visa process, promoting awareness of education opportunities, strengthening global academic collaboration centers, and enhancing regional academic partnership. Through this renewed commitment, the KDU Global and IUCEA reaffirm their dedication to expanding access to quality education, fostering international understanding, and empowering talented students from East Africa to contribute meaningfully to the development of our region and the global community. I submit for signing.
Let's give them a big round of applause again. And this marks the end of the ceremony of signing of partnership between IUCEA and the four partners. May I request the secretariat or the hotel to clear the stand? Mr. Photographer, you can help us at least to remove. We are moving into another session now. May I get a hand from one of your colleagues, please? While they are clearing the stage, we are moving now to the next session. That is the reading of resolutions for this conference. I know it has been very productive. And I want to commend the team of rapporteurs headed by Professor Mawa, Dr. Robert Aine, Dr. Doreen, and Professor Meshach Obonyo. So, Professor Mawa, I understand you have a responsibility to read the resolutions. Let's give them 1-2 minutes. They are organizing themselves. But I believe the report is ready. Are you intending to project? Okay, thank you. So distinguished delegates, let's give them 1 more minute for them to project the report.
The guest of honor, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you the resolutions of the 17th IUCEA Annual Conference that was held from 29th to 30th July 2026 in Nairobi, Kenya. The resolutions were presenting a summary of the key resolutions that have come out. Many of the resolutions that have been proposed in this conference will be contained in the main report of the conference proceeding. Allow me to highlight these key resolutions. The conference resolved as follows. 1, recognize strategic partnership as essential infrastructure for strengthening higher education systems. 2, structure partnership to strengthen research, innovation, and graduate education. 3, identify continuing shortages of, the conference identified continuing shortage of PhD qualified academic staff and therefore resolved to strengthen partnerships for academic and professional development. Expand regional and international collaboration through university networks, alliances, and knowledge partnerships. 5, strengthen institutional governance, coordination, and accountability of partnerships. 6, promote collaborative investment and equitable access to research and innovation infrastructure. 7, use partnerships to strengthen institutional resilience, particularly in fragile and conflict-affected contexts. 8, recognize alumni as long-term institutional partners, rather than occasional supporters. Resolved that partnership development must promote equity, inclusion, and balanced participation across regions. 10, expand partnerships beyond traditional academic cooperation and strengthen their contribution to society and economy. The conference calls upon the following institutions to take action. 1, IUCEA to provide regional coordination, develop implementation guidance, facilitate partnership mapping, and establish mechanisms for monitoring progress. Governments of the EAC partner states to create enabling policy environment and increase investment in research, doctoral education, mobility, digital infrastructure, and institutional development. Higher education institutions to integrate partnership development into their strategic plans, governance systems, budgets, and performance frameworks. Development partners and funding agencies to support long-term institution-led and regionally aligned capacity development initiatives. Industry and the private sector to collaborate with universities in research, skills development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. Regional and international university networks to facilitate resource sharing, academic mobility, joint programs, policy engagement, and collective responses to regional challenges. Guest of honor, I submit.
Thank you very much, Professor Mawa, and your able team of rapporteurs for a good job. I know time was very, very limited, but you have managed to capture concrete output, which I do believe there is more time to refine them and then for sharing with the participants. With that, the chief guest, want to take this opportunity to, first of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, the local organizing committee and the IUCEA, to extend sincere appreciation to the participants for being very active participants. I can see the house is as full as it was yesterday morning. So I want to ask you, all of us as delegates, to give ourselves a big round of applause for the successful. With that, allow me to invite the Executive Secretary of IUCEA to give his closing statement. Karibu sana, Professor Ryan. After your statement, you'll invite the chairperson of IUCEA, please.
Chief guest, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Republic of Kenya. Honorable Principal Secretaries, Permanent Secretaries, Honorable Deputy General of the East African Community Affairs, as well as for Education. Honorable Deputy General Secretary of the East African Community, Chairperson of the IUCEA Executive Committee, senior government officials, heads of national councils and commissions for higher education, vice chancellors, rectors, presidents of universities here present, representatives of the development partners, industry and partner organizations, distinguished speakers, moderators and panelists, researchers, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Habari za jioni. Tunamaliza tena. We are left with a very short time, so, and my closing statement is not going to be very long today. As we come to close of the 17th IUCEA Annual Meeting and Conference, allow me on behalf of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, IUCEA, to express my sincere appreciation to each one of you for your active participation, thoughtful contributions, and unwavering commitment to advancing higher education in East Africa, as demonstrated during the course of this conference. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in a rich and forward-looking discussions on the opportunities and challenges facing higher education in our region. We have reflected on how our universities can respond to rapid technological changes, strengthen quality and relevance, embrace innovation, deepen internationalization, and forge stronger connections with industry and society. Above all, we have affirmed one important message: that the future of higher education in East Africa will be shaped not by institutions working in isolation, but by institutions working together through strategic partnerships and collaborations. Through this conference, IUCEA has demonstrated that partnerships are not merely something we advocate. They are something we continuously cultivate and cherish. The memoranda of understanding signed during this conference are a clear demonstration of our commitment to serve you better and expanding opportunities to our universities and our people. The benefits of the MOUs we've signed is not for us as individuals or for us as IUCEA. It's for our members, our youth, our partner states. The rhetoric question for us to digest, therefore, is how do we build and sustain successful partnerships? This was touched a little bit during various presentations, but the actual correct answer to this can only be in meaningful partnerships that require vision, careful planning, institutional readiness, technical expertise, mutual trust, and sustainable engagement. Partnerships do not emerge by chance. They are intentionally designed, carefully nurtured, and continuously strengthened. This is precisely where IUCEA regional mandate becomes even more important. The IUCEA Strategic Plan 2026-2031, which we witnessed its launch during this conference in the first day, that was yesterday, places partnerships and collaboration at the center of our regional agenda and as a means through which we shall advance the East African Common Higher Education area. IUCEA commitment can be seen clearly in the approved IUCEA strategic plan through its interventions. I'll just highlight a few here to show that we actually mean the business as far as partnership is concerned. Some of the relevant interventions include fostering collaborations among partner states, national councils and commissions, universities and professional bodies. And we have clear key performance indicators in the approved strategic plan. The document is not confidential. You'll all be able to see it. The other intervention includes strengthening collaboration with industry to improve skills relevance, research commercialization, and innovation ecosystem. I'm glad to see that this is one of the resolutions that you just read here. The other intervention includes partnerships with governments, industry, and global technology partners to build digital capacity, AI governance, and digital learning. Next one is regional and international research collaboration, centers of excellence, and joint innovation platforms, partnerships supporting staff mobility, student mobility, credit transfer, and mutual recognition. For the first time, we are proposing to have joint programs within our member universities among the partner states. That is partnership in practice. Next is capacity building through international and regional partnerships, partnerships among ministries, universities, national research and education networks, and national regulators. Next, diversifying partnerships through development partners, philanthropy, and private sector. And another one that I noted is expanding collaborations with international universities, quality assurance agencies, and development partners. As the regional institution mandated to advance the East African Common Higher Education area, IUCEA will work with partner states, higher education institutions, and our partners in translating the outcomes of this conference into concrete actions. IUCEA will continue to provide platforms for dialogue like this one, facilitate collaborations, strengthen institutional capacities, connect institutions with regional and global partners, and support the development of innovative programs that create lasting value for our universities, our students, and our societies. Distinguished participants, before I conclude, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to all those whose dedication and support have made this conference a resounding success. That's what you told us. that it's been a resounding success. I'm not saying it myself. First, I wish to sincerely thank the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya, through the chief guest, PS, Ministry of Education and Research, Department of Education and Research, for the warm hospitality extended to all delegates, and for graciously hosting this 17th IUCEA annual meeting and conference. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to the East African Community Partner States, hereby represented by PSs responsible for East African Community Affairs, led by the Chair of Coordination Committee, Madam Mwanje, for your continued commitment to regional integration through higher education, and for your steadfast support to the work of IUCEA. Thank you very much for being with us here for the whole duration of the conference. Thank you. To our development partners, industry partners, and collaborating institutions, for which you have come in large number. This is the first time we have invited a large number of our partners. And if you look at the program, there were two things that were unique. One, we attempted to tell you what we are doing ourselves. So we had a presentation about ESCSMS. We had a presentation about initiatives on AI. But also we brought our partners to tell you what we do with them. How do we do our work together with them? We appreciate your participating to this event, but we particularly thank you for your trust, your confidence, and your continued investment in advancing higher education, research, innovation, and human capital development across East Africa. Your partnership continues to demonstrate that together we can accomplish far more than any one institution can achieve alone. To our conference partners and sponsors, thank you very much. Thank you very much for believing in our shared vision and for standing with IUCEA in making this conference again a success. Your support has gone beyond sponsorship. We greatly value your partnerships and look forward to building even stronger collaborations in the years ahead. We can give them a round of applause. I also wish to recognize and sincerely thank our distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, panelists, moderators, and rapporteurs, whose expertise, experience, and thought-provoking contributions have enriched our discussions and inspired new ideas for the future of higher education. My heartfelt appreciation goes to all our vice-chancellors. You came in a large number this time. All our vice-chancellors, rectors, presidents of universities, policymakers, regulators, researchers, youth innovators, students, and other delegates, for your active participation, openness in sharing experiences, and commitment to strengthening higher education across our region. Allow me to pay special tribute to our two organizing committees. It was not an easy job. The local organizing committee from here, Republic of Kenya, under the two ministries, Ministry of Education and Ministry of East African Community Affairs, but also an internal IUCEA organizing committee chaired by Professor Obonya. And the local organizing committee chaired by Dr. Darius. You've done a wonderful job. I know how Professor Obonya, raise your hand. He asked for leave before this conference ended. After here, he goes for leave because it was really a difficult job for him. But also, we thank your subcommittees as well, of which there are various of them. The IUCEA Secretariat, colleagues from IUCEA, conference volunteers, technical teams, service providers, media teams, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the excellent organization and successful delivery of this conference. Your professionalism, dedication, and teamwork have been truly commendable. Thank you very much. We are humans, we are not machines. And humans, we have attributes. One of the attributes is we make mistakes. Let me assure you, whatever mistake we've made, it was not by design. We did not intend it. But if it really touched you, we apologize in advance. It was not for our making. It happened. It always does. So thank you for forgiving us. You can clap for that as well. Finally, I thank every participant for making this conference not merely a gathering of institutions, but a community united by a shared vision, by the future of higher education in East Africa. Let me say that it will be difficult to beat the participants that have come, the number that has come in this particular conference, all because of you. Thank you very much. With over 450 participants on average yesterday and today, this is a record that really has to be beaten in the future. Distinguished delegates, as we are concluding this conference, let us remember that the true measure of its success is not the quality of the presentations made, although that matters, but the partnerships we initiate, sustain, the commitments we honor, and the action that we shall undertake in our institutions. Well, the conference comes to an end today. Our collective work has only just begun. Let us build on the relationships we have built and strengthened, and we tried our best to link you with the partners we brought here, but also to link amongst yourselves. With the new strategic plan, we're going to focus on linking our member universities instead of just linking our member universities and external actors. And we'll have a number of initiatives to enable that. So let us build on the relationships we have built and strengthened. Let us transform the ideas we have shared into collaborative initiatives, impactful research, innovative solutions and policies that will shape the future of higher education in East Africa. IUCEA remains fully committed to translating our collective aspirations into measurable results for the people of the East African community as we advance quality and relevant higher education. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our delegates, speakers, partners, and our host for making this conference a huge success. Thank you all and wish you safe journey back to your respective destinations. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Shukran. Yes, with honor, I'll take this opportunity to invite Dr. Rose Clark to give her closing statement, the chair of the executive committee. Dr. Rose, Professor Rose, please welcome. We can give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, ES. Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, State Department for Higher Education, Kenya, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Nyangala. Thank you so much for being here again this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I will stand on the protocol observed by the Executive Secretary. Yesterday, in my closing remark, I posed a question. If each of us made a bold commitment to strengthen higher education for a better integrated East Africa, what would it be? I want to pause here and hear some commitments from at least 3 people. So Secretariat, can we get 3 microphones to 3 random people in the audience? If each of us made one bold commitment to strengthen higher education for a better integrated East African community, what would that commitment be based on this outstanding meeting and conference? Thank you, Professor Meshach. Just 3 people. What is your commitment? Oh, I thought you were giving it to the permanent secretary. Okay. Oh, just randomly distribute. Randomly. There is a hand there, somebody is volunteering, and there is a hand at the back. Let's be quick to save time. Let's start here. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Santarina Kothotieno. I am a second-year student from Rongo University. And I've enjoyed the conference, and I was an exhibitor at the exhibiting session for Rongo University. And my main aim for this conference, what I see as a person, is that in order for us to improve our education sector, we need to start integrating indigenous knowledge, African knowledge, with AI. I saw the presentations, mostly people were focusing on the language aspect, but there's more to indigenous knowledge than the language.
Okay, integrate indigenous knowledge into AI. And you are committing for until 2050, we were told. So she's committing to do that based on this conference. Please keep it to their commitment, not the explanation. Okay, yes, sir. One commitment. Professor, tell us your name and your commitment.
Yeah, my name is Nisem Wendy from the Université Catholique du Graben, the eastern part of DRC. My commitment this year is to set up at least 3 bilateral partnerships with other universities for this year. Thank you.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A final one, Professor Meshach.
This is Auma Grace Achieng from Masai Mara University. The commitment that I would really suggest is to have universities embracing innovations and startups that would really propel our universities and higher education to a higher level.
What is your commitment? What will you do? Not what you wish for us to do.
I have already started an innovation, so I will make sure that innovation runs along all the way to where it's needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Secretary, in a room of 450 people, you see that you could easily have 450 commitments. 450 commitments of champions who will continue the work that was started as a result of this conference. Because change is really possible if we commit. Regional integration is possible. The future we aspire to build as an East African community is also possible, one bold commitment at a time. But meaningful change does not happen on its own. It requires champions who are willing to turn vision into action. My hope is that each of you will transform today's commitment into a lifelong pursuit of implementation, and that you will remain steadfast supporters of the work of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. At least 10 speakers between yesterday and today mentioned that no matter how strong we are as universities, no single university can accomplish the ambitious agenda of higher education transformation in East African community alone. We hope that this has inspired you to initiate conversations with potential partners in this room. But as you recall, one of our speakers challenged us to look ahead to 2050, to imagine what universities would look like then. But then I thought many of us would have retired, and a new generation of East African higher education leaders and partners will be sitting in this room. That perspective reminds us that the future of higher education will be shaped not by the conversations we have, but by the decisions we make today, the commitments we make today. The time to move from dialogue to action is now, not 2050, now. If we want to see a different kind of a university, as I remarked yesterday, then the time to start is now. The most important work begins after we leave this conference, when we translate all our conversations into meaningful collaborations that will create lasting impact. Let me close by once again thanking first our host, the Honorable Permanent Secretary. A big round of applause to the Permanent Secretary. To the Republic of Kenya for hosting us this year. And thank you, Permanent Secretary, for the dinner. I'm sorry that we abandoned you at the table after the dance, but we truly and thoroughly enjoyed the meal and the music. All our development partners, as articulated again by the Executive Secretary, all our sponsors, the local organizing teams, as mentioned, all our speakers and presenters. I want to add the hotel administration. It's been wonderful to stay here. The Secretariat for a fantastic job. Big round of applause for the IUCEA Secretariat. All our delegates and all our participants, we hope to see you again next year at the 18th meeting and conference of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. The Secretariat, I'm sure, will be able to announce that, if not today, in the next few months. So we will know when we will see each other. And again, I close by saying, if we see each other next year, can we give testimonials of what we have championed? Because again, change begins now with all the actions we will take. Thank you so much for the honor based on us to convene, especially on me to be your convener for this conference. I thank you. God bless you. Travel safely. Now I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Secretary General, standing in for Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbundi, Secretary General EAC, Madam Annette, to give her remarks.
Good evening. Good evening to you all, dear participants, delegates, our guest of honor. What a privilege it was for us to be here today. Please join me to thank the PS. She has been thanked by the previous speakers, but as chief guest, she has been with us. She opened this conference, has been present. She has looked after us very well. She fed us. She ensured that the conference flowed very smoothly behind the scenes. So I really want to recognize and thank you very much. We've had from the previous speakers words of gratitude, but in our African setting, it's always very important to reiterate those same words. Please allow me to once again recognize, one, the Executive Committee for their stewardship of IUCEA. Thank you very, very much. You are also a part of the organization of this event. I would also like to thank the IUCEA team, the Secretariat team, led by the acting Executive Secretary, Professor Idris. Thank you for putting up a great show. It was an excellent conference. I also want to recognize the partner states policy organs represented by our permanent secretaries, led by the chair of the coordination committee. Thank you very much. Your presence here means that the outcomes from this conference will feed directly into the engagements at the center in Arusha. I also want to recognize all the participants, the sponsors, development partners, each and every one of you for your contributions to making this event a success. I have very, very few reflections because we've heard from the communique that was read at the main outcomes. So as I listened in, and I must admit, this was my first full conference. I attended the conference in Juba. I think it was the 15th or thereabout, but I was online and I opened and closed immediately my laptop and left. So this time I was really, really pleased to have stayed around for the 2 days, and it has been extremely insightful. The presentations were very, very rich. The networking, I did more of observation than engage and contribute to the discussions. And I really took away the important role that IUCEA plays as part of this great orchestra. I look at the community as one big orchestra with each of the organs. We have 3 of them, and I think you heard in the beginning, and 9 institutions, each playing its parts. And today, it's really, really clear the contribution that IUCEA brings to the community. The contribution of IUCEA to building a common higher education area for the community. We need higher education so that we have the right people to work in our industry. We have the right research being brought forward to help develop products. We went around and spoke with the young people and learned a lot about what they are doing. And that was just a very, very small portion of what lies out there. We've witnessed firsthand partnerships. Even the last session was about partnerships. They were live partnerships. We are not talking about them. They are being lived. We have seen networking sessions. We've heard from the private sector showcasing what they have to offer for you within this sector. Overall, I can't underestimate how much work there is to do beyond this conference. It's not just about the outcomes from this conference. It is about the next steps. And Executive Secretary, you've signed up these partnerships and they need to deliver outcomes. So we expect to hear at the next conference what happened thereafter. We also expect at the next conference that we'll have many more participants, even richer engagements and discussions, and also some results from the strategic plan that has been launched, that was launched yesterday. We need to start delivering on those commitments. So from the ESC Secretariat, on behalf of the Secretary General, I would like to thank all of you. I would like to commit that we will continue to support this valuable institution in delivering on its mandate. I think I mentioned that yesterday. They do have some internal challenges, and I've understood them even better, taking into account what they need to do, how they need to do it, and the resources they need. So that's my commitment to them, to take that message back to the team in Arusha, the senior leadership team, and also to continue to support their work in all ways that we can. I look forward to seeing you at the next conference. I'm hoping that my boss, the Secretary General, will still ask me to come to wherever it will be. And you'll also hold me to account to the words that I have committed to today. Thank you very, very much. I wish you all safe journeys back to your respective destinations, and hopefully we'll meet again. He didn't mention that they will be launching their beautiful new building within the course of this year, so hopefully you will all be able to make it there and also speak about the excellent work that you're doing to contribute to higher education. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. It is now my honor to invite the chair of the coordination committee, the permanent secretary, Madam Edith Mwanje, to come and address you.
Thank you very much, everybody. The chief guest, I want to salute everybody here. There are many, and you know it's a late evening. So I ask that I salute all of you in your various capacities, and thank you very much for attending this conference, for attending the annual meeting, and for making it a success. Your presence here made it a wonderful, wonderful meeting. And the resolution that you have come out with, be sure we shall make sure that we take them far. On behalf of the permanent secretaries who are here, and those ones who are not here, who are the members of the coordination committee, I want to appreciate the Inter-University Council, led by the acting executive secretary, and your team. I want to appreciate the executive team, the committee that guides you, chairs you, and encourages you to be the best you can be. I was talking to the Deputy Secretary General, and she said, I didn't know that these people are so good at what they do. And I told her that my experience is that the institutions of the ESC are doing a great job, and all that they need is the support from all of us. I want to thank our host, the Republic of Kenya, for a wonderful, wonderful hosting. The hospitality was great. I've taken time without dancing. Yesterday I danced. I don't know. This was great. Those who did not go, you missed out. I saw a lot of strokes from different people that I didn't expect that they knew how to dance. But that's what happens when you have a good host. Thank you very much. On our behalf, please pass the gratuity to your minister and the government of the Republic of Kenya for the hospitality that you extended to us, that made it possible for us to enjoy the conference, think straight, and be productive. On behalf of my colleagues again, the permanent secretaries who form the coordination committee, we say we are going to do our best. Our meeting makes recommendations to the council, and the council is the policy-making organ. The Council of Ministers of the ESC is the policy-making organ of the community. Matters that reach the council go through the coordination committee, and we make recommendations. And most of the time, they don't disagree with us. My committee, my take home, which Madam has been asking, what is your take home and what is your commitment? that I'm going to make sure that the resolution that you have made reach through the right process. Of course, you are going to go through the sector council of the Ministers of Education. But once they reach our desk, please, permanent secretaries, these must go to the council as they are. And I'm also making a commitment that we make sure that in the annual report of the council to the summit, these resolutions reach the summit. The last time that we had the summit really interesting itself on the matters done by Inter-University Council is when they made a commitment for the one higher education area network. That they did, and that's why they made a commitment. I want us to say we should make sure that this reaches the summit and they make a directive such that whatever decisions we have taken here are not just resolution, they become the directives of the summit of ESC heads of state. Thank you very much, everybody. I want to end here because it's an evening. We may be going around to see Nairobi by night. Thank you once more, and travel well. I look forward to another wonderful meeting, which we shall be having next year. And as the DSG said, we are also going to open. We have a beautiful building. Most of you know it. We are going to be opening the building, and I want to say that you are welcome if you have time. Thank you very much. And with those few remarks, I'd like to take this very good opportunity to call my sister, the chief guest, and our host. Please, you are most welcome.
My colleague PSs, the chair, the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, the chair of the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the Secretary General acting, and my family and friends of the East African Community, family of educators. Good evening. I was seated there quietly, calculating our blessings, and I realized that in this forum, we just benefited from 18,000 years of investment in education by each and every one of you. Can we give us a round of applause? Just calculate how many years you have invested as a person, times 450 on average. We are surely and sincerely very blessed. I want to thank the Inter-University Council of East Africa because they have given us a platform to work together. They have gone out of their way to find partners who can support us on this journey. We appreciate all the programs that have been availed for universities in our region. It is my sincere hope that we shall all take advantage of these programs because we have the capacity to carve a special profile in the higher education and research landscape as a community working together. We have been challenged that we should get out of this conference not only thinking about the resolutions, but making them work. And most importantly, creating partnerships with our colleagues, with partner universities within the region, even before we look out. But there's only one issue. Partnerships will never thrive if it's business as usual. It is those innovative ideas that are going to breathe life into these partnerships. So let us live here. Let us live here thinking who else we can bring on board to help us do things differently, so that together we can move a common higher education area that speaks a very strong voice on various aspects of our education. The aim really would be to be known as that area that has produced innovations that change the lives of our people, innovations that transform service delivery, innovations that force industry to think differently and to embrace institutions of higher learning as partners they can work with. For this has always been the missing link. I am sure that when we meet next, each and every one of us will have a good story. And I pray that I'll go around and listen to your stories, and I'll be very proud of everything that has been generated from this conference. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, I want to thank the Inter-University Council of East Africa for having given us the opportunity to host the largest ever convening of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. It was truly a pleasure for us to host you for dinner. You know what? Because I know the best and most innovative ideas are generated when people are relaxed and bonding and thinking freely, letting their minds fly. And so, let us write history so that when we come again, we shall remember that on that night in Kenya, we bonded, we talked, we shared an idea that has become a product, that has become an innovation. And that is my prayer and my blessing as you leave Kenya today. But please don't go. Stay one more day and enjoy what we have to offer as a tourist attraction. And I'm still ready to host you, you know where. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
I think our chief guests deserve another big and warm round of applause. Some of us are born assessors. Yesterday during dinner, I was assessing the dancing competencies of some of the people here. But because of protocol issues, I won't give the results, the findings. But I think you all know, you all saw what happened there on the dancing floor. Mama Manje, I know, I have your scores, don't worry. Okay, without closing statements, especially from our chief guest, we thank you very much, especially for being with us all this time. DSG, this is historical also for IUCEA to have a high level participation from the Secretariat all this time. We really thank you very much. Salimia sana Balozi Mbundi. Yeah. I have a few announcements, so please have a few minutes. I'm going to conclude this. One, tomorrow is the 17th IUCEA annual meeting. 17 years since IUCEA was mainstreamed into the East African community. And this is for members only. Not that. With that note, I want to also take this opportunity to invite non-member universities to subscribe to IUCEA. There is a lot of benefits of being members of IUCEA. Professor Mawa, may you stand up, please? For those non-member universities or institutions, please see Professor Mawa after this closing session. He will guide you how to subscribe to become members. We really want everybody to join the membership board because we are one community. We want all to be benefiting from the benefits that Inter-University Council is offering to member institutions. Professor Ma, you can take your seat. The second announcement is for members of the executive committee who are staying at Panari. We are kindly requesting you tomorrow morning, please check out from the hotel. You all move to this hotel, to Agile. More rooms will open up tomorrow. So as we come to pick you from Panari, please move with your bag, check out from Panari. We shift to this hotel for convenience of participating to the executive committee meeting. And then all delegates who are staying at this hotel, Agile, during checkout, please surrender all the cards at the reception. Make sure you surrender the cards at the reception. Otherwise, IUCEA will be charged that we are still occupying the room. So we are begging you to, as we are checking out, surrender your card to the reception. The next announcement is that the departure schedules have been organized and have been deposited at the reception of this hotel. So please be advised that please check out at least 4 hours before your departure so that we can clear with the hotel and the shuttles can take you to the hotel on time. And lastly, I'm appealing again, lost and found for Professor Kasim Jimale, Jamhuriya University of Science and Technology, South Sudan. I already made this announcement. He can't find his bag, conference bag, which has put his iPad and other personal effects. So please, before you leave, please check your conference bag. These are IUCEA bags which are being distributed for the conference. In case you find the iPad, please, it belongs to Professor Kasim Jimale, and they declare to the Secretariat, will deliver it to the owner, Professor Kasim Jimale. This is all that we have from the Secretariat. Otherwise, I join hands with the VIPs to wish you all Journey Messes, Safari Njema, Bon Voyage. So we hope to see you soon at a venue that will be communicated by the Secretariat. Asanteni sana.